Baby, I'm a man. Baby, I'm a lonely man. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, yeah. I need. Need. I really want. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Bum ba dum bum bum bum. Hallelujah. Reese the Beast from the Middle East. Hell yeah, bro. I guess we're all kind of from the Middle East, aren't we? How you doing, Brandon? What's your worldview, Brandon? That's the topic of this today. I realize we talk a lot, and you guys know exactly what my worldview is, and oftentimes I don't even know what your worldviews are. And so in a way, it's either easier to detract from somebody's positive claims than it is to actually state your own positive claims. So I'm kind of curious what your positive claims are about existence. And I have a few questions that we can start with. So for one thing, in your view, Comic Brandon, just you, don't appeal to my views or anyone else's views. What is a human being? What makes a human distinct from any other animal, say? I'm curious about that. Let me know, Brandon, if you have any thoughts. What is a human being? It sounds like a stupid question, but it's actually not as easy to answer as we might presume. Should we ask ChatGPT first? I'm pretty sure monkeys walk upright sometimes, craft tools, and grow beards. So is the only difference that we do that more often than a monkey? What about like typing and forming sentences and having reason and ration and logic? No, I agree we are animals, but are we a special type of animal or are we a different we're just as, you know, we have the same significance as like a monkey or a snail or something like that. Well, it depends on what you define as a beard, I guess. But yeah, there are definitely monkeys with beards, like the like an orangutan. It seems grows hair out of its chin, in some sort of beard-like fashion. Maybe they don't shave, you know. Now I'm talking crazy. Monkeys with beards. Uh, like their whole body is a beard. So I don't know what I don't know who's talking crazy here. Okay, but so you're basically, yeah, I agree that we're from the family of or whatever the genus of great ape. I agree. Ain't no wizard beard monkeys. It's actually a good question. Are there wizard? Let's look it up. Do monkeys have beards? Orangutan beard. I mean, this is Reddit, so that doesn't really tell us anything. But look, there's a monkey with a little beard. Look at that. He's got a little facial hair. Okay, so so humans are special because we have different hair. We walk upright more often. We're not the only ones that use tools, but maybe we use the most advanced tools. Why is that? Why do we have better tools than, say, monkeys? Oh, there's another little beard. Monkeys are kind of like Amish guys. Their beard, they have like chin strap beards. Hair on the face is not a beard. Okay, now we're getting to the important existential points. Is hair on the face a beard? Good question. Good question. Okay, so basically, your opinion is that part of your worldview is that humans are just animals, right? Something like that. Are humans born, are humans naturally good, evil, or neutral? Or some third thing, some fourth thing? Do good and evil exist in comic Brandon's world? No such thing as good and evil. Interesting. So, like Hitler, he's not good or evil. He's just sort of neutral. Nothing makes him better or worse than any other person. Is that fair to say from your perspective? I don't want to misrepresent you. I'm really just trying to figure out what people believe. I'm not trying to do any traps or gotchas. I just don't know what people believe. Why do I need headphones? Is it loud or something? Can you hear the music in the background? Or am I echoing or something? I do have them, but they're kind of shitty, and sometimes they like cut out on me. But I can put them in if it's really necessary. In the meantime, I'm sort of arguing with ChatGPT slash Sartre, or whatever, however you say his name. Oh, I got you. Okay. Um, sure. I can. What I can do is I can mute my. Henry Laz is gonna join the voice chat. Oh no, Henry, you and Brandon are gonna get along well. I am waiting for you, Henry, and I'm curious about what your worldview is too, Henry. Actually, so you know, go ahead and join that voice chat whenever you want. I'll drop the link for anybody that wants to. Anyone else that wants to join. Your responses to my questions are being moderated. Okay, that's not from me. That's from YouTube. I don't know why that's happening. But maybe if I invite you to the channel, which I can figure out how to do. Invite people. There we go. Maybe you can drop it in the Discord and it should not get moderated. But why are they getting moderated? Are you using like slurs or something, or how are you responding to that? Or maybe you can respond in a way that is a little more. Oh yeah, the stage. Okay. Okay. He hits all the chords. Yeah, he sure does. What's up, Henry? How you doing, bro?
Hold on, give me what? Hold on.
Okay.
Check.
Yep,
check,
I can hear you, bro.
check.
I can hear you.
Why can't I turn my face cam on? I'm just the jonkler.
Why can't you turn your face cam? I'm not sure. Do I have to let you do that? Oh, I do have to let you do that. Can you like request it or something?
No, it just says I can't stream into this channel.
I know, dude. Infamous made all these like rules and stuff, and I think that is generally like a decent rule, just in case someone wants to come in and start like whacking it or whatever. But
that's not a decent rule, bro. Because if someone wants to come in and start whacking it, it's not like they're gonna be on the stream immediately, right? You normally have shit pulled up.
Yeah, but like, how would I? Like they would.
Well, I don't know. If I want to clip something, Reese, this is hard for me.
Hold on. I know.
And I have a nice shirt on today as well.
Okay, I can like disable your video. You have a nice shirt. Okay, cool. What's up, Infamous? How you doing, bro?
Yo, what's good,
Inf, for short.
It's like the you've seen the fucking Three Amigos, right?
I have seen the Three Amigos. That's a good movie.
He's not famous. He's infamous. El Guapo.
Wait, do you need me to turn on cam perms for members?
I guess. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Henry wants to turn on.
I'll just make a camera roll and you can give it to him.
Oh, camera roll. That's a good idea. Yeah.
No, yeah, I had a interview with Neiman and Marcus today, guys.
Neiman.
I have no idea what that is.
I don't know. That's like a.
It's a high-end clothing store, and there's one in Beverly Hills that has like 3 different restaurants. So I was interviewing
restaurants in the.
They have restaurants.
Interesting.
In the interview, I think it's a server job, which isn't what I was going for. So I want to make sure there's a path to a promotion. And also, I realized afterwards that I asked for a really, really conservative amount of money.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have done that. It was stupid.
What did you? You were like, just pay me half of minimum wage under the table, cash.
Dude, literally, I was. Unless she factors in what I asked for with tips, then I'm like, if what I asked for includes tips, then I'm kind of screwed. But
All right, Henry, try in video.
Okay, yeah. I think I gave you the.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I already gave it to him.
Okay, nice.
Look at that.
You pick up that shirt from Neiman Marcus.
Streets, your shit is literally just like your shit is literally just your OBS camera isn't the same one.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not the one that you're using. I don't know what it is, but.
Oh wait, it's a different camera.
Like if you look at Discord right now, it'll literally show that your camera is on, but it says OBS camera disconnected.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's why. I know why. Actually, I know why. Start virtual camera. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, that should work. Yeah. Okay. So.
Change my pronouns on my fucking profile.
All right. Good.
Make a dumb joke and they're gonna be they were, dude. I swear to God.
Yeah.
It's always been bro.
Wait, I gotta do a little bit of tinkering here. Okay, so what we're doing today for everybody, because we got some people now. We can do the normal stuff. We can talk about apologetics and everything. But I realized over the weekend, I was like, I barely know what any of you guys believe, like fundamentally. I don't really know what your worldviews are. And we spend a lot of time talking about my worldview, and I think it's somewhat easier to detract from a worldview than to like make a positive claim. So I'm not trying to like break down, I'm not trying to detract from anybody's, but I am curious how people perceive their worldviews positively. And so I have a list of like questions that
Yeah, Henry, answer the question.
We have to define worldview.
Yes, we can do that. Actually, I was prepared to define worldview, and I brought it up here. Let's see.
Also, I don't want to be called Henry. I want to be called either Dragon or Joker.
Okay, fair
No.
enough. Joker. How about Woker? Okay, a worldview is a comprehensive framework of beliefs and perspectives through which an individual interprets and understands reality. And so I've written a few questions down that will help us flesh out. And so I'm curious what you guys think. Maybe let's start with Henry, and then once he starts saying absurd, obscene things, then we'll mute him and we'll move on to everyone else. But what is a human being, Henry?
I think this is like the Ali G thing where it's like Homo sapien. And then it's
Okay.
like I ain't.
Yeah. So what does anything, or yeah, if there is something, what is it? But does anything differentiate a human being from any other
From a
animal
monkey?
in the animal kingdom? Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like human being is just reference to our species to some degree.
Just
You
a
know,
reference.
like I don't know,
to
to
our
some
species.
degree, like we use human as an adjective, but in this scenario, I feel like it's human being is much more of a noun.
Human being is a noun. Okay. Yeah, I
No,
guess
like you can
human
be
is
human, and that's an adjective, but I feel like a human being is a noun, and it's somewhat
Sure.
indisputable. Like this, we are all human, not indisputable, but we are all human beings.
Yeah.
And then if you want to make human being like, you
Right.
know, if you want to make it like Aristotle-esque and be like rational agent, things like that, you can do that.
Yeah,
but
you have a
don't have to.
Diogenes view of what a human being is, which is like, behold, a man, and you're holding up a fucking chicken. Like,
No, yeah, exactly. Like a chicken.
it's a fucking human being. It's obvious. Like,
Right, yeah, you know it. Everyone knows it. And that's fair. I mean, I think that's fair. I think you could probably dig deeper into that in terms of
the more
constructing.
philosophical question is like what a person is, but yeah.
Yeah,
Sure, a
yeah.
person. Yeah, we can. What is personhood? And so, following from that, but if you want to just say a human being is not distinct from another animal, it's just sort of the happenstance of how we evolved and where we are in this big like chain evolutionary tree. That's fine. Then I would ask: are human beings inherently good? Are they inherently evil? Or are they just totally neutral? Are they neutral agents, like sort of like a monkey would be?
Let me get my books.
Your books, okay.
Are we just gonna start with Henry?
Yeah.
Machiavelli.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Machiavelli. All right, fair enough.
Bro code.
The bro code. Was that Neil Patrick Harris on that? What was that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Frankenstein.
I do love me some Frankenstein.
Frankenstein's classic. That's a good book to address what is a person.
For personhood,
Like
yeah.
is Frankenstein a person or
Well, I think by definition he'd have to be. He's made out of people.
Are we talking about Frankenstein or his monster?
No, I'm sorry. You're right. His monster, not
Yeah, no,
Frankenstein.
yeah, you're
himself.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, come on,
yeah.
guys.
You're absolutely right about that.
I got tricked, dude. I got
Yeah.
fucking tricked.
We all did. So Henry,
this
what's
is the
what?
first book that made me realize that women are actually smart.
You know, that's actually an interesting topic.
Yeah.
They didn't know that she was a woman until halfway through the book's fucking serialization.
Really?
What
What?
did-
She had a pen name?
She had a pen name.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I did
Makes
hear
sense.
that she didn't think the book would get published, and it probably wouldn't have been if everyone knew she was a
Yeah, it makes
woman,
sense.
right?
Yeah,
When she wrote
probably.
that.
See if there's an about the author.
Who is it? Mary Shelley? Is that who it is?
Yes, that
Mary
is
Shelley,
her
yeah.
name.
Yeah. Yeah, fascinating book there.
I'm trying to find her pen name.
Anyway, the question was.
Yeah. What's the question, Infamous?
It's your question. The question was, are humans good, bad, or neutral?
Yeah.
Or some other fourth option.
Yeah. What do you think, Henry? Are humans good? Are they bad? Or are they neutral? Comic Brandon knows that they're neutral.
I think this is like like a weird question. Like it's like asking are all people's names Brandon? It doesn't like the answer it doesn't make sense. It's a nonsensical question. Like it's very clearly not the case, right? Like are all people good? No. Are all people bad? No. Are all people neutral? No. Like
Right. And that's what I'm
the
gonna.
answer to
That's
all questions are no.
yeah. In my worldview, they're a complicated mixture of sort of all three of these things.
It's like the weird thing where I forget which person coined it, but like, are you a thief? And it's like it depends. Like,
Right.
when do you stop being a thief? When you steal something?
Right.
Do I stop being a thief if I give it back? Okay, if I don't, can I ever stop not being a thief?
Yeah.
Like, am I just a combination of all the titles that are ever given to me by anything I've ever? What does it mean to be a thief? What does it mean to be a person? What does it mean to be
Yeah.
good, bad, evil? Like, what does
Well,
it mean?
that is what we're trying to
That's
figure.
it.
That is what I'm trying to.
I don't
discern,
think
'cause
being
some
a thief is the same as being someone who like steals. I think that's something we have to mention because like
Yeah.
I feel like a thief is someone who's like despicable, whereas someone who steals is like me at Target,
It's
you
like
know?
me.
And like there's like here, for example,
I'm
like
just trying to avoid a charge here, dude. I feel
Henry
like.
Henry
Like,
just outs himself.
a
as
lot
a
of
thief.
people would say that I stole this from Target.
Yeah,
you know?
including me. I
A
would
lot
say
of
that you
people would be
stole that from
correct.
Target.
No, but in reality, you just put it in your car with your items in it and then drive away.
Sure.
I didn't say
Yeah.
you accidentally. I didn't say you didn't accidentally steal it, but
No,
you
I
stole
stole it. I was intentional. There's another one. I have another one.
Okay, so you're just admitting to being a thief.
Yeah.
Like,
I would say.
No. I stole them. See, here's the other one.
I don't
Oh
think
my
you own
God, you
anything.
literally are a thief. You actually are. I would say a
No,
thief is.
I stole them. I'm not a thief.
Okay.
brother.
I would say a thief is somebody who loves to steal. That's how I'm gonna define
Letty.
it.
Loves to steal.
Would you
I
say a
don't
thief
know.
is the same as someone who steals? No. He said yes, but he's
Yeah,
wrong.
because
I
that's
couldn't hear
absurd.
anyone, but
Lenny is.
this is the equivalent of saying borrowing instead of stealing.
Yeah. Lenny is
Wait.
Henry's imaginary friend.
You met him.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So in terms of loving to steal, obviously it's not like, ooh, I'm doing it because I love it, or maybe if you, it is the old question of like, if you steal a loaf of bread to feed your starving family, is that good or bad? I don't even know, but maybe that does make you like. I don't think you love to steal in that situation, but in the case of Henry, where it's like, oh, this meaningless baskets from Target, I might as well take. That means you love to steal. You love it more than just letting Target have their baskets.
Well, so the way that I think about it is that at some point, and I purely believe that this is temporal, you stop being a thief. Even if I told you I stole something yesterday, that's very different. You'd have a different feeling than I stole something 10 years ago.
Right,
That's
definitely.
very not that's clearly not the same type of personal admittance, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, and also the thing that you stole depends on how much time it takes for that to get over. So I don't know what the calculus is for how much time it would need to take if you like
Right.
stole a Target basket versus a fucking person.
Right.
But like,
Right.
it's very clearly somewhat temporal, and I think you'd have to agree to that.
No,
Otherwise, it
I
just doesn't make any sense.
I agree. It's temporal, but I'm gonna not restrict it to the like physical action itself. I'm gonna say that the temporality is based on when you stop loving to steal. When you have no intention to do it in the future. When you turn your back on stealing is when you cease to be a thief. And
Well,
of
yeah,
course,
it's
that's
like
not
it's
an
like a
exact
cool-down
calculus.
thing.
What's that?
Yeah, it's like a cooldown thing. Like if I steal something today and then I tell you I stole it yesterday, that's different. And then if I tell you 10 years later I stole it, that's different. But if I steal
Yep.
things every 5 minutes
Then you're a thief.
and then I tell you about something I stole 10 years ago,
Yeah.
sure, that mightn't be the thing in question, but I am still a thief. And I
Right.
feel like that's a different example. Like we're talking about something I stole yesterday at that point.
Right. Yeah. Thief to me, like as a descriptor. I don't know if you're trying to speak, Henry, but I can't hear anything. If Lenny's reading
Yeah,
out
we
his
can't hear anything,
set
my boy.
or whatever, but
Henry, we can't hear shit you're saying.
no, he knows. He
You
knows.
know?
Okay,
Okay,
whatever. They're
okay,
just
cool.
talking. Whatever. That's distracting, but I'm gonna ignore it. Okay, so yeah, I think
When we take away his camera perms.
things I know really. So like thief, like these kind of adjectives, these things that describe like your personhood does not necessarily have to do with like that any individual instance of thievery. It's sort of like the wholeness of it, or even the intention of it, I think.
Well, so I actually don't think it's something that describes your personhood at all. I think it's something that describes your behavior as a person. I don't think it actually describes you. So like,
Yeah,
you can steal, you can be a thief,
right?
but it's not something that is necessarily a part of you unless you like continuously do it. And,
Right.
like, even then, it's something that wears off over time. Like, people can be rehabilitated from it. Same
Totally.
with murder, even.
Totally.
We want Lenny to talk.
I got a heads up from Beep. Okay, cool. Beep's. This is the equivalent of saying barring instead of stealing, right? Okay. Also, just a heads up. I'm in the middle of something, so I'll stay muted and I'll chime in. Cool. Great. That's good because I was just gonna.
Lenny
I was
pulled
gonna...
up the definition of a thief. And
Okay,
it was
let's hear it,
something
Lenny.
along
What's the
lines of, like,
definition of a thief, bro?
Here, you want to
Just
tell
someone
them the
steals.
definition of a thief? Don't put them on. Just speak into the mic.
A person who steals another person's property. And steals is underlined.
Yeah. I mean,
So that's the thing. That makes me not a thief because this is someone else's property, whereas Target isn't someone else.
yes, it is. But
The
anyway.
person that owns the store, person that owns the basket.
Target
like,
is a
someone owns it.
multinational corporation.
Yeah,
it's
but
like
it's-
stealing from the
it's
IDF.
only
It's a
comprised
Yes,
Rise
but
of
don't you know that
people.
in the law, corporations are people, motherfucker?
yeah. Also under the law they are, but even just
The
like
difference
more.
between Target and the IDF is like slim to me. So I'm
The
just
difference
stealing from
between
bad
Target
people.
and the IDF is slim to you.
Yeah, just steal from bad people.
Why? What makes Target bad? That's actually an
I don't
interesting
know.
question. What makes like a giant corporation bad in and of itself?
It's a good question.
I mean, it
What
obviously
makes our dads
supplies
bad?
a
Stop talking, Lenny.
it provides a consensual service to millions of people. Many people love Target. Many people
Lenny,
shop there.
when Lenny's been to Target, I went to Target with him. He was baffled. For context, for
know.
the two other people on the call, he's from a small island in Hawaii,
Yeah.
and not like a luxurious Hawaii. And we like walk into Target, he's just like baffled, like the fluorescent lights are just hitting him, and he's like,
Lenny
it
is like
was-
from like a different. It's almost like he's from a different country. It's very funny.
insane.
He hadn't heard of a doorbell before he got to Los Angeles.
He uses nature's doorbell, dude. The fucking knuckle. Like,
Exactly, nature's doorbell. Nature's doorbell. Except
Oh,
if you
they just
rap
had
too hard
curtains
on
and rats,
the doors
apparently.
in Lenny's town, they literally
that?
fall over. But
Nice what we had there, but they got like live animals and they'll like chop up and give you like their leg or whatever.
nah, we can't hear him. We can't hear him. But I appreciate you,
did
Lenny.
you hear what he said?
No, I couldn't hear it at all.
He said that he likes the Indian place down the road because they have live animals they'll chop up and like serve you a leg of, and that reminds him of home.
Yeah, that's good, man. That's good. I appreciate you on that, Lenny.
it's fucked up to enjoy that. I wouldn't even
He'll
lie.
like tell me like, oh, I killed dogs as a kid. I'm like, what the fuck are you
He
talking
did, yeah,
about?
that was a thing. I mean, you got it. It really is like he came from like Pakistan or something when you hear the story. So I can't judge him too much. Like it's really like a totally different.
He's literally a Pakistan.
It's like a non. I don't even know how to
Should we
describe.
take a break to watch the Pakistani grape video?
Absolutely not.
Oh my god.
Yeah, absolutely not.
I will bomb India.
Okay, so actually, this will be a good moral sort of like injunction or moral lesson that we can find. What makes it acceptable to steal from Target, Henry?
So it raises their insurance premiums, I think.
No, but what if it
then
just gets the manager
inflation.
fired? Because you do realize that like people actually take the brunt of like thievery, even if you work at Walmart. If enough people steal from the Walmart, the manager is held responsible.
Well, I'm not doing it, obviously. They don't notice.
That's
Right,
what
so
you
it doesn't
think.
benefit anything.
So it does nothing. It's like a neutral action or something like that, in your view.
Yeah, it benefits
What does it
me,
do for you?
benefits-
What do you use these things for?
Well, if I steal Red Bull, I drink it. If I steal basket, I use basket. If I steal juice, I drink juice.
So basically, anything that's good for you is acceptable.
What do you mean acceptable?
Well, like you can just do whatever, you can do anything you want to like either a corporation or someone that you perceive as like having more, power than you, as long as it benefits you. Or even if it doesn't benefit you, you can just do it.
On the record, no. Off the record, maybe.
Okay, now we're learning about a worldview. This is like might. Well, I don't know if it's might means
Yeah, but we're
right.
learning about Henry's worldview, so what real use is this?
Well, hopefully the use is getting him to evaluate it and see why exactly he
Okay,
wants to
but hold
steal
on.
from
So
Target.
let's dive a little bit deeper into this,
Sure.
because like I feel like you would agree, like if I stole from Walmart or something compared to like a mom and pop shop or a small store,
Yeah.
there is somewhat of a difference. Of course.
Definitely there's a
So,
difference. The
you
question
know.
is when does it pass the sort of like threshold of being right versus wrong? Like, so just because it's less wrong.
I would say neither is right, but what makes it
Okay.
less? Well, now I think I'm just being dumb.
No, you're
I mean,
being
I-
no,
I
it's
won't-
right. What
I-
you're saying is true.
I won't lie to you. I don't think those determinations can be made. I don't.
Like
At
there is a
all.
lesser
Possible.
wrong to some degree, I feel like.
Sure.
You don't believe there are lesser wrongs than others, Infamous? Is that
No, I don't think that like, so you're saying what makes something less wrong than another thing, and like, sure, those determinations can be made sometimes, but I don't think that you could, for instance, go, oh, this is where it stops being wrong, this is where it starts being wrong. I don't
Right,
think that's
right.
possible.
Right.
The nuance of morality is too much. Whether you're religious, whether you're an
Yeah.
atheist, it doesn't matter. It's too nuanced. There's no way you're going to be able to tell.
I'm not going to say there's no way you're going to be able to tell, but I agree that you're not going to be able to define the line in any meaningful sense. Like maybe there's just this massive like gray area, neutral zone that a lot of things reside in, but then some things obviously become right, then some things become wrong at a certain point, even though we can't define exactly where that point is. And so when it comes to like stealing from Walmart versus mom and pop, we can say, is that something that's in that neutral cloud zone that we can't really tell at all whether it's right or wrong? Or is
Yeah, I think
it.
we can make those determinations, sure.
Yeah.
And I think we can say things are less wrong than others based on the
Right.
factors at hand. So, like, stealing at Target is absolutely less wrong than stealing from a local store, just
Or
because
like
of
an-
how many resources
Or like an
they
old
have.
granny on the street. Like if you steal an old granny's cane on the street, that's obviously way more wrong than stealing a cane from Walmart
Yeah,
or something
yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it just absolutely depends on how easy it is for the other person to recover from the situation you've put them in.
Right.
Like, if I kill someone but they're immortal, like, I don't really think I've done anything. Like,
Oh, interesting. I mean, that pertains directly to the Christian story, I suppose. But if
well,
you
it's
kill-
more of an insult to Jesus than it is like a practical
right. It's
thing.
not like a murder of, I don't know, someone that is dead and they're dead forever or something like that.
Like, let's say that for a moment you feel no pain, I shoot you in the head, you completely regenerate, and are back here in 30 seconds. Like, I
Yeah.
have what? Cost you a little bit of time?
Yeah.
Maybe insulted you by, like, costing you your time, but, like, let's say we were friends, we just fucked around and did that. Like,
Right.
like, what have I really cost you?
Or if I
Like, it
didn't
all
want you to
depends.
shoot me in the head for any reason and you did it, that would be a little bit more wrong. Even though I'm going to regenerate and everything, that would still be a little bit more wrong than if I just didn't want you to do that. Like, I probably wouldn't be friends with you if you were just going around shooting me in the head, immortality or otherwise.
Right, but it's always going to be less wrong than murder that's permanent.
Right. Yeah.
Unless I'm just outright torturing you, like, that could get to a point.
Yeah. Yeah, because if it's like this sustained torture or something like that. Okay, so that's interesting. So, Henry, do you still stand that it's like cool to steal from Target?
I just it's like I bet the CEO of Target probably has like one of those Shad Khan mega yachts,
Yeah.
and he's not
But the
thinking about the
manager of the store
Lego.
don't.
Yeah, but I don't. This is the thing. The way you steal from Target is just by pretending like you did nothing, and taking a basket.
Right. So whatever.
Right,
Yeah,
but they'll
that's
see that in the eventual stock of
Like the same
what
as a
they
homeless
have.
person.
But you could steal a cane from an old lady and just pretend you didn't do that. So that would be fine.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
never said
okay.
it was right.
All right, I don't
never
want to
said
put
that
you
I'm
on
the
blast
right-
too much because I know you are a little bit of a klepto. We've talked about this before, but
Yeah. Wait, we have.
yeah. Well, you used to tell me about your baseball card collection that you've never paid for, but
What do you mean I never paid for?
No,
I
I'm
paid
kidding.
for plenty of it. I just
I
don't
know
put
that
pay when I, like, go to
allegedly.
Target a
Yeah,
lot
that
of
was a
times.
metaphor you were telling me. Yeah, that's right.
That was in game. That was in game. In game.
In game, you stole from Target.
Like, all
Okay,
these
so
cards I paid. All these cards I paid for.
well, that's good.
Yeah, these I got from the bullpen.
The bullpen.
Though, they basically decided.
Nice,
yeah,
bro.
Look at that
Ferrari. Ferrari. Okay, cool. All right, so Henry, to you again, and then we'll move on
Okay.
to other people. Actually, we'll do both of you guys, and then if Beep you want to chime in, just let us know. But so, what is the purpose of life, if there is one?
I think
I didn't hear the question.
Oh, I
What's the
asked
purpose of
if
life
there is one, what is the purpose to life?
That's what I just said.
No, I was restating the question for Infamous.
I said it again, and you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so Henry, you answered that question. Is there a purpose to life? Purpose to life, and if so, what is that?
None of us chose to be born, and I don't believe that we go anywhere when we die. So I think that the purpose to life is what you make of it.
Okay.
Live your life. Try to be happy.
Yep.
Do your best. I'm still working on that myself.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, so there's no inherent purpose, but you create it for yourself. That's what Sart would say.
Well, I think there would be inherent purpose. It just would be an undecided purpose. It's like saying there is an answer to any given question. Like that's a fact. But what is the answer and what is the question? Like,
Well, I
I'm
don't think
still
that's
in the
so. I don't think
middle
it's
of-
so obvious to people. At least it isn't to John Paul Sartre, who we
I'm
base
still in
a
the
lot
middle of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, so I know the answer is 42.
Is 42,
but
yeah.
I'm figuring out
of.
why.
Yeah, why exactly? Yeah.
yeah, it presumes like what is purpose? Like, are you saying like why we are here? Like, if you're saying
Yeah.
why we are here, I can give you we can eventually discover like every causal relation that like eventually
Well, no, I'm not
put
saying.
us here.
I'm not saying what
But-
led you to being here. I'm saying
No,
what
I
do
know.
you.
I'm saying that's probably not what you're asking, right? Like,
Right,
but like, if that's not what you're asking, what are you asking? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
Like,
good. No, it's good. It's good to flesh this out. So what I'm asking is, what do you as an individual move towards? What are you? Why continue to be a good or productive or, why do any of the things you're doing for what to what end? What is the purpose of that, really?
I mean, if we're just talking about like personal purpose, because at that
Yeah.
point that's just personal purpose.
Yeah, no,
right?
that is what I'm
murderer
asking.
could
Because a
have their
worldview is
purpose.
personal. That is what I'm asking. What is your personal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, my personal purpose is to find happiness. That's probably the best. Like, that's everyone's actual purpose. Like, even people who want to kill themselves think that they'll find some solace in
Yeah.
death.
Totally.
Right?
Totally.
Like, every single person wants happiness
I
in
completely
any
agree.
measure. And so the suspension of your happiness in one moment may lead to your greater happiness in another moment.
Right.
And so, like, obviously, if people are just like saying, "Oh, well, this person wanted to drink because they're an alcoholic, and that would have made like, yeah, that might have made them happy in that moment, but like,
Right.
why that won't make them happy when they're an alcoholic in 2 weeks again, right? Like when they're
Right.
going through delirium tremens, like that won't
Yep.
make them happy. So
Yeah.
like, it's all about trying to find what like degree of putting off what my current happiness is for major happiness in the future, or like putting off future happinesses for things that might be worthwhile here now.
Yeah, and I agree with that, and then to incorporate sort of my worldview into that, it's like it's about sacrificing something for not it's not all about that, but a lot of this comes out to like sacrificing the immediate like instant gratification for some like meta gratification, some larger sense of happiness. Is that?
Well, the larger sense of happiness is usually just being understood. We're social animals. That's kind of how we want to be accepted. Like, that's what the God is in my worldview. Like, that's the biggest dad, right? That's the person who will understand you the most. Like,
To be
who
fully
judges
understood,
you.
right?
Yeah, being fully understood with all of your flaws, all of your gifts, all of your neutral things that just happen to be you. Like, it's if you read a lot of romance, that's a lot of what you kind of get from that, which is weird. Is the people want to be understood holistically, not just
Yep.
like, oh, I understood all of that, but I don't like all of that.
Now, this is an
It's
interesting
just-
question. Could another human being, or even a group of human beings, actually, like, holistically understand you as an individual?
Not holistically, it's impossible. The subjective
Yeah.
experience existence alone makes it impossible. However, practically speaking, for the lifetime of someone who exists like 100 years, sure, our needs and wants for that can be sated, even if it's not truly holistic, because you have to understand that even if it isn't truly an understanding in reality, we can make it such by perceiving it as such because we want it. Like, if I want an orange bad enough in a desert, I'm gonna see the orange. Like,
I see. Yeah, like a mirage or something.
yeah, so you can have an illusion of being completely understood, and you might be understood a lot, which is why you're imagining that.
Right. Interesting. So it's
Me in
about
college
understanding.
when I thought I made friends.
Like in college when you thought you made friends, but then you ended
Yeah,
up
and then I
living with
got too
Lenny.
comfortable, and they were like, "Wait, we don't like you."
No way, did that happen?
That's what happens to everyone in college.
Yeah,
pretty
true,
much.
true.
It's like that. Have you seen the
Trust
trailer
me,
for
if you're
that
just
new
the
movie,
first one to go, that's
Friendship?
that.
Yeah.
Have you seen the trailer for the movie with Tim Robinson and Paul Rudd? It's basically
Dude,
that,
I
for,
yeah,
like 40-year-old
I
guys. It looks
really want to
great.
see that. That looks so funny. The I think you should leave guy and Paul Rudd and
David said something interesting in chat.
okay, whether you steal from Walmart or an old lady, both are still wrong. Even if you steal to feed your family, it's wrong. Yeah, I agree with you, David. I mean, that's what I was
Even if you
trying to
steal
impart.
to feed your family, it's wrong. I don't
Yeah,
agree
that
with
throws
that
me
at
off.
all.
I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, see, okay, listen, here's the thing, right? If you steal to feed your family and your family doesn't need to be fed, yeah, that's wrong, right? But if you
Right.
need to, if you steal, like if the difference between you living and someone being slightly inconvenienced is me
Right.
stealing something,
Right.
then it's better to do the thing.
Yeah.
Right? For instance, I think you would be able to phrase, if we're talking about a Christian view, as God stealing the church back from someone who stole the church from him. Like
Right.
it's stealing it back. It's not
Right.
a different action. Like,
And I think to David, it's like we're kind of talking about like gradation of right and wrong. So like, it might be the case. I'm not. I do also have the intuition that stealing to feed your family if they're on the brink of starvation or whatever, like PETA from Hunger Games or something like that, definitely that might even be right, but it's definitely less wrong. It might be right, it might not be right, but it's definitely less wrong than something else that we're talking about, like stealing the old lady's cane. So it's important to
also
like
feel like
there is this nuance between different actions and their intentions and their outcomes.
yeah, that absolutism feels weird, dude. That
There
just
are
feels weird.
there are extenuating circumstances to like everything. For example, like I feel like every society gives people a reason as to why they would steal. You know, like it's unfair to just say like, oh, you and your family are poor and don't have money for food. That's on you. Fucking get your bread up. You
And I-
know, like
Yeah.
the Hunger Games is a good example. Of
I'm
that.
trying to
Like,
get my
the
bread up.
society they were put
Yeah.
in the districts they were put in
Yeah.
already determined the circumstance of their family. You
Right,
know?
and
And that's
the-
really, especially with America, like that's. You know, like inflation's going up, minimum wage isn't, you know? And
Right.
that's one of the issues that we really have. is
Well, and I
that-
think that is
Yeah.
the
You know?
key difference between like the tyrannical society of like the Hunger Games versus the society we are blessed to live in, like Western society or American society, which like
So at the
the
same time, my
court of
point
law
is that
takes
there
into
are still
account these
issues.
things.
There are still issues in America. Like for example, there's that Norm Macdonald bit
Mhm.
where he's, you know, he's kind of like black people have less money than white people,
right,
and it sounds racist.
yeah,
But at the same time, the point he's getting at is that in our American society, that's somewhat inherently racist and was built by white people. And you can like, I read Du Bois recently, so that's a really good example.
Okay.
Like, you
Yeah, I
know,
was about to say this sounds very Du Boisian.
yeah,
yeah, exactly. My point being that like, you know, to some degree, like there are extenuating circumstances that'll add to why someone would steal, you know? There,
Mhm.
you know, like
Yeah.
it's not fair. Not always fair to just say like, oh, someone's stealing, you know, whatever. And
also-
also there's like the bit from Sunny where it's like Dee and Frank and she's like, why are the white people like surviving and the black people looting, you know? And it's like they're stealing necessities and the black people are stealing stereos. Like I don't know, I'm making this a
But
race
here's
thing. My
the-
point is just like, you know.
yeah.
If you want to make it even more direct to Western society, all of Western society was stolen.
All of Western society was stolen.
Where
Expand
is America
on that.
located?
What's that?
Where is America located?
Oh,
What
oh,
happened to
I
the
understand. I
bones
understand what you mean.
And
But
the
but
land of other people.
but Western
Yeah, but
society
Woker's
comes
actually
from.
going to do his land acknowledgement right now.
Yeah, wait. Let me do a
The
quick land.
Woker wants
for the-
everyone to know that
Hey,
Los
listen, I'm not doing
Angeles
I'm not doing
is
it right
Gabrielino
now.
Tongva land.
The Tongva land. Yeah, this stream is dedicated to the Tongva people, just to be clear.
and the
to everybody.
Gabrielinos.
The Gabriel.
Hey, listen, I'm not saying it's their land now, right? Obviously, land changes, and whether or not it was stolen or not changes the like changes the
Yeah.
whole landscape of it, and it's so nuanced that I don't even think I could possibly wrap my head around it. Much better people have tried.
Right.
However, at one point it did belong to someone else, and now it does not, and a lot of those
Sure.
methods were not great.
No, definitely not. But would you say that Western? Because when I was thinking of Western society, I think of it as spawning in Europe, which doesn't seem as explicitly colonized, except maybe in like some sort of like Homo
what?
sapien
Western
versus
society-
Neanderthalic. You know, like
No. Europe was conquered hundreds of times, dude. What are you talking about? Like,
Well, that's what I
land
mean.
disputes happened all the time. In fact, there's a
Yeah.
huge meme about it where it's literally like, war in the U.S. where it's like, this person scorned me, I'm going to kill them. Oh, their land is now owned by no one. Someone has to take it, right?
okay, yeah,
In Europe, it's Frederick von Muselbent III, 5th, 8th, and 6th have gotten into war with drunken Magjuchnadik.
Right,
It's like all
right.
these wars happen constantly, and everyone keeps stealing their fucking land back and forth and back and
Yep.
forth, to the point where if you looked at a map from the old world
it's
of
crazy.
Europe to now,
Yeah.
the borders are completely different.
Oh, totally,
Even
totally.
World War II was
Well,
about stealing land.
and if you look at
When Pretoria conquered
Germany,
Joe Swanson's pool, I remember thinking, like, wow, this war is getting serious. Pretoria might really be a nation, but obviously they folded.
I don't know about Victoria, but yeah, if you look at the Holy Roman Empire, like the I saw some map of maybe we should pull it up, but it's interesting, like the map of like the different sort of principalities and like city states of the Holy Roman Empire. There's like thousands of them. It's this crazy looking map. It's so weird, and now it's all just Germany, and like, you know, parts of it is France and parts of it is everything, you know, but like
No, it's all Germany. Well, if I was in 1942, I'd believe that too.
right.
But no, like that's the thing, is that like it's all over the.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that's more fair, but that obviously is going to apply to the entire world. So it's like, if you want to say like Western culture or whatever is all stolen, or Western society rather is all stolen, then you'd have to say that every society is stolen, which maybe you can say. I think that's fine, but in the meaningful sense, I don't know if that's helpful to the conversation in a modern context, but maybe it is. What do you think about that? Like, obviously, like at some point, like China, for example, was probably just as complicated and segmented and strange as like the Holy Roman Empire. And now
Bro,
it's
the
China.
rape of
So did,
Nanking is crazy.
well, that is a wild, and I wasn't gonna go there, but yes, that is a wild,
Insane.
that is a wild piece of
Bro,
historical.
when I learned about that, I was in shock for like 30 minutes. I couldn't talk.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, wait. So let's do one more worldview thing. So oh yeah, on the point of like purpose. So there is a purpose, and you create it for yourself, or there is no fundamental purpose, but it's useful to create one. I'm sorry. So the options will be, there is no like sort of inherent fundamental purpose, but we create it because that is good or useful or something. Or two, there is a
I'd say necessary.
fundamental or necessary even. There is a fundamental inherent purpose that can be like discovered or like unearthed or something. Or the nihilist would just say it's all chaos. There's just absolutely no purpose. There's not even a use in like making it or whatever.
Well, I think 1 and 2 are true.
Okay. 1 and 2 are both true.
Well, yeah, because you could go through, like, for instance, you could create your own purpose. You necessarily have to, even as a kid, right? But then stumble upon some purpose, the external purpose that someone else has created with some other kind of framework, some other worldview that you aspire towards. It doesn't have to be objective. It's just one that you discovered.
Right. Interesting. Yeah.
Like, if you're saying that there would, like, or there's an objective worldview that we can ascertain, then I would disagree with 2, but...
There's an objective worldview that we can ascertain. Right. But if there is an objective worldview, can you be closer or farther away from it, or no? You can't
Well,
even
I
like
don't think there
approach.
could be an objective worldview.
I mean,
There
sorry,
can be
not
an
objective worldview.
reality.
Objective like purpose. Yeah. Let's keep it to the realm of like purpose for now, because we could talk about
Purpose.
morality, we could talk about truth, we could talk about a lot of different absolutes, or proposed absolutes. But in terms of like the reason for doing anything, but as I think our intuition is that the reason for doing good things rather than bad things.
Well, I think purpose in this sense, not necessarily in like the reason of something being the case. I think if we're talking about like a purpose in the terms of like a person's need to go on, I don't think that can exist. It's a necessarily subjective experience. It's literally defined to the person. It's like a contextual thing.
Right. Okay, that's fair.
The other version of it isn't.
But what if your happiness, like, or like the highest conception of your like happiness that you can think of, like we were talking about before, like, you know, not drinking right now, putting that off so you're not an alcoholic later or something. What if that is like fundamentally sort of aligned towards hurting people or death or something like that? They are more wrong than someone who isn't, right? Or no? Yeah, well, you can join
wrong?
the Discord.
Like, what? It depends. Like, are we going to go over like objective morality? Because like we can, but
We might have to. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess that would imply some sort of objective morality for sure.
yeah, because like obviously, if this person is just like, oh, I subjectively believe that murder is good, it's like, yeah, well, there have been a lot of those people in a lot of those times, and those societies didn't exactly pan out, did they?
No, but they panned out for a while, but in the final conclusion or the most current conclusion, they don't, I would say.
Yeah.
But then
The
again,
Jews
there's
going
like,
pretty
you
well,
know,
dude. They're killing a
China.
lot of people. They even killed Christ.
They did.
Damn,
They
they
sure
killed
did.
God. They're still going. Like,
Yeah, but
Right.
we did kill Christ. We're sorry about that. Reese, on
No, you're
behalf of
fucking
all
not.
Jews everywhere, I want to apologize for what we did.
No, it's
Yeah.
all right,
Look,
well.
we didn't kill Christ, but we did wholesale the wood to the Romans.
Wholesale the wood to the Romans. I'm not even sure if that's true, but yeah, I
We
get
probably
you.
did. I mean,
Maybe you did. Maybe you did.
we'll give you a good deal on the wood if you're gonna crucify him.
Yeah, I think when people say like the Jewish people like killed Christ, I think that's such an oversimplification of the story that it.
We didn't
Is,
kill
like,
him. We
meaningless.
didn't. That's not what we did.
No, it's like I think the point of the story is that everybody played a hand. Every human, like, faction played a hand in killing Christ, and that's an important part of it. Like, humanity killed Christ. That's what is to be taken from it. Not like the
30
Jews
pieces
or
of
even the
silver.
Romans or whatever, or even Judas alone. You know, like no individual is responsible for that fully.
Do you think he would have done it for 20 pieces of silver?
I actually read this interesting thing. It was 40, right?
30.
Oh, 30? Okay, so yeah, I read an interesting thing that like 30 pieces of silver just isn't a lot of money. And so that it actually wasn't, there's not really an argument that it was for the money that he did it.
Well, it would have been
I think it
Roman
was a
silver,
solid amount
which
of money.
was
30. It would have been the 30 coins. I just watched Podstar's episode about this.
Okay.
It would have been 30 of those coins. And how many ounces of silver would it say?
Well,
I don't
so
know.
they didn't go off of
the
actual like,
shekel of
degrees
Tyre,
of
that's what
silver.
it's
They
called.
couldn't.
Yeah, they couldn't really measure that well, could they?
Yeah, they didn't know.
They
the
would
purity of
hand
it.
strike
Romans-
them with a hammer. I'm just remembering from the fucking Pawnstars episode.
No, yeah, that's how
So-
that's how they made it. But like, for
A
instance,
shekel
like,
of
the
Tyre
Romans-
is typically 1 troy ounce.
Okay.
And they were made well.
But
so
regardless, I
believe
think
it.
the point is that it wasn't a lot of money. It wasn't like they made him rich for doing this.
No.
I feel like it might. I feel like it was, but even
And an
so.
interesting corollary of that someone says
me
like
look.
Judas sold out Jesus directly for 30 pieces of silver, whatever it was. We do it for a lot less than that. Most of the time we do it for free.
Okay, AI overview. The price Judas received for betraying Jesus was not a large sum, but it was enough to symbolize the low value placed on Jesus by those who betrayed
Yeah.
him. Okay, so
I think that is more the point.
So I
It's
guess
like
you're right.
it's
Yeah.
like humanity will sell out Jesus for basically no reason.
Yeah, the coin's pretty expensive, but it was cleaned so that basically Rick didn't pay. He paid like $1,500 for it because basically cleaning a coin
Oh,
is
well,
the same as destroying
Yeah, and then
a
obviously
coin.
the value of a Roman like shekel or whatever, or a shekel from back then now is like hugely inflated to what it actually was worth back then.
Well, so the
You know about
the
Rick?
original value of it. The original value of it is different because a Roman shekel was said to be more pure than any other country in the world, right? And they obviously weren't in the Roman Empire for the majority of their lives.
Right.
So like a Roman shekel was more of like an intrigue than it was an actual value piece. But yeah.
Interesting. Okay, wait. I really need to take a piss. I'll be right back. This is a great combo, and feel free to keep
Is
it
that
going
Rick
for a second.
Piana in your profile pic, Will?
Hello? Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
What's
is
up,
that
Will?
Rick Piana? Is that the guy?
Yeah,
He like
what's up?
overdosed, right?
Yeah. He's my inspiration. He's my worldview, actually.
My worldview is I need to take as much wind straw as possible and get as much. Like that's the thing. People ask me like, "Oh, what'd you go to school for?" It's like I went to school for money and I went to school for power.
So you've read the 48 Laws of Power, I'm assuming?
I have not. They're actually baked into my brain. It's just like I operate in a way that's just super consistent with them. It's like,
Well, yeah, that's a big book people read when they go to prison. So I don't know if you've ever been to
bro,
prison.
I
but-
recently found out like so the game is like a book that like incel men read, and it's like about I was once telling a girl how I was reading a book called The Game. And this is the thing. Let me show you. This
Jesus
is the book.
Christ.
The Game
You read shit
by
called The
Ken
Game and
Dryden.
the
It's
Bro
about
Code,
it's
like...
about the hockey player Ken Dryden. So I was
Oh my
like,
God.
and she was like, "You're reading The Game," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's awesome. It's a great book." He like became a lawyer and everything. It's just like it was a weird combo. Yeah, basically
Yeah,
after
that
he
was
retired
the
and then
weird part
became a
of
lawyer.
it.
Okay. All right. So maybe because
you read The
Will's joined the
Game,
chat,
Reese?
and just for clarity, because there's no reason to really hide this, Will's is my brother, and he's in the very same apartment that we're in right now. So
he's in
welcome.
the other room.
You should be forthcoming about that.
I want to be forthcoming about that, so people don't.
Second
accuse
coming,
me.
even.
Yeah, second coming.
Second coming. Yeah, we both believe in God. So this
yeah.
is a double up.
So where,
And
Wells,
Will
what
believes
do
in
you
God.
think
What a
is the
beta.
difference between a human and an animal?
Like a homunculus.
Claws.
Homunculus. Exactly. What
A
is the
human
difference?
and an animal.
Yeah. What's the fundamental? What's the one thing, or a couple things that make us distinct from the rest of the animal kingdom, if anything?
Gotta be claws, right?
Yeah, gotta be clawed.
Well, we have a tailbone like other animals. It's kind of weird. I don't know. I mean,
All right. So
I'm not.
that's
Aren't
fine.
we a species just like other animals? Aren't we all just?
Yeah, that's what I
species?
find. That's what I find weird about this question. It's like we don't have a designation for human. It's like saying what makes an elephant different from the rest of the animals, other than the fact that I don't know it's an elephant.
Well, I
not
mean,
a
it has a
badger.
trunk.
Like-
It's good at lifting things. They're strong. They have a good memory. I mean,
Remembers.
there's a lot of things.
Yeah, it remembers. But no, like I mean, obviously we're different than every other species on this planet, right? And obviously it extends to like people who we can interbreed with, and there's no other species that can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the first big thing, right?
Yeah.
We can't interbreed with fucking lions,
Mm-hmm.
right? I know people have tried; they came out dead. So,
But that actually doesn't make us different from animals, because as far as
you
I know,
about
no
the Enumclaw
animal.
horse sex case.
Okay, Sean, spelled.
Boeing engineer in Enumclaw, Washington.
I don't even know what you're saying.
are you
Okay,
talking
so
about?
Sean says this
He
is
got
so
fucked to
obvious.
death by a stallion.
The
Wait,
ability
what?
to abstract.
brother, what are you talking about? Like,
All
There
right,
was
yeah.
a Boeing employee in Enumclaw, Washington, who got fucked to death by a stallion.
All right, goodbye, Henry.
No.
Goodbye.
No, keep me. I'm sorry.
just
mute, I'm
why?
mute.
You get one more chance. You get one more chance. They guide the conversations and don't take the counter argument seriously. So, Comic Brandon, there's been no argument presented, so I don't know what we're not taking seriously, but
He's being comical, Brandon.
he is being comically. But Sean has an interesting point: the ability to abstract. See, that is something I would presume, although I can't prove it, is unique to humans.
Yeah, I mean
Abstraction.
that's the main thing, is that we can't really prove that it's not the case. Like
Yeah.
I think we would all agree that there's some level of abstraction in the difference between perception and the way reality actually exists. Like you have to kind of fill in the gaps.
Mm-hmm.
And I think every animal does that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been like proven in any sense that animals can't like, you know,
Sure, you
Think
feed
about-
enough drugs to a dude, like he'll abstract. Like
right. Well, we're still talking about a person. I don't know if it's been proven or disproven that like an animal cannot abstract. I would guess that they.
Yeah.
It's my feeling that they can't, but perhaps they could.
I feel
guess.
like it's a necessary thing for thought. Like I think you need to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like
you need to have
it's
length?
obviously depends on what we mean by abstract, but I just think it means like I can think of something that isn't in front of my face.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I mean by it as
then
well.
I think dogs think of their owners before like when they
Yeah.
whine and shit. Like I think that's true.
Yep. Sean says there's a difference between extrapolating a pattern, but to abstract as an invention is different. Okay, that's an interesting point. So
I mean,
like,
I'd argue that all abstractions are from patterns, but
Well, okay.
Abstract a new
Perhaps
color right now.
abstract a new color. Yeah, I mean that's not gonna happen. But maybe
Yeah,
certain
that's just
things.
not going to happen. Like
But
you can't do it outside of the things you've experienced.
abstract like me being able to fly, that could happen. I can imagine that.
You've seen other things fly. Just put you, a PNG of you, over a bird
Okay.
in a video. There you go. That's what you flying looks like.
You've been on a plane.
And
You've
I guess
also
I
been on a
literally can
plane.
fly. Yeah, I literally can fly. But
But
Sean,
no, you
feel
know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Like there's obviously like a leap of interpretation, sure, but like are we saying that like dogs can interpret, for instance? Like that's not true.
I'm not sure exactly what Sean is saying. I'm curious about how he fleshes this out. So I'm not
I
even
feel like
sure
if dogs can
if
interpret, it
dude,
would support what Infamous is saying, and that interpreting is based on pattern recollection. Because a dog interpreting like, "Oh, I'm gonna get a treat," is based off like other times they've gotten a treat, other times they've taken a piss, things like that.
and in a way
Or
like
other
when they
times-
learn how to
even
do a
depressing
trick.
ones, like even
Yeah.
depressing things, like other times they've gotten beaten. Like I don't want to
Exactly,
do that,
yes.
so I'm gonna stay away from humans. Like
Okay, yeah, Sean might join the chat here. That'd be great. And when he does, because I've talked to all of you at length, I'm gonna do a one-on-one session with Sean if he
Go
feels
for it.
like he
Oh,
wants
no.
to join for a little bit.
sure.
And dogs
Dogs
can
can dream. Does that count as abstraction? Yeah, it's
That's
true.
a good question.
Do
Dogs,
we
it
know if
seems,
dogs can
dream.
dream? Because like I've always seen like that thing where it's like, oh, when dogs dream, they dream about their owners, and it's like that's such obviously like an Instagram, Facebook thing. Because I remember my mom saying that to me, and my brother was quickly like, "How the hell would you know what the dog's dreaming about?"
I think the dog
Like-
dreaming is based more on the fact that they like mimic running and stuff, like when they're sleeping.
Yeah,
sometimes.
yeah, I've seen that.
That's
I feel like
what
they
the-
dream about running and like
And
their
also, I feel like
experience.
that's also anthropomorphizing to some degree, though, just because like I feel like
Probably
when we
fucking
see them running,
objects.
we can wonder like, is it fear or happiness? You know?
Yeah,
Either way, it's abstract.
in a
Yes,
way, it's
exactly.
abstract. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Beef says dogs.
No, I agree. We don't know what they're dreaming about, but they can dream. Oh, that's
Right.
true. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think the dream itself is somewhat self-evident, but just we have no idea what the content of it is. So yeah, that's an interesting point. So again, this question means no. I'm not trying to get anything out of you. It's just a curious point. Like it seems like human beings do have this sort of like this separating factor, but then when we get down into it, what exactly is that? Where exactly does it come? I'm also gonna say that language and reason. I mean, I know animals do have like basic language, but sophisticated language, such that you can form logic. That seems totally unique to people. I don't know what you guys think about that. I mean, is logic unique to people?
No.
You don't think so? And why is that?
No, because people like obviously like fucking hunters, like just hunters and other species can make logical deductions.
How so? Like,
Okay, even just the dog example. Like, I don't want to get beaten, so I'm going to stay away from the humans that beat me.
is that logic though, or is that emotional? I don't know.
I mean, it can be both. And so you can emote logic. Like it's not like a separate thing. Like even if you emote logic, it's still logical. Like it
I
might
agree
not be
that
the
they
same
behave.
process, but we
I
are
mean,
not
I
the
agree that
same-
logic applies to animals. Like a dog equals a dog, the law of identity or something. A thing cannot be both a dog and a cat or something like that. But does that mean that I'm talking about like, do they perform it? Can they even? Can they?
Do they know that they are performing it? I don't think so. I don't think that they
Okay.
just go, "Hey, I just logicked something," right? Like I don't think they do that. But do I think that they can go, this makes sense. Like for instance, when elephants draw things because they know that the pens draw things. Yeah, they know that shit.
Right.
They're like, I've touched a brush before. This one looks completely different, but it has a shaft and it has the feather at the end of it and it has ink, and so it can draw. Like,
Right.
So they do use like deductive reasoning and stuff. So that is,
Yeah.
they do use logic and like when monkeys
isn't it
use
as complicated
tools.
as us? No. Actually, some orangutans have been able to use tools as of recent in recent experiments. However,
Yep.
it's nowhere near what we can do. Like, obviously, if you want to make it like a large, general, sweeping statement, like we are the best at having peaked in reason.
Yeah.
Pros are really good at tool
Yeah.
use.
Yeah, and
yeah, crows specifically can definitely
Oh,
reason.
yeah.
Crows also like remember people that give off like
Yep.
bad energy or scare them. They have,
Yeah.
like, it's really
They have
interesting.
vibes, dude.
They have
Yeah, it's
vibes.
wild.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to mess with a murder of crows. They will actually like screw your
Yeah.
day up.
Oh yeah, it's called a murder. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Just adding another believer to the Bible study for me to laugh at. Tom and Fran. Okay. I need another human being to laugh at these monkeys with me. I don't even know if that's true. I've seen a video of Zhao Ma NYC going and laughing with a bunch of monkeys.
Yeah,
He
that's
learned their
crazy.
language, and that is another
Brandon,
interesting
you're
point.
not even real. You only exist in a comic. Like,
Yeah, exactly. He can't click into
Xiaoma
the
NYC.
channel. A little help here. Let's see. You should be able to click into the live channel if you're in the Discord.
he needs to accept the roles.
Oh
and the
yeah.
rules.
Yeah, you gotta accept the
Oh
rules.
yeah, I didn't understand that at first.
Be respectful to everyone. No memes in general.
I didn't read it actually. I just accepted it.
I didn't actually type any of that, but
Don't say the N word.
that's already in here because you can't say it. But
Yeah. So yeah, if you just go into that rules channel and accept those rules, it should work. And to Beep's point, yeah, there is something just sort of like self-evident about our difference from animals. Like what separates humans from animals is sentience and the sheer vastness of our minds. The fact that we can sit here and have a conversation about all these other animals is alone a testament to the power of our minds. Yeah.
I might agree with the vastness of our minds if we mean vastness as in like complexity or whatever, or like
Yep.
their ability to compute, something like that. I don't agree with the first point.
Hey everyone.
Hey, brother, welcome.
Hello.
Okay, this is what I said. I promised I was going to
Yo.
do this, so I'm going to do it. So everybody's getting kicked
I
from
just
the
won't speak,
stage.
yeah.
If everyone would stand down from the stage, that would be nice. Other than our new friend here.
Hold on.
Okay, cool. Classic Jin. How should we refer to you, brother? Do you want to go by Sean or Classic
You just
Jin?
call me Sean. That's
Sean?
fine. Yeah,
Cool,
I'm just
cool.
using my.
Sweet, brother.
Just
So,
for you.
what do you have in store for us? Do you want to talk about your worldview, or do you want to get into something we were just talking about, or do you want to anything? I mean, the floor is open to you, or I can just start asking you questions about your worldview if you don't have
Yeah, go
anything.
ahead. If you want to be a little more specific, kind of help guide this a little bit. 'Cause this is a
Sure.
really big
So,
topic.
I think one of the fundamental questions that was interesting to talk about is what is the purpose of life, if there is one, in your view?
I think the purpose of life is largely self-made, and
Okay.
yeah.
And so,
I think.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering how you said it's self-made, right? So it's something that you sort of discern or create for yourself. Well, that's a good question actually. Do you discern it for yourself, or as a sculptor sculpting something out of marble?
Okay,
Like
so
there's an objective
No,
reality or truth
largely-
to it, or how do you create it? What do
Okay,
you do
so-
to create meaning?
Okay, so I don't necessarily create meaning myself. I think I recognize kind of like, so, all right, let me back up just a bit.
Mhm.
I think humanity, I try to look at humanity as kind of like a monolith,
Okay.
right? It's a creature within the natural realm,
Yep.
right? We don't achieve homeostasis like other animals do. We tend to break that,
Yeah.
meaning that we tend to fall outside. We are outside of the natural cycle of things.
Mm-hmm.
But as kind of a monolith, we still have biological imperative largely.
Totally.
Which is the biggest one is to survive, procreate, survive, ensure that the species continues on, right?
Right.
And
Right.
I think that we see within the species surviving certain traits that allow us to continue doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is cooperation.
Okay.
The ones that don't cooperate don't tend to last long, don't tend to procreate.
Right.
And what I think we are is largely the result of generation after generation cooperating with one another
Okay.
and ensuring the survival of the species and gaining more and more strength and more efficacy as we continue on down the timeline.
Okay.
So
yep.
when I look at our purpose and when I look at our morals and our ethics, they tend to whatever promotes that cooperation, generally speaking, is ethics of reciprocity.
Yeah.
Right, the golden rule, right?
Yeah.
And what I would do to another is what I want it done to myself, and the answer is no. Whatever promotes well-being versus the detriment thereof, right? So
And
you
so-
would want to go that way with things.
And so, how
Right.
do you respond to the fact that for so long in our, first of all, our human written history, but presumably even in our biological evolutionary history, that was not at all self-evident, that this sort of reciprocity that you're talking about?
Well, I think it was self-evident, but I don't think it was necessarily. It's like,
In other
all
words,
words
what
for-
made us forsake? Okay, so if it was self-evident, or if it's basically baked into our evolutionary path or something like that, or the adaptability of our behavior, why did we forsake that for so long in our history? For instance, with the widespread acceptance and use of slavery, and just, I mean, you can think of all the horrible practices throughout history that we seem like we're getting better from. What happened? Why did we start? Why did it seem like reciprocity only came about within the last maybe few thousand years, and not even really well represented over those last 2,000 years?
I think no. I mean, honestly, I think reciprocity came back from, caveman times when it was more like families and clans.
Mm-hmm.
You treated your family and you treated your clan differently than you treated the other ones. The big difference being is that we weren't fighting over resources, hunting, areas, things like that, or the cave itself.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we move into like more of an agrarian society,
Yep.
it starts becoming a very, very large body of people comprised of families and many clans. So how do you keep them more or less in line? Resources are still in line, So then you just kind of go from there.
So basically, as you scale up like the pure size of the sort of clan or whatever, the body of people, you need more reciprocity to account for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you think of one of the first set of laws that we ever had being Hammurabi.
Yep.
Hammurabi pretty much figured out reciprocity right off the rip.
Okay.
Eye for an eye, that kind of stuff. And then you continue on, and then you start putting in religion into it on like as far as like a kind of a creator religion. Now, I'm not taking like shamanistic. I'm not taking like Zoroastrianism. Maybe Zoroastrianism to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not talking about like more like native things. The world's on a turtle. I'm not talking about that stuff.
Right.
It's like when we start adapting more of a hierarchical approach to religion, such as like Abrahamic religions did, or really solidified, I should say.
Yeah. So what in your view is the adaptive advantage of, say, these? It could be the shamanistic ones or the Abrahamic ones. What evolutionarily led to this like adoption of religion into the structure of society?
Well, religion is largely God of the gaps. It's where science hasn't tread. You need to insert some kind of answer. We don't like breaks in our patterns because we're pattern recognized machines. We like things to be explained. We like things to acquire and have cohesion. And when we have question marks within our pattern, like, okay, we got all this kind of stuff, but we still can't explain a tornado. We still can't explain earthquakes and volcanoes and all this kind of crazy stuff, or the thing that you don't see in the dark. So what do you do? So don't be okay with it. We don't like questions.
We don't like questions.
Well, we don't. We don't. Well, okay. We don't like let me phrase that differently.
Sure.
We have a tendency to want to shine light upon mystery.
Right.
And that's what I mean by questions. I'm not saying like, oh, I don't like a question. Well, don't ask me things. That's not what I'm getting at.
And this is purely because pattern recognition is advantageous to evolutionary biology or something.
Well, no, pattern recognition is the mechanism in which a brain works. We don't work in any other way.
Right.
And in fact, when pattern recognition falls apart, we typically label that as insanity.
Yeah.
When people can't link things together and they can't, their interaction with reality is largely broken. And you say, like, man, this person's not even functional. They can't even like figure any like the most basic rudimentary things out. They can't even take care of themselves.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The ones that we consider normal, healthy, functional, all those kinds of things, those are people that like recognize patterns. That's how you know the sun's coming up the next day, things like that, right? You can anticipate things. You can make patterns give us predictive capabilities.
Yeah.
Right. To be able to anticipate things coming down the future. It doesn't necessarily denote accuracy. But if you think like, tomorrow we're all going to have spaceships, well, that doesn't make any sense. There's nothing in the pattern that would suggest that.
Well,
You know, it's
unless
saying,
you
but-
started like following Elon Musk on Twitter or something. But I understand what you're
Well,
saying.
yeah,
Yeah.
but even then, yeah, like, okay, that might come further on down the road because the pattern suggests that things are like science is moving in that direction
Right.
to
Right.
give us those things. But having it immediately tomorrow, that's out of the question because nothing would suggest that tomorrow, instantly, this is going to happen.
Yeah. So in terms
So-
of the pattern that you presumably find false, I don't want to presume anything, so let me know. But the patterns of religion that we see cropping up, sort of, were those were like misguided, or those were, like you said, it's just the God of the gaps. You don't know something, insert God or something like that. But then why wouldn't we all just be pagan? Or what would differentiate the Abrahamic religion from a different religion?
Well, an Abrahamic religion gives a God that gives, well, I mean, well, mostly in Christianity, probably. I'm not really that familiar with Islam. I don't know if the same kind of thing.
Yeah, we could get. In my opinion, Islam is sort of like a fanfic of.
Also, I mean, you can say more Islam and Mormonism. They're both fanfics. It's
Yeah.
like the third book in it, like whatever. It's just like it roots in Judaism, goes on to Christianity, and then you have like the letter Y. It shapes off one way and then the other, and those other two.
Yeah,
But the
I would.
core thing
Yeah.
of it,
Okay, sorry. Keep going.
you have a. No, it's okay, but you've got a creator God, right?
Yeah.
And this creator God issues out law and command and what he wants, and he brings in this concept called sin, which sin, you know, all these different things.
Yeah.
And the idea is that the world that you're in now is effectively a doormat, and if you do the right things, then he will bring you into the second stage of living with him. That's the idea behind it.
Well, that's
And in
not what
that
the
thing-
Christian. That's not what the Christian would say, but that's what Islam would
Well,
say, certainly.
Well, I don't think, well, not necessarily. I think Christianity, I mean, I might be a little glib with the way that I'm phrasing it. but
Most
that's
Christians are
effectively
going to
what
say
it
that
is
you're
now.
saved by faith alone. I know there's obviously exceptions to this, but even the exceptions are going to say your faith is dead without works. So of course works are important. Full faith is going to lead to doing good things, but there's no sense in which you could be good enough to go into heaven.
Yeah. And so it requires the acceptance of Christ. Right?
Yes, right.
Okay, yeah. So that's the idea. So, but effectively the result is the same, is kind of what I'm talking about, is that through this, you get to the second stage of life. And if you don't, then you are dead, meaning not physically dead, but dead is a removal from God or a separation. from God.
Right. Spiritually dead or something. Yeah.
Yeah, spiritually dead, right? So I think that there is a large amount of suffering in the world and has been for the past 250,000 years as far as humanity is concerned.
And so
The idea that something out there beyond our scope, this very, very powerful thing, can potentially remove that suffering from us is very appealing to people. And I think it will make them, I think it wreaks havoc on their epistemology. I think it wreaks havoc on their logic.
Explain to me how that because so this is something Alvin Plantinga is going to say to this wish fulfillment theory of religion, is that you've explained you haven't ruled out the potential reality of a God by just saying that we want to have heaven and we want to have a creator, we want to have a father. In fact, if there were a God, you might expect him to build that want into us. And if there were no God, I don't know where you would even get that want from. Maybe just the desire to live forever or something like that because of an evolutionary pattern. Is that what you say?
I mean, I guess you could say that. The reality is a lot of what I'm saying is philosophical, and I don't know necessarily.
Right. It's going to come down to I don't know. Right. So tell me how the Christian worldview or any theistic worldview wreaks havoc on your epistemology, because I'm interested in that point.
Okay. Well, as I stated earlier, you seem to agree that we are pattern recognizing machines. This is how we operate largely.
I definitely agree that we recognize patterns. I wouldn't say that's our ultimate representation, but okay, I'll go with you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the function of a brain, the mechanism of brain is logic. And it starts with the axiomatic, the law of identity, non-contradiction, the excluded middle.
Yep.
If you can't identify something, then then you don't know what the truth of the matter is.
Totally
I don't necessarily
agree.
mean your five senses. I mean your ability to interact with it is what I mean by being able to sense or be able to touch it. You can't see air, but we can interact with it. We know it's there.
Right. Okay, but still, I haven't seen how this ruins your epistemology. The in terms of how you know things, it seems like naturalism and it would ruin your epistemology more so than theism.
Well, it ruins logic, and logic. Your epistemology is based upon logic.
Right. So how can you?
Right now,
yeah.
Okay. The thing is that if the God hypothesis, if it were proven, this would no longer be a debate.
It would no longer be what? Sorry.
This would no longer be a debate if the God hypothesis was proven to be true.
Of course. Yeah.
Now this conversation between a theist and an atheist wouldn't exist. It would turn into you're a believer and you're also show fealty to God, whereas I would also be a believer, but I would reject that power and that authority over me. Consequences be damned. I wouldn't care. Right. That would be the difference in this conversation. But that's not who we are right now.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, because this conversation and this debate has been continuing for 2,000 years, at least in concerns of Christ,
longer since the psalmist, the fool says in his heart there is no God. So there's been atheists since at least 6,000 or whatever, at least like 2,000 BC, if you want to give a liberal estimate.
Yeah, we'll just stick with Christ right now, because from what I understand, you're a Christian, so we'll just stick with that one.
Sure.
Because, I mean, honestly, you're an atheist when it comes to Zeus. And you're an atheist when it comes to Buddha. You're an atheist when it comes to Zoroaster. All these things. You're an atheist about all of these.
Okay.
You know, like the whole...
Yeah.
Who was it who was the guy who said... Was it Hitchens?
I think it was Hitchens that said, I only believe in one less God than you, or something like that.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Right. So you're an atheist about all of those other gods, but you landed on this one. This one's the right one.
I actually wouldn't classify it that way. I do see what you're saying, but it's there's a reality to Zeus and a reality to the pagan gods, far more so than the atheist assumes that there's a reality to the God that I believe in. Okay, so there's situations in which people like Zeus is real because he's manifest all over the place, right? And I'm not saying he's really he didn't really come from a thigh of Kronos, or I don't believe like you said, I don't believe in Zeus as the god of lightning or whatever it is. But there is a reality to him, and if there was a personhood to him, then it would be some sort of demon or something like that. And that you can see that in the church fathers, that they believed these pagan Greek gods were demons, basically. And it kind of sounds like they were if you read the stories. But
let me ask you this then. So if you believe that there was a reality to them, do you think there's a reality to leprechauns, vampires, werewolves, Loch Ness monster, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes. Yeah. It's just varying levels. It's like, are they materially real? I'm gonna say probably not for all those things. But is there a significant reality to them? Yes, definitely.
Well, I mean, there's a cultural impact in a symbolic way of what these things are. Yeah. Right. And these are kind of things that we use as a kind of like descriptive thing. But the reality is how do you differentiate which one is real and which one is not? There are many cultures that will, hell yeah, these things are real. Ghosts are real. Phantoms are real. Demons are real.
Yeah. Well, the first thing I'm going to start with. The first thing, and not the only thing, but the first thing I'm going to start with is my personal experience of those things. So if you say the flying spaghetti monster, I have zero personal experience of that or something like that. If you say a vampire, I effectively have zero personal experience, but I'll acknowledge that they have a powerful impact on culture or something like that. And then if you talk about Christ, I'm going to say, well, I go into my pew and I kneel down and pray and I feel my heart enlighten, and all these things. And so there are varying levels.
That was Christ and not something else. How did you rule out the fact that it's not a dopamine hit?
Well, it could be a dopamine. It could absolutely be a dopamine hit, but then you'd have to ask, why would my brain even give me a dopamine hit relative to this totally false, fictitious, non-real person that I'm, in your view, imagining?
So, okay, I don't know. Let me ask you this. Are you a believer in intercessory prayer?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I am a Protestant, so I'm not beholden to intercessory prayer. I don't see a problem with it outright. I'm kind of one of these Protestants that's if I feel like if I just get into a confessional booth or into some kind of thing with a real Orthodox priest, I might just have to become an Orthodox. So do I believe in intercessory prayer? I think it's possible. I don't see why there's a problem with, you don't want to pray to someone that isn't God, obviously, like worship them, but to ask for some sort of like, to ask humbly for some sort of like, intercession between
Right.
someone who's more holy than me and God. I don't see a problem with that. That's kind of what I do with my priest and with anybody that is more holy than I. But
Okay. So I have a very good friend, 30
Mhm.
years now.
Mhm.
We've been having this atheist-theist debate going on for, at that time.
cool.
And when I asked him, he's a Reformed Presbyterian.
Okay.
Okay. And when I asked him about prayer, he'll pretty much say that no, intercessory prayer is not a thing. The reason
Okay.
that we pray is for God's grace,
Yeah.
and not necessarily to intercede on my behalf, but that is the power of God. That's how we fuel this relationship. I'm paraphrasing here. These
Yep.
aren't his exact words. If you were to ask him, he would probably
Yeah.
correct me on a couple of things.
Sure,
Okay?
sure,
But
sure.
that's pretty much the thing is that is showing grace, and that is showing appreciation and love and devotion and the power of faith of God. That's why we pray.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But for him, it has nothing to do with intercessory. But
Yeah.
he does this, and he feels like he is fulfilling his covenant with Christ. And in that
He does
way,
intercessory prayer, or he does normal prayer, or what?
I mean, I think mostly it's like gratitude prayer.
Okay.
Thank you
Okay.
for food. Thank you for my
Yes.
family.
Yeah.
Thank you for this. Thank you for that. Right. That kind of thing. He doesn't say, hey, God, help me get a lottery ticket.
Right.
He's not doing
Right.
that.
Right. Right.
So, but anyway, so that's the act that he does. This is the way that I show my devotion. Not only through my acts of life, but this is my direct appreciation for God. I don't really know the mechanisms and how all of this works.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is what he says. Okay. But I do know, and you can see this, through his actions and the way that he speaks about it, that there is an absolute satisfaction that takes place in the belief that he is doing what he is supposed to be doing, and he is going to receive a reward from that. Period.
Okay.
I mean, and I think that's largely what any theist believes if they are in line with the covenant or the dogma or any of these things, that, okay, I'm doing this thing. You're not going to get, an Islamist who's going to have pentagrams and like sacrifice goats. That's not in accord with the religion and the tenets of the religion.
Yeah.
He's going to do, or she is going to do things that fall in line with dogma. Same as what a Christian would do. And falling in line with that, just like, I don't know, playing a video game where you get little points and little scores come up and everything like that. Hey, that feels good. I'm doing something and I'm accomplishing something that is dopamine hit. And there's
Right. Okay. So you're saying the satisfaction itself is not a good reason alone to believe in any particular god, because you could pray to Vishnu and get a significant satisfaction or something like that, and it could just be a big dopamine hit.
Honestly, I think you should believe in what is verifiable, reasonably verifiable.
Oh, well, you can't do that.
What? That's the thing.
But so you don't believe that your mother loves you? And Infamous is laughing because this is a common thing that comes up. But there are just many, many, many things that you must believe, you should believe, that you just absolutely cannot verify in the way that you're empirical.
I have pattern evidence that leads me to believe my conclusion. I have reason to believe it. It's the same thing like I've heard theists go, well, how do you know your wife's not cheating on you?
Right.
How do you know she actually loves you? That kind of stuff. It's like, well, I've got evidence of one, I've got a wife.
Exactly.
So there's evidence right there. So we're further along down that road than we are with God, right?
Well, debatable, but fair enough.
We are.
Okay.
I mean, of course it's debatable. We've been debating it 2,000 plus years.
Right?
Of course it's debatable.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing is I can present you my wife.
Okay. But I can present you my God in the Bible. I can just have you read about him, all about him, and everything he teaches and everything he wants of me.
But what you're presenting to me is a book, and inside that book are claims. And all of those claims need to be verified.
Right. So this is why I agree with you that just a dopamine hit is not a good reason to believe in anything. But yeah, we should verify all these claims. And is the Bible historical? And it's my opinion, and it's barely even an opinion, but it's a historical text. It's about as historical as it gets. So what could you ask for more from the Bible to prove more the historicity of it?
The historicity is largely, One, you need independent, verifiable sources.
Okay, we
to
have
verify
those.
the efficacy. No,
Well,
not really.
Josephus, a Jew that absolutely would have no reason to proclaim this fake person.
You just gave it away right there.
Okay.
Josephus, what was your describing word?
What? A Jewish historian.
There you go. Bias.
So what's the problem? No, but he would not. But that's even more independent from, like, say, the gospel writers or something, because he actively doesn't want it to be true.
Have you ever heard Jews for Christ?
Mm-hmm. But was Josephus a Jew for Christ? No.
I don't know.
No, he wasn't. I mean, I can tell you he wasn't. We can look it up if you want, but if you don't believe me, but I can tell you he was not.
But the thing is like, there's going to be confirmation bias. What Josephus is doing is
his confirmation bias would be in the opposite direction. It would be against any sort of historicity of this.
Okay, hold on. This gets really convoluted real fast.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I recognize that this is a, this is murky territory, so we can take it slow. Yeah.
In the example of Josephus, what you have is a historian.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Who already believes in the supernatural.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. But every historian from history believes in the supernatural. So you're going to have to, how do we take any history to be true?
Well, we start losing that as the timeline moves forward, largely with the Enlightenment era. Okay. But that's way down the
way down the line, yeah.
Yeah, it's way down the road. But you still have it in the press. But you have people.
So you can only trust history that's recorded after the Enlightenment? Is that what you're telling me?
No, absolutely not. It needs to be like, okay, we know all about all the Romans that were involved in this stuff, but anything relating really to Jesus, like, it's still on the fence of whether or not Jesus himself existed.
You might want to walk that back. We can go to Bart Ehrman. We can go to very serious historical, critical, atheist scholars. Nobody agrees that Jesus is not a person. So I think you'll want to walk that back, and I'll let you right now if you want.
Well, okay, you know what? We will prepare something. You and I will revisit this.
Okay.
Because I've seen historians say, no, we have nothing that really relates it. There's things that suggest this.
Okay.
But there's things that suggest Jesus is existing. There's some things that suggest all those kinds of deals, right?
Yep.
But necessarily, it's independent of whether or not he was the Son of God, whether or not he rose from the dead, whether water to wine, any of these kinds of things.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Even the Gospels were inconsistent with one another on were there women allowed in the temple, were they not? Were there, like this? How about like the slew of people that rose from the dead just weeks beforehand, but yet the only one we're ever paying attention to? But no one ever talks about that in any historic text whatsoever.
Yeah.
Of all the zombies that came out, it's nowhere near any Roman historical records, any of these kinds of things.
I mean, I'll agree with you that we have less historicity about that claim in particular, although I'm not going to say it definitely didn't. I'm not going to say it didn't happen. I obviously can't say that, but there's a major difference between, like, the zombies, as you put them, raising from the dead, and the Jewish rabbi going around proclaiming to be the Son of God and then himself rising from the dead and having it's not the principle, it's the criterion of embarrassment, the women finding the empty tomb, the Talmudic representations, like in the Talmud, again, they're not historians, but the Jewish rabbis who are making polemics against Christianity, who are mentioning this empty tomb. And so, if there was some conspiracy, or if he actually was in the tomb, or any of these things, they certainly wouldn't concede that. They're looking for every single reason to deny.
I mean, the only thing that's really verifiable is the fact that there is an empty tomb, but that there is not a body in there. Now,
right. Then we go to the Lord, liar, lunatic argument. So what are the explanations for an empty tomb? What are the potential explanations for an empty tomb?
But you're also missing one. You got Lord, liar, lunatic, but you're also missing legend.
Legend, right. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Right.
Okay, so legend's a big one.
Legend is a big one. I agree with you, but I'd like you to respond to the empty tomb. What are the possible options for an empty tomb?
Well, that is assuming that Jesus actually was a person there. Okay, that actually existed. An empty tomb after he's crucified. I mean, theft is probably a big one. Right away. Or, I mean, it could be conspiracy. We got to make sure that it was prophesied he would be gone. Bam, we got to get rid of this body. whether it happened on a Roman behalf, on Jewish behalf, who knows? I mean,
Okay.
there's many things. We
So-
don't have time machines to go back and verify any of this.
No, we don't. No, we don't. So we just
fine.
do the best we can with the information we have now. So to the point of theft, you have a couple problems with that. For one, as Jews, they absolutely did not expect their Messiah to rise from the dead. In any sense, this was totally radical. In fact, even in the Bible itself, another criterion of embarrassment, none of them believe he actually did until he literally shows up to them or whatever. And then another point is Jews, they're never going to touch a dead body. This is like totally non-kosher, whatever the opposite of kosher. It's not haram, is it? That's like Islam, I think. So that's one little problem, but fair enough. Maybe they hired some Gentiles or they did it in some way where they didn't have to touch the body. Or I can understand where you would get that. Now, this is the major point that I stick on, which I would like an explanation for if you can think of one, which is why the disciples and the early martyrs would face the most horrific possible deaths imaginable for something they knew to be a lie. That's really important, that they knew it to be a lie.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to answer
let's
your
hear it.
question with a question.
Yes.
Why would people, in their belief of God, fly planes into the Twin Towers?
Well, because they thought that it was true that if they flew the planes into the Twin Towers, they would get whatever virgins or whatever the hell they got.
There you go. Why would people face death for something?
But
they
you said,
believed?
no, you said theft. So they know it's a lie. Like the people that flew it into the Twin Towers, presumably, and maybe they're just the most evil people possible, and they also knew it's a lie, and they also wanted to do it anyway. But you said theft. So these people, the disciples that died, knew that he did not rise from the dead because they're the ones that took his body.
I was answering the question of why would they face death.
No. Yeah, but the question was, why would they face death for something they knew to be untrue?
Martyrdom?
Okay, yeah, so expand on that. Why does that like absolve them? Why would martyrdom even be logical or reasonable at all if you're martyring yourself for something you made up? When all you have to say is, no, he didn't, and then you don't get burned alive. Your family doesn't get burned alive. You're not crucified upside down.
I'm an atheist, and I exist in the world pretty much where I'm a stranger in a strange land often.
Okay.
I question a lot of motivations for what a lot of theists around me do. I'm in Texas.
Okay, got you, brother. Got you. I'm from South Carolina. I feel you on that. And trust me, I was pushed away from theism by that Bible Belt evangelism, if that's what is something you're surrounded by a lot.
There are a lot of crazy stuff out there that people will believe and act upon, and there is no rhyme or reason behind why they do what they do.
The only rhyme or reason is that they believe it to be true. But we're talking about people who, under your view, presumably, they not only do they not believe it to be true, they know it's a lie because they perpetrated the conspiracy.
Okay, let me give you I'll give you a more modern example of what I'm getting at here. You ever see the Book of Eli? You know that movie?
Book of Eli. Wait, yeah, that's Denzel Washington. He's like fighting zombies or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's post-apocalyptic, but there's no zombies.
Oh, it's like demons, right? He's like a demon slayer or something.
No. This isn't a supernatural movie at all.
Okay.
Just think Mad Max. Take a different take on Mad Max type of stuff.
Oh, Mad Max. Okay, got you.
So here you go, Denzel. He plays Eli. He's walking around. I'm a blind swordsman, kind of thing. All the anime guys get all freaky about it. This thing's just pretty cool.
Yeah.
And he enters it, and he's got a backpack on him, and he's got he's got a very valuable item on him.
Yep.
Through the story, you come to discover that a warlord in the town figures out what Denzel Washington's holding on to, and he's old enough to understand the significance of it.
Okay.
Is that Eli, or the Denzel Washington, he has a Bible on him.
Okay. Yeah.
It's the last one in existence.
Cool.
Right? He's like, whoa, I need that thing. He's like, why? You know the power that I could hold and wield by having a Bible in my possession, as far as offering cohesion to communities, ending wars, all these kinds of things to empower myself. The only problem is, and here's the caveat, is the Bible's written in Braille because Denzel Washington's a blind guy, and there's all the problems with that in the story. But there are many people that recognize the significant power that comes. Think of the Pope. Think of any of these other religious figureheads that have derived lots of power from having this, and people that will martyr on their behalf, or to fall on a sword for the greater overall purpose or agenda.
Yeah,
that is very much a possibility.
Well,
That's not one that's
but
taken.
you've still
There's
set up a situation where these people all believe it to be true. Like they didn't write the Bibles themselves.
Who didn't write the Bibles
Well,
themselves?
what you're saying, like all these martyrs, they believe like they're serving a higher purpose and a higher duty, or they recognize the power that the Bible could give them in a worldly sense, and therefore they do crazy shit. But does like is that what I'm hearing, or?
I mean, that's to a degree. The thing is, it's like, man, you're trying to explain human nature, or kind of like the motivations of the individual from basically ignorant Iron Age people. And, you know, who knows what they believed, who knows what their agendas were. They're so different. You wouldn't recognize one of these people, or how like how they interact, or how
No,
they think
I wouldn't.
about
But if they themselves had hid this body, they had stolen it from the tomb and hid it, do they believe in the resurrection or no?
I have no idea.
Oh,
Probably
okay,
not.
so they could like see the dead body, take it, throw it in the ditch, say he resurrected, and then believe that.
They could realize the significance of it. They could realize, okay, this what it will do. It could overthrow Roman law upon them. You know, or, who knows?
But
or maybe
why-
they thought
but-
that's what they were supposed to do, is to actually remove that, because that was a bad place for Jesus to be, and they thought they needed to get it out of him. And they're like, no, you idiot! It says right here you're supposed to do it this way. Oh, my bad. Who knows, man? But the thing is like you need. But
Okay.
we're getting off a tangent here.
Okay,
This
okay.
is all.
Bring us back.
this
Bring us
is all
back.
material
I don't mean
and
to put
all
you on a
form.
tangent. Yeah.
No, that's okay. These are all claims and things from a Bible, right? That any of this took place.
Yeah, but the Bible is a historical text, so that's an important thing to remember, and that's going to be confirmed by Bart Ehrman, which is I don't know if you've heard of him, but he would be your best friend. He's an atheist, biblical, critical scholar. So,
And Bart Ehrman referred to like his belief in the efficacy of Jesus Christ as being widely misconstrued. Now, I don't have his texts or his interviews that say that right in front of me at the time, but it has come across my desk here and there. So, like, yeah. There's a reason why all of this is up for debate.
I totally agree, and I think that's part of the beauty of it. Really, that's a question that comes up often: the hiddenness of God, and that's used as by atheists, I think, validly as a well. If God is real, why doesn't He just say it, right? Why doesn't He just prove it to all of us? And I think part of that is for us to have interesting conversations at all.
The dichotomy of the setup that you've just kind of described right now basically falls in line with this. I am a necessary function to your faith, me being a non-believer. And then, like, the reality is the only person that's you're not going to convince me at all. The only person that can convince me is going to be God himself.
Yes, yeah.
And to kind of steal a page out of Matt Dillahunty's line when he says, like, hey, the only person who knows that God, what will make me a believer, is God himself. And so far, he hasn't presented himself to me. He hasn't shown himself to me. And he hasn't done what it takes, because he knows what it'll take for me to be a believer. So he either doesn't care.
No,
or he just doesn't.
Yeah, I've heard this. But actually, I just luckily today heard this exact same analogy. It's like, one, I would just disagree that he hasn't presented you to himself. I mean, for one thing, you literally live in Texas. It's like God-fearing country, so he's around. If you're interested, he's around. But but I'm also not saying that the Christians you know are like good Christians per se. I know there's a lot of crazy evangelicals, which I'm not one of, down there, and I could see why that would turn you off majorly. I could also see why it would inspire you to learn sort of more about it, but I'm not even going to go there. This is the analogy that I heard. If you had a project due in in your class, like 8th grade class, you got to do a project, and you went to your teacher and asked for help on the project, you couldn't expect the teacher to do the entire project for you. You'd have to do some work, wouldn't you?
Right. So you want me to believe before I do the work?
You have to, actually, unfortunately. Not even unfortunately. That's just part of it. It's just the nature of it. I mean, it's like the analogy. Do you want the teacher to do the project for you? What would you learn from that?
So what gets me to believe before I do the work? God knows what that is.
The belief, the faith itself is part of the work. So God meets, he reaches. The way I see it is he reaches down, and all you have to do is reach up and grab the hand, and then it starts to unlock all these levels of,
What you're just that's kind of weird, but like it's like a level system, like a threshold. But anyway, what you're saying to me is believe this thing before you can employ faith upon it to make that belief even stronger. And I have no agency whatsoever over my belief. Neither do you. None of us do. You're either convinced by something or you're not.
Okay.
You could be like a little, like, you could be suspicious of things. You could be like, well, I kind of want, you could be hopeful, like that kind of deal. But at the end of the day, you're going to believe what you're going to believe. And you really have no agency over that whatsoever.
Right. But you do have to have what this is asking of you is just the most minute amount of humility. Like, I don't know if I can believe this. Lord help me.
I am plenty humble.
No, I'm not saying you're not a humble person. I'm just saying specifically in regards to this one specific belief, this one specific like truth claim, the humility to say maybe it actually is true. Lord help me. That's usually what it takes.
So before you started doing your works of faith and employing faith as part of your day to day, what convinced you to do that?
I would say the problem of evil, trauma, wondering about my purpose.
But the problem in evil is a system that God put in place himself.
Yeah. I mean, that's why you're saved by grace, not by works. Grace is,
Okay, so you've heard the Godfather analogy here, right? I know you've heard this.
Maybe. Spell it out for me.
A God that creates a system that he's going to save. It's a Hegelian dialect.
Okay.
Right? I'm going to create a problem for you, tremendous problem. And then what I'm going to do is offer you the solution. And then at the end, but if you employ my solution, not only you'll be grateful for it. You'll thank me.
That would only be true if God created the problem, but he didn't. Free will choice by both the devil and humans created the problem. So he didn't create the problem. It's by his grace that he can turn something horrible and evil into something even greater. So you're seeing it wrong. You're seeing God as the author of evil.
He absolutely is the author of evil.
Okay, explain that, because that's not what the religion says. Maybe in your worldview he is, or in your like straw man worldview he is, but explain how in actual genuine Christian theology God is the author of evil.
Sure, you got it. Okay, so let's go all the way back. Adam and Eve, Garden of Eden.
Sure.
God makes the animals. He does all the stuff that he does in Genesis, even though it's wildly out of order scientifically. But we'll just assume for this conversation, this is what he does. We end up with the garden. In the garden, we've got all the animals. He says, okay, well, we need a man, a caretaker of this. So he creates Adam, and then he tells Adam, let's go. I'm trying to steel man here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm all
this is not a steel man, but I can see where this is the evangelical view that you've been presented, but this is not the traditional Orthodox or Catholic or like sort of nuanced Protestant view.
Okay, well, how about for conversation, we're going to go with this one.
Okay, we'll go with your evangelical view, and maybe I can still explain it, but it might just fall apart based on the fact that the garden, yes, and in our last conversation, I got really what's the word? Lambasted for saying the garden was not literal. Remember Infamous? Yeah, I said the garden was not literal. I actually want to walk that back a little bit. I think it is somewhat literal, but it's more so symbolic. Yeah, I know. I did some more research. I read my church fathers a little more deeply. I think there is some literalness to it, but mostly, the vast majority of it, and I think I can say this comfortably within the tradition, is its symbolic nature. So when you read the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, does that mean a literal tree? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that means a literal choice.
Let's just go off of it symbolically then. Okay, so he gives me, then you have Eve. We've already done all the animal naming and all that stuff going on.
Yep.
Okay. So then we come across the tree, and there has been a mandate or command given to both Adam and Eve. Do not eat from that tree.
Yep.
And your words, what is the fruit of this tree? What does it have contained inside of it?
The knowledge of good and evil. Right? Yep.
The knowledge of good and evil.
Yep.
Okay. And evil is akin to sin, which means a transgression against God. So here's God.
Yeah.
And he's got Adam and Eve, and he commands them, don't do this.
Yep.
And in their mind, because they haven't eaten the fruit, they don't know not to go against him.
No, they do.
They have no knowledge of good or evil. How?
Well, because
if the knowledge of good and evil is contained within the fruit, how do they know that transgression against God is bad?
They don't know they don't know it's bad. They don't know what it is. But they must disobey God.
But how do they know that they're disobeying him?
What do you mean? How do you know? If he says something and you do the opposite, that is, I mean, I don't know how else you could know it.
But they haven't eaten the fruit yet. So how do they know?
I'm not saying if they know that disobeying is good or bad. I'm just saying they know what God told them. They did the opposite.
Okay. So how do they know that they shouldn't disobey him?
Well, that's exactly what the devil's argument is, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Well, so then then we haven't gone far enough back. We're starting in the
No,
Garden
no,
of
no,
Eden when the
no.
story
But
starts
what
earlier.
God does,
The story
what
starts
God
earlier
does-
than that. What's that?
no, what God does as a
Mhm.
consequence of them is damns them with original sin. And then not only you, but your generations after you will
That's what-
be corrupted by this.
That's what they did. Well, actually, you could say that's what the devil did.
The devil did not do that. The devil, if anything, the devil convinced them to eat it, but he didn't curse them with original sin. It was the act upon them.
The devil passed on his curse to them out of an act of malice or something like that. But it all comes back to free will. It's a question of, what are you saying that God should not have given them the option to choose between good and evil or to disobey him? Are you saying he should not have created them at all, or
He gave them the
some
option of
third
choice
option?
without knowing what consequence was.
He gave them, sorry?
That's what I'm saying. He gave them the option of choice without understanding what consequence was.
Okay. He
Completely
gave them
backwards.
yeah, but should he have not given them the option of choice, or should he have taught them about the consequences?
You ever heard of informed consent? You ever hear of any of these
Yes.
kind of concepts?
I've heard of
It's
informed
okay, I'm
consent.
gonna put this thing in front of you, and you can eat from all of these things, but for some reason, this other one is just like, well, why can't I eat from it? But you don't understand right or wrong. You don't understand.
But you know who
consequence.
God is. In this situation, you know who God is. You're so close to him that you're basically the image of him. And so are you going to disobey your own image? I mean, it seems maybe it's like I'm guessing
you don't know what it is to disobey because you don't know consequence.
you don't need to
disobey
know
isn't something
consequence
that
to know
exists.
that you're doing what God told you not to do.
You're missing this really key point.
Okay, what's the point?
To understand that it's bad to go against God requires eating the fruit to understand that disobeying God is a bad thing, and that it's backwards. He needs to give them the knowledge of good and evil so that they understand to not disobey him. But it's like basically telling a 2-year-old don't draw on the wall. You're like, why? It's like basically don't touch the hot stove. because
Right,
they
so
have
then
no
you
concept
so then
of
you
what it is to
wouldn't
be burnt.
so then you wouldn't punish the 2-year-old for drawing on the wall, and the 2-year-old wouldn't be burned by touching the hot stove.
Mm-hmm. And not only that, I wouldn't damn future generations to come after me for doing that, for drawing on the wall or burning yourself on a hot stove. I would never do that's what's insane to me.
So
a finite consequence an infinite consequence for a finite crime.
well, it's not an infinite consequence. It's fine. The consequence is finite. I mean, life is extremely finite. So that's why we have heaven. That's why we have salvation. That's why we have. What's that?
Well, I mean, I guess you believe if you're into the rapture and there's the finality to mankind as far as on the material natural realm, then I guess, yeah, we're finite in that regard. But up until that point, every generation that comes from Adam and Eve is given this curse.
Yeah, I mean, we are the progeny of that. I mean, this just seems just to me. This doesn't seem mean, especially given the salvation aspect. This is what you guys love to do: is pick one specific part, disregard the rest of the context of the Bible, and then say this is why God is evil. But what about the other part where he saves everybody? What about the part where he takes on all of the sin and all of the suffering?
Let's ask you this. What's your definition of, I use Aristotle's definition of perfection. You know what that is?
Yeah, we were talking about the Infamous hates it, but the most good thing, or the all goodness or something or along those lines. Is that what you're?
That's not. No,
okay,
no,
what do
no,
you?
that's
What's
not
Aristotle's?
Aristotle's definition of perfection is the full realization of potential.
Yeah. Okay.
That
Yeah.
how he defined
Yeah.
it.
The full realization. The full. Yeah.
Right. So if you've got a God, and the God is a multifaceted thing, and he creates systems because he has to create evil in order to inject Satan into it to fill the role of the evil.
Yeah.
Because Satan did not, they didn't come up together.
Yep.
Satan is a creation of God.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Even if it's a fallen angel, it's still the same thing. Right?
Well, it's not the exact same thing, because free will is also a creation of God, and that is a good. So two goods can create the privation of good.
There's two separate ways to look at free will, and I always mix them up: the libertarian free will and then the freedom of coercion.
Okay.
Right. But the reality is, let's examine free will. Did you have any say in the creation of your brain? Did you have any
No.
say in the environment in which you grew up in? Did
No.
you have any say in the things that were exposed to you that you learned or educated from? Did you have any say in the culture that you have none of these?
But
And
I do
every
have
one
the
of your
say. I do
actions-
have the say to negate all of that. So if I grew up in this culture or whatever, and I just decide like, oh, this all sucks, I'm going to India, and I'm literally going to become a Hindu Indian guy, I can do that.
Yeah, but you only know what you can do based off of predicate information.
I understand. Yeah,
you know,
we're getting
you
right.
can go to India. You know that's an option.
Yes.
But you're not telling me right now that if I wanted to do this, I'd just go to Pluto and join their cult or they're join their religion.
I don't believe you have free will to do things that are impossible. Obviously, yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's a negative freedom, right? So
Yeah.
in this way, though, but all your decision making and everything that you do is based upon predicate information. You don't really have a lot of free will in there. You have some agency with choices and things like that, but again, your choices are based upon predicate information.
Okay, so you would say that God should not have given any predicate information for good and evil. He shouldn't have created any sort of like meaningful choice between those things.
Well, no, I think he should, absolutely. I think if this was the world that he made, and he made us human beings to go along in it, then he absolutely should have taught us the reality of the world that he spawned or born us into, or however you want to phrase that.
Yeah,
but
and that's why the tree is there. The traditional view is that God would feed the knowledge of good and evil to man when they were ready, and that man subverted God's will, went against it, privated the good that God gave them. And that's what made it evil.
And he did that without knowing consequence.
I don't know how you know that he didn't know the consequence. Like,
because it would be impossible not to. It's illogical.
But what if
consequence for eating the fruit and gaining the knowledge of consequence?
Okay, if disobeying God is the first bad, then you instantly know the consequence. Like as you're doing it, as you're making the choice to do it itself, you choose.
No. You know the consequence when the consequence hits you, right?
Right.
That's when you know the consequence. Driving fast the consequence of death does not happen until the accident.
Right. And so you're saying God should have not punished him for like drunk driving and killing a family of 5 or something, just because he didn't know that was going to happen.
What's the consequence of falling from a high building? Is it the fall or is it the landing?
The landing, I would say, is the consequence.
It's the landing.
Yeah.
The falling, nothing. There's nothing to it.
Right.
You can anticipate the landing because the world rushing up to you real fast.
You know how stuff works.
But the landing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so you know how God works. You know that you can't disobey him.
No. You don't know that.
You do.
Because remember, we're talking about the first disobey.
Well, not the first one. Satan's was the first one. But yes, a fundamental human, the first human disobeying, yeah.
As far as Adam's concerned, he's the first one.
Sure.
Right? Or
sure.
Eve.
Yeah, Eve,
so they eat the fruit, and it's after they've ingested it that the consequence comes.
Okay.
Right?
And so what is your point? Are you saying the consequence should not have come?
No. The consequence, no. I don't think it should have come at all.
Okay.
And definitely not to curse generations further on than that. I think right on that alone, we're speaking to as far as I'm concerned, we're speaking to this is an immoral God. But I think it's
I
also
understand. Well,
to a degree.
Because you prefer to have a God that is not just, right?
How do you define justice?
Receiving proper consequences for your actions.
Okay, that's not how I define justice.
All right, how would you define justice?
Justice is equality.
Equality? In what sense is equality
you ever read
justice?
John Rawls' The Theory of Justice?
I have not. Enlighten me, brother. Enlighten me.
Okay. This is a recent guy. This is a guy that coined all the stuff about the veil of ignorance, everything like that. But this is how he speaks about what justice is.
Okay.
Justice is equality, equal measure, reciprocity. That's justice.
I don't even think that's true, because then there's no room for mercy in there, but okay.
There is absolutely room for mercy.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of governor? No, get him off of death row. I forget the term for that. Of course, there's plenty of mercy. There's mercies at the court.
But if justice is simply what you said, then there is no mercy. You have to eye for an eye, right?
No, you don't have to.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about equity, which is equality of outcome. I'm just talking about equality.
Okay.
Right?
Fair enough. Yeah.
It's different. All right. So, yeah, but God should have known better. God, it's his own system. And he basically gave us the mechanism in which we operate. We're just
Okay, so
doing our
if
thing. We have no
I'm
idea
still
the
I'm still not
consequences.
hearing. And remember, so we do this a lot. So this is the apologetics, which I appreciate, and that's great. And this is an awesome conversation. But
Okay.
the title of this is, what is your worldview? So what should God have done? What would be better than what he did?
What God should have done is given us the information and the tools to prepare us for the world that he born us into, and he did not. In fact, he strictly forbade us from having access to it.
The church fathers are going to say that he was going to give it to us, but that we went against his will.
What is there passages in the Bible that tell us that?
Well, I mean, here, let's do a quick, why do the church fathers say that God placed the tree of knowledge in the garden? And we'll see where they derive this from real quick.
Okay.
But so I'm still curious, like, okay, so you're setting up the universe. Is there good and evil, or is it there's no good and evil?
So here's how I set up the
Yep.
universe. All right, you familiar with veil of ignorance?
No, not really. Enlighten me.
Okay, here's the veil of ignorance. The veil of ignorance is saying basically in utero, how do you build the world you were born into without any knowledge of your placement within it? Okay, so
Okay.
think of it like, does that make sense?
How
So,
you
like,
view
you know,
the world
like,
without any sort of like preconditions of knowledge for like what you are or what it's meant to be or something.
or how you fall into the mix. So if
Yeah.
you build a world with racism, not knowing if you're going to be part of the majority or the minority.
Right, sure.
Those kinds of things. So you build the world basically like, so an analogy a lot of people like to use is the birthday cake analogy. Okay, you're sitting there, it's your birthday, your mom has made you your favorite cake ever. You've been known to just pound this thing down.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
This birthday's different. Okay, and here's all your friends and all your family, and they're standing around you and your birthday cake, and she hands you the knife, and she goes, "Sweetie, you can cut this cake any way that you like it, with one caveat." Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's that, Mom? Oh, yes. Because you can only have the very last piece.
Okay.
So then the question becomes, how do you cut that cake?
Right. You cut.
So
it depends on what you want, but yeah, okay.
You want that cake.
You want the most
So how
amount
do
of
you
cake
cut it?
possible, or do you want to, like some sort of like nice birthday party where everyone gets a little bit of cake?
That's up to you
Okay.
to decide.
Okay.
So just curious,
How do I cut it?
how would you cut it?
Personally, I would try to cut it into even slices because I like my friends. I want them to have a good time. I don't want them to perceive me as like being selfish and wanting the entire cake. And I really don't want to be selfish and eat the entire cake. But I could cut it with like tiny, tiny slices at the beginning, and then I could have the entire cake to myself.
Man, Karl Marx is cheering you from the grave right now. He loves you for that.
Good. I'm glad.
Okay? He's sitting there going, man, this guy, he gets it. I'm going to the best of my ability, maximize the results for everyone around me.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Brilliant. I love that.
Yeah.
What does Christianity do?
Christianity teaches me that I should do that.
No. Well, to a degree, but it also teaches you about the other.
It teaches me about it, but it explicitly says I should not do that. I'm supposed to love my neighbor as myself, as in they should have the same amount of cake as me.
But it also promotes the other.
What do you mean it promotes the other?
So let's take Christianity and the veil of ignorance here.
Okay.
Not knowing your place in it, okay?
Yeah.
Where would you want a world with religion where there's a separation of those that go to heaven and those that go to hell, not knowing your place in it? Not knowing where you're land.
Yeah. Well, what do I know? Wait. What do I know? Do I know about justice? Do I know about privation of good? Do I know about things that are necessary to know about in order to evaluate hell?
You know about consequence. You just don't know, like in the social paradigm, where you're going to fall into these things.
Okay, but I do know that, like, I do know, like, justice as a concept, right?
Oh, yeah, but more along the lines of my version of justice, not God's justice. But you do, let's say, like, before you know what place you're put into this world, you understand that there is a possibility that I can end up on the side that goes to heaven and I can end up on the side that goes to hell.
Right.
So remember, you're in charge of how you would create the world. You just don't know where you're going to fall into that paradigm.
Okay.
So then the question becomes, do you have a world that has religion in it, not knowing if you're going to end up in hell or in heaven or going to hell? Or do you take the third option with like, true religion, I'm just not even I'm going to even put that up a chance. Nor do I want other people involved in the system where that could be their fate.
Well, I'm definitely going to create the option where it's possible for me to go to heaven rather than the one where it's impossible. So I'm not going to choose the atheistic paradigm ever.
But you're choosing to have a world where people will go to hell.
Yeah, and heaven. And
that-
also, if we're talking about
Well,
actual
also-
heaven and hell, first of all, I mean, it's kind of a weird analogy because, like, I'm creating the world, but I don't even know enough to, like, what would get you into heaven or hell or whatever. But
this is an analogy. This is a weird metaphor.
it is a
This
weird
just-
analogy, but I'll go with it because it's interesting.
It's an intellectual exercise. This is
Yeah. So I'm definitely 100% of the time always going to create the heaven and hell option because the other one is just hell.
So you are okay with people going to hell?
Certain people, but also we've talked about this. My hell doctrine is somewhat, this is how I put it. I hope and pray for the salvation of all people. I know what does get you saved, but I can't pretend to know what doesn't. Okay? So I think a lot more people are going to be in heaven than I would than especially the evangelicals in Texas are going to be saying with their picket signs out in front of the abortion clinic or whatever. So yeah, I'm always going to create the just system with heaven as an option rather than the completely chaotic and random like atheism, nothing happens to you after you die. Because then everybody just ends up in hell.
Well, that's assuming that there is a hell.
Well, okay,
But
I mean,
I want you to
okay,
understand what the-
you don't. Okay, sorry, you
I
don't
want-
end up in hell. You end up in oblivion or whatever. You know, there's
But
no
does
difference
oblivion
between being
matter?
Hitler and being Jesus. You can do whatever you want in life, and the end result is the same. I'm not going to choose
Okay.
that ever.
Okay, so this is what I'm about to butcher this. Understand? Okay, I am no physicist. I'm nothing. These are just
Sure.
kind of concepts that cross my way, and this is my understanding of them.
Yep.
If anyone hears something, dude, you got that wrong. Fair.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Neither am I, so I'm
Right.
probably not going to be able to challenge you on it. So let's hear it.
So from scientific point of view, now this isn't to be confused with, oh God,
Like absolute
talk
truth.
about
I understand what you're saying. Just from your basic understanding of science, this is reasonable outcome. Is that what you're about to present?
I am having the biggest brain fart. What is the word for reincarnation? Thank you.
Oh, reincarnation. Right.
Okay.
Right.
There's not to be confused with reincarnation, but as I understand it, there's a theory out there called, I believe it's called nihilistic chain theory.
Okay.
Okay. And if I understand nihilistic chain theory, it basically boils down to this. As we understand it, the smallest particle building block of anything that exists within the world is a quark. That's
Okay.
what atoms are made out of, something like that on a molecular level.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And quarks, if I understand them, are energy.
Yep.
Okay. And energy
Yep.
cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only change form.
Yep.
Right? And a human body, just the same as a tree or a bird or air or light or photons or any of these things, are comprised of quarks.
Yep.
So then they arrange into some way. We got a human, we got a tree, a bird, light, everything like that, and then it dies out. It breaks back down, and then forms into something else. Because you can't create the quark, nor can you destroy the quark, but the quark changes form.
Gotcha. Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah.
To categorize what these things are, it's like, when does wood become a chair? At what point in that process do we stop being a tree stump and do we start being a chair?
Yep.
And that's kind of that's kind of a subjective framework that we put upon this, right? So it's just the thing is, it's like when you say that a dead body just rests in oblivion, nihilistic change theory says actually you're full of crap. It just becomes something else.
Yeah. But it's
And it
just
might not-
whatever it becomes, it's not you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the most important takeaway is there's no memory of it. There's no consciousness
Right.
associated with it.
Yeah. That's what I mean by oblivion.
resting in oblivion, but you agree with me. There's no such thing as oblivion.
Yes. Yes, I agree that there's no such thing as nothing.
Yeah. There's no such thing as or
Yeah.
oblivion or any of these things.
Well,
So there's
oblivion
just
relative to your conscious experience right now.
Right. But we also have a fundamental break on what you believe the consciousness / the soul is. You believe that the soul is an actual tangible thing, whereas I believe consciousness, which is the counter to it, is more of a description of the phenomena and the rise of a human brain or an
Okay.
animal's brain.
I don't think
Right, so
consciousness
we
is
look
at
at-
all counter to soul theory, but okay.
Well, I mean, what is the soul? It's not a consciousness.
The soul is the spiritual part of the self.
What is that?
Well, I mean, how do I can't even, there's not even really words to describe that, but part of it would be like sort of
what
an
is spiritual?
animating
I mean-
feature of the self, the connection between like some sort of ineffable spiritual realm and you, so such that man is sort of like able to even reach in to the spiritual. I
Can I
mean,
stop you real quick?
yeah.
How did you get to spiritual world?
How did I get spiritual?
How did you get to spiritual world in quotes? How did you get there with your logic? How did you get to there is a spiritual world?
Oh, I didn't get there with logic. That was just part of my worldview. So I was just saying that. But you asked me what I think a soul is. So I can't obviously talk about a soul unless there's some spiritual dimension.
Okay. So do you see how we're lost in the weeds right now?
I guess. Well, where are we lost from? What were we talking about before that we're lost from?
Because you're talking about spiritual worlds and you know supernatural creators and the voice into a bubble, or I don't know how the earth was like all this stuff, all of it, which is predicated upon what you know from a book and tradition and legend.
Okay, and all the science you know is also what you know from a book. I mean, you didn't study quarks. You've never seen a quark or whatever. So we all take things based on the authority of people that know more than us. So I'm not just making this up. This comes from Aquinas.
Right. Totally, dude. It is very astute to defer to authority on these kinds of matters. People that have an expertise. Absolutely.
Yes.
I will never say from it. But the thing is like, what are you? Okay, let's just take your religion aside. Okay. Because to me, like people who like I've offended some pastors about this. I was like, basically, your ministry school is akin to getting a master's degree in Harry Potter. It's the same thing to me. There is no difference between them.
Right.
Okay. Because all these things, like, yeah, we got characters in a book, and we have they do things, and they cast magic, and
except that Harry Potter wouldn't be able to exist. But fair enough.
Well,
no, because just on the simple basis that J.K. Rowling herself, but you could say any other book, so fair enough. But J.K. Rowling based the story off the story of Christ, so that's a bad example. But I understand what you're saying.
Lord, you know, I guess the Inklings are going to fall problematic to that too. But we just take whatever kind of thing. Basically, these are works of fiction. And to like, you know what? I am a master of these. I understand the books of Harry Potter inside and out. I know every detail. I have every line memorized. I know all the players. I know all these kinds of things. I know their motivations. Did you really know this one thing about this thing? Or all this kind of stuff. Because there are people that have really delved into this. Is there any value in someone doing that with the Harry Potter series?
Yeah, why not? I'm sure there are Harry Potter scholars.
Yeah, but what's the value of it? What do we know?
The value is the maximum amount of value that you can extract from Harry Potter. Now, what's the value of doing that level of analysis on the Bible? Obviously, it's like culture defining. Like, does Harry Potter create culture? No. Did the Bible create culture? Yes. So obviously, one of those things is going to not culture absolutely, but Western culture, Western society is built. The image, imago Dei, the image of man as valuable because he's the image of God, in this sort of like objective sense, is almost completely unique to Christianity. But
on that one,
what's that?
The Bible did not give us Western civilization. Far from it. The Bible is anti-Western civilization.
The Bible is anti-West. Okay, let's bring Sean in for a second, just because we haven't heard from him in a long time. It seems like he has a point on the soul, and. Let's see.
Real quick, is there another Sean? Oh, there's two Seans.
Oh, there are two Seans. Yeah, that's right. I forgot that you were also Sean, Classic Gen.
Hi, Sean. What's your name,
okay, Sean, did you want to make a point? So, okay, there's two things that you can respond to here, which I'd be interested to hear your take on. One, that Western civilization and culture, that the Bible is anti-Western culture, or something like that. Or that you can talk about the soul, because I know you had a comment about the soul.
Yes, so I don't know about the Bible. That part. I know it's structural to Western civilization, but I'm not going to argue about any of that.
Sure.
But then I wanted to say that the soul, the proper definition for the soul is that it is the formal cause of living beings.
Okay. Do you have an expansion on that, or should we go straight to Aquinas for that?
I was about to say, what does that mean?
Yeah.
The formal cause, so Aristotle, do you know the four causes?
I don't personally. So if you have
don't
them on
even
the
know the
top of
first
your
one.
head, yeah.
So, of them is matter and form.
Okay.
So, the formal cause is what makes a thing what it is.
Okay.
So, for example, if Aristotle says the best way to understand it is through analogies, relations.
Mm-hmm.
So, if I say a wooden table, a wooden door, a wooden chair, what is the same about all those things?
They're all wood.
They're all wood.
That's the matter. Now,
Right.
what is different about all of them?
Their function or something.
No, how we relate to them.
Or sure, how they probably there's probably a few things that are
They're-
different about them.
Their form is different.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the form, the soul is the form of living things.
In your example, I would disagree with you though, because the form of a table and the form of a door are identical. Mostly,
What?
we would think.
The form
They're
of
almost-
a table. How you can use a table as a door?
Absolutely, and you can use a door as a table.
But then if you started doing
Well-
that, then suddenly, like, so if you put hinges on the table and put it in a door
That
frame,
was a
then it
bad
would.
example.
That's
Okay,
why
okay.
what I'm
Bad
saying
idea.
is
He's
how we
still
relate.
wrong. He's still wrong. The formal cause design would be different from a table to a door. So it's inherently calling it design, which is the real problem here, because you can
Yeah,
only apply this to things that are design.
Yeah, that's why I say
Yes,
how we
it's-
relate to them. So that's why I submit that.
That was a bad
Another-
example because it was using artificial things.
Okay.
So
Could you say? Could
Sorry
you?
to throw you off here. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Go ahead.
I'm struggling to find an example with natural things.
Yeah, like
I feel like a bit of a dick, but I really want to say I wonder why.
Yeah, I'm actually reading about the four causes right now. See if you can see the point. So wait, so in terms of the soul, how would this relate to the soul again? Like even if
The soul is the formal cause of living things.
okay,
Is the
so
formal clause, well, hold on, just for clarity, are you saying formal clause or form or a cause? Which one are you saying?
Formal.
formal,
Okay.
as in
Okay,
relating to
design
its as in
section.
relating to its form, I guess.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I mean,
So
that actually
it's
does
what-
help us talk about that whole thing of like when does a table become a table or whatever. It's like when the formal cause is table or something like that.
Right.
Well, that's the thing though. That's the problem with the four causes is
Mhm.
that if you have something that can be used as, let's say, a table, but was not invented,
To be a
then
table.
what's the point? It'd still be a table.
Yeah, exactly.
you
Yeah,
gotta-
like you wouldn't have the formal cause in this case design because it is no evident design.
And then also,
But
can
it would have to
can
have the
you
structure. A glass of water could not, or like the water in the glass could not be a table because the structure or design is not. It doesn't allow for that. So just because you're
Okay,
like
So
using something else as a table, it has to have the structure of a table. It has to have the
I would
essence
agree
of a
that
table.
I would agree that some words that we have don't apply to objects in the universe. I don't think that means that it's a cause for its existence.
Yeah, and then the other question would be, can you have more table or less table? Can you have
That's-
more glass of water
I don't
or
think
less
about that.
glass of water? It's a very binary approach, but that's just not how we see things in the world.
I feel like not all of the causes have moreness or lessness, but like the amount of them do. Like the amount of wood or the amount of usage or the amount of effort.
But it requires our relation to them. So I could just basically throw like a take a hardened cardboard box, set it down again, we can eat dinner off of it, and that's technically a table
Right.
doing what a table's form is.
Yeah.
Or I could take you to Versailles and show you, Louis XVIII's table at his, you know what I'm saying? And like, that's a lot more
I suppose I
table.
just don't understand the design section. That's my main thing. Like I don't understand the whole formal cause design. Like is it always design? If it's not always design, then I might be misunderstanding.
yes,
If we found
it's not always design.
Okay, so if it's not always designed, then I suppose I just need justification for that applying to something that isn't actually designed.
We know design how it relates to something naturally forming, right? That's how we're able to distinguish something designed versus something that happens naturally.
Yeah, it's the contrast between something that is designed and something that isn't designed.
everything is
Otherwise,
designed,
everything's it's the defeater for the clockwork, the clock analogy on the sand beach.
Explain
Exactly.
explain this. How does it defeat the clockwork analogy?
How do you know that something is designed if you have nothing that happens naturally?
Yeah.
I do see.
If everything is cheese, how do you know what is not cheese?
Interesting. I mean, but that I don't see how that defeats the, the analogy, because all it says is that either everything is designed or everything is not designed.
Well, no, it's not that everything is not designed. It's that how would you even know it wasn't designed if you presuppose that design is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I
specifically-
stated this wrong. But okay, no. What I should have said is, if everything is designed, then there would be no way to know what is not designed.
Well, not only would there be no way to know what is not designed, but if we have anything that we presume to not be designed, how would we even know that? And if we can't know that, then the model fails. Like, there's no way for us to know that. Like, essentially,
But
you
just
said
because you
that
can't know that doesn't mean it fails. You just don't have a good reason to believe it, per se.
I'm saying why it fails. So you say you come across a clock on the sandy beach of wherever.
Yep.
So you didn't just recognize the design of the clock. You recognized the design of the clock
Relative to the sandy
ocean.
beach. Yep.
Yeah, but if that's the case, then the argument is circular. There's no process. It's just you recognized the design. Okay, so we know that thing is designed, but why do we know it's designed? Because we have examples of it being designed. That doesn't extrapolate to sand, because we have no examples of sand being designed.
Yeah, but
and
if
you're
sand-
just saying I recognized it, that's different.
But if sand were designed, which is possible, then you would have no way. You haven't defeated it. You've just said there's no proof that this is like the way that it is.
So
The defeat from it specifically is that if you say that it is designed, like the clock,
Yeah.
you have to then infer that the reason we know it's designed isn't that we have evidence that they are designed, it's that we know they're designed because of their complexity. That's not true.
no.
If it's true, then that means everything is because everything's complex. Everything's made out of the same shit.
Yeah.
Right? It's
Yeah.
just either more or less of it.
Right.
And so either everything is designed because everything's equally complex and made up of the same shit, or you have this clock which is designed, but the sand that isn't designed because there is no evidence that it was designed. That's the better worldview because there's no evidence of it. That's how we actually like analyze design. Like, for instance, if I find a dude murdered on the side of the road, I know that both people just die and also people murder other people.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I said that he was murdered. How do you know what happened to him? How do you know if he was murdered or just died?
I guess you would guess based off of the bullet hole in his head or something like that. I don't know.
Well, let's say that there's no apparent reason for death. He's just down on the ground, not moving, not breathing. Like, there's no heartbeat, nothing.
Right.
He's been dead for a few days.
Okay.
So
Yeah, you wouldn't really
like-
make a. I guess you wouldn't really make any sort of presumption about it.
you couldn't make any sort of presumption about it. In the same way that if you have no evidence of something being designed, you found it something new, completely new, right? You have no evidence that it is designed. You have no evidence that it was not designed. Your reservation of belief necessarily falls on the not premise.
This is
It's the-
interesting
it's
because
the null
I feel like
hypothesis.
Exactly.
design is sort of well accepted by these fine-tuning scientists that propose this. So it's like, where are they getting this from? What kind of calculation are they
fine-tuning means
doing?
something different. So fine-tuning means something different in science. That's the reason. Fine-tuning is used as like an emotive argument in like philosophy, as like, oh, this is so finely tuned it couldn't have been any other way.
Right.
That's the second section that is always tagged on to the fine-tuning argument.
Yeah.
And
However, fine-tuning in science just means something is very specific. But if
Right.
you look at it on such a deep level, everything is very specific.
Well, I agree, and that's part of the power of the argument, that everything is extremely specific. It must be exactly how it is, and there are imaginary possible worlds where it's vastly different. And so, why would one of innumerable, uncountable different combinations of laws and physics and chemistry and all of this, which lead to absolutely nothing existing. Why is the one out of like, literally almost infinite, not almost, but approaching infinite number, the one that was instantiated? The only thing that makes sense is that some force, some being like instantiated it.
Well,
Okay,
that's. Oh, go on.
God
Yeah.
damn it! I'm trying to jump in here.
Go for it,
This is
Jason.
this is the Douglas Adams puddle thing.
Okay.
The puddle, yes.
A puddle achieves consciousness one day,
Okay.
and it looks around at its surroundings and goes, "Wow, look at my home. This thing is perfectly fit for me.
Yep.
Every nook and cranny is being utilized by me
Yep.
right now.
Yep.
There couldn't be a more perfect form for my puddleness to be inside right now."
Right.
The banana is
know that.
perfectly designed for the hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
The
why?
glove
So
is perfectly designed for the hand, exactly.
So
The
to
thing
me,
is,
the
reality
question-
is life comes here because the conditions were met that were for our variant of life.
yeah.
There
And,
are
I'm
other
saying this
planets,
puddle thing doesn't answer anything, because it's like, what are the conditions for the puddle being there, or the hole, or what is the boundary of the hole? Like, how is there this pothole that the puddle's in?
Exactly, but you're looking at it from the puddle's perspective, that you're saying that we're life on planet Earth is finely tuned
Uh-huh.
for the puddle to exist, for humans to be here. It had to be put this certain way. No, we
Well, of course
met
it
the
did.
circumstances. The circumstances weren't put there for us. We met the circumstances that were available to us for life to come here.
Yeah, but the
There's
fine
also
tuning goes
zero
so much
other
deeper
universes.
than that. Fine tuning goes
But
so much
there's
deeper than
also-
that, because why are there circumstances at all for anything to exist, or like for matter to accrete?
Well, that's just a question. That doesn't answer anything either, right? You're
Yeah.
just
I'm not,
asking the
again,
question.
none of
It's
the
not-
like Alvin Plantinga will say, like, none of the proof. No, there are no proofs for God in the empirical way that I think you guys are looking for. But these questions and these arguments make you wonder. That's the only
Well,
point.
here's the thing: is that like if you have
Mm-hmm.
this, so the problem I have with fine tuning personally
Okay, let's hear it.
is that we have no other universe. There's no other universe with any different properties or any different possibilities. There's no other ones. There's ones we can maybe imagine,
Yeah,
but we
of
don't
course.
have we don't have all knowledge about how other universes.
You don't
can
even
be, so
need
there's
all
no-
knowledge. Even with limited knowledge, you can think of trillions and quadrillions and
No,
billions.
no.
and-
I'm saying, but those might be flawed, right? Like I can imagine like a universe where a unicorn exists, but there might be just no ability for that to happen. I don't know the rules of the universe per universe, right? I don't know how
Okay.
many universes could have existed given the examples, or how many. I'll say how many could work. That's how I'm gonna say.
Okay.
And if I don't have any of those, I'm sure that if they could exist, and if life could exist in those other universes, just not as we know it, just things that can think about their environment, or even think differently than how
Yeah.
we know it,
Yeah.
they are surely also saying, damn, it's so finely tuned, like we wouldn't be able to exist. And it's like, it doesn't matter
Yeah.
just because we exist.
But they would be.
It doesn't matter that way.
Wait. I think I lost you, because they would be finely tuned if they exist.
Well, no, they wouldn't be finely tuned. I'm giving you every example of every universe where life can happen, right?
Okay.
And in all of those universes, I'm sure they're making the same arguments where they're like, wow, only this universe can make life. Wow.
No.
only
But I
this
never
universe
said
is fit
only.
for us."
No one ever said only this universe can make life. Obviously, you can imagine other universes that make life. The question is, are universes which have life finely tuned? The answer seems to be absolutely, because matter doesn't
But
even
what do you mean
accrete.
by finely tuned at that point? Because it doesn't even mean
the
anything.
probability of what do you mean? Yeah. The probability
Well,
of
it
it
doesn't mean
being
anything of
away.
substance with the argument.
Well, I don't understand. You're saying you can imagine, like, there's all these other different universes, but there aren't universes that don't create life or accrete matter or something
Well,
like
okay,
that.
let's say we have 8 universes, right? And
Okay.
only one of them can have life in them, right? Which
Okay.
one is being like, this is so finely tuned?
The one that has life, because it has
Right,
life.
but they're all finely tuned.
Yeah, I'm not saying other universes can't be finely tuned. I'm just saying ours obviously is.
Right, but here, this is what I mean by like finely tuned, is that it's just specific. That's all it means. It's just specific.
Yeah.
All the stuff in it is specific. It's the way it is.
Ridiculously specific.
Ridiculous with okay, so it's ridiculously so that's another thing. It's ridiculously specific with comparison to how you live. The atom wasn't built, or not the atom wasn't built. Our eyes aren't made for us to be able to see atoms. Just because that's the case doesn't mean that's like it's so specific. It's just how it works, right? If there was a life form that existed on the atomic level, it wouldn't be so specific. It would just be how it is, right? It would be like playing with a basketball. It's not the same.
So
it's just how the universe is.
Yeah, so you're just saying the universe just is because that's how it is.
I mean, I'd argue that that's part of how it, yeah.
But that's your most fundamental.
To it.
That's your most fundamental. That's like the beginning of everything. Is just it is how it is.
Yeah, it is how it is. But like, this is the thing: is that like you saying, well, it is how it is, and it's not otherwise. It's like, yeah, I guess. Like,
well,
I mean,
you agree with that,
sure.
Yeah. So I think we agree.
Yeah, but saying it's not otherwise doesn't do anything for me. Like, sure, it's not otherwise.
Yeah, I understand that these arguments don't have power for you, so I totally get that. But for other people, they do have power, and even for scientists who study this stuff, who are actually a lot smarter about why it is so unlikely for matter to accrete, for instance, which is that's the most fundamental thing I can think of.
But like,
yeah,
why does that matter? Why is that substantive? Like, why is that? Are you impressed by the idea that matter can accrete?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
But why? Like, if someone could make a universe
because
where something could accrete, that'd be very impressive.
It sure would.
But that's just how the world works. Why is that impressive?
Because it's how the world works, and it absolutely does not have to. If everything were just chaos from the beginning. Well, because if everything were just chaos and there were no, like, so for instance, if the entropy state of the universe were even slightly higher than it was when it started, in other words, if the Big Bang had slightly more power or slightly less, I know it's kind of weird to think about the Big Bang as like an explosion. I know it's not. But if things started expanding at slightly faster speed,
if they expanded too fast or they expanded too slow, then they wouldn't be able to. Atoms wouldn't be able to couple, like, shit like that.
Exactly. And the way I understand it is not just like, oh, it's like it's a wide range of ways that it could be the exact speed that it is. It's like 10 to the 500th power or whatever.
Right, but what happens if it is greater?
Then there's no universe. Or there's like some kind of weird chaotic like soup.
Okay, and what are we?
We are order out of chaos.
We're order.
Yes.
First of all, you keep using this word chaos. I don't think that you could necessarily define that other than randomness. And randomness would just be like, sure, we could be the result of randomness. I don't see why like lotteries happen and people necessarily have to win them.
Okay.
Like, what if there was a 1 billionth in necessary, but the one event had to happen, and we're it. Now what?
I mean, like, that would be an incredible.
That's just random, and we won.
Yeah, that would be an incredible thing to realize.
Right, but this is the thing, is that like the lottery has to happen, and if you, yeah,
let's hear it, John.
Really quick, the one thing I don't like about the fine tuning argument is that there are so many things that actually kill us on this planet. I mean, this planet, we can't even live on like 60% of this planet.
Yeah, but other
the sun gives us cancer. The sun gives us cancer. Most of the animals on this planet want to kill us. There are viruses in this universe that want to kill us. I mean,
that's just sin, dude.
Yeah, but that's just sin. No, but nobody.
I mean,
said
you can make that argument, but at the same time, if this universe is so perfectly tailored for us to survive, at the same time, it's also so perfectly tailored for us to die.
Well, it is. That's because life and death are part of nature. So I mean, that's part of our nature.
And I agree with that.
I'm just saying, monopoly.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, the odds are the same in both ways.
Yeah, but
it doesn't.
Okay, so like take that. So say like there's some odd of like life on Earth or whatever, and the Goldilocks zone. Oh, it's actually wider. It's 0.95 to 0.131 astronomical units or whatever. It's actually wider than we think. So it's not that finely tuned. It's not perfectly tuned for life. It's like, yeah, we're not even talking about Earth. We're not even talking about life. I'm talking about the accretion of matter is like the biggest number in that equation, as far as I know. And then everything else that comes after that, it gets multiplied.
Can you just really quickly? I want to make sure we're on the same page. Could you specify what you mean by accretion of matter?
Okay, so if the Big Bang had happened with like any more force than it did, then I think it was that there would be too much heat for the chemical bonds to form, for atoms to bond to each other and create what we call matter, like a collection of atoms.
Right.
So it doesn't even matter if Earth isn't that finely tuned. I'm just saying the number for anything to exist at all ever is absurd.
All right.
But here's
Alright,
the thing is that like
I was more
go
going
on.
off of like that like Earth itself.
Yeah,
was
yeah,
more,
and I
I was more
understand
going,
that.
going off of that.
Yeah, yeah,
That's my fault.
I understand. No, it's all good. I think if we were
Well,
in the
okay,
Garden of
so-
Eden, then it would be exactly as you described. Like nothing would kill us. We wouldn't kill anything. Nothing, you know.
Well, I mean, we did kill things. Like Adam definitely killed a few pigs. Like,
You think?
But that's
I'm
all I
not
wanted
sure
to
if
add.
that's
I'm going back to
clear.
the audience.
I'm not sure if that's
I
clear.
mean, did he need to eat?
Well, fruit.
Oh, he was a. Oh, yeah. I guess we are omnivore. Sure, he
Yeah.
would have had terrible fucking diseases after a while.
Well, you don't. The fruit could have been like packed with protein. You don't know what the fruit was like. But anyway,
Protein
regardless.
fruit,
Yeah.
my man. Okay, okay.
Well,
fair
why
enough.
not?
I need Jesus on my gym formula, dude.
Or vegetable. Okay, fine. Vegetable. Okay, so beans or whatever. You know, like there's protein
No,
and
no,
stuff.
no. I'm not
in
making
natural
fun of
stuff.
it. I mean, God
Yeah.
can create whatever he wants.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
making fun of it. Like, but like, here's the thing with the fine tuning argument is that like there seems to be a lot of unknowns in it, right? It's like the argument hinges on we are here, and we are here because the universe is here, and we don't really go any further than that. Like, do you know what the odds are that I roll 6 6s in a row? It's fucking astronomical. Does it happen very, very often? Yes.
Yeah,
Six
but what?
sixes in a row
Yeah,
on a
but what?
six-sided die.
But what
that
happens if you
a
roll?
lot.
What happens if you roll 6 billion sixes in a row? Would you say that those
If
odds
you
are
roll 6
astronomical?
billion sixes in a row, that's astronomical. Yes.
Okay.
But could it happen? Absolutely.
But could it happen without you tinkering with the thing? I mean, okay, no. The question is, what time frame? Over which time frame could that possibly happen?
Probably innumerable amount of years. Probably. Like, if you count in failures, 100%.
Right,
It would
and
take
we've only
like,
been here for-
unimaginable amount of time.
Yeah, and we've only been here for about like 4.6 billion years or whatever.
But the time argument doesn't really apply to the beginning of the universe. What's there
that's
before
that's
time?
where it falls apart. That's why I'm saying your 6 sixes thing doesn't really make sense. But
Well, it's essentially either having infinite time or us being the only thing that exists. Like
Exactly.
that's the only two statements. So it's like either we're the only thing that can exist, or there's enough, I don't know, meta time for us to come about. Either way, we came about. The lottery has to happen, and someone has to win it. We won it. That doesn't mean that there couldn't have been other winners. There couldn't have been other balls, and there couldn't have been other numbers.
But of course there could. I'm just saying, yeah, the fact that we won this absurd lottery is evidence that someone put our name at the top of the bucket or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like the number is so
There isn't
astronomical.
necessarily that.
What's that?
Like someone has to win the lottery. Do you think the lotteries are picked for specific people? They're not. They're like seemingly random.
Well,
right?
in the actual fine tuning example, somebody does not have to win the lottery because in the vast majority of polls, so to speak, nothing ever happens.
But see, that's what you're saying. You're saying the accretion of matter can't happen, but we don't know what happens when that doesn't happen.
Well, we know it's not what we have here.
Correct, and you are not the person that wins the lottery if you don't roll a 6.
Right.
So there you go. Just because you don't know what happens if the accretion of matter doesn't come about, doesn't mean we know what happens in the other case, or if life can't come about if it does.
We're not saying about what happens in other cases. We're just talking about the probability of us being here.
But the probability of any of them would have been the same. The probability of you winning the lottery versus Joe Schmo down the fucking road is the same, but one of you can win.
The probability is the same, and that number is 1 over innumerable. So,
dude, we can say 1 out of like literally -1 from infinite, and it still is the same. And one of you has to win.
Yes, yeah,
We are
but
the
it would
one
be
that
more
won.
Okay. This kind of sounds like you're saying the probability of life existing is just 1. Is that what you're saying, or no?
No, I'm not saying the probability of life existing is 1. I'm saying the probability of existence is probably necessary.
The probability, well, yeah, because to even talk, you'd have to exist. So if you're talking about probabilities or logic or anything, there has to be existence. So I guess I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so
But it's
something
weird for you to
has
say that
exist.
the probability of existence is just one, like, that almost seems like a theistic claim. Like, existence must happen.
Well, no, because I don't think nothing can exist, so something must exist. in its
Right.
absence.
I mean, I agree
think
with you
that's
on
just the
that. I don't
definition
think we
word.
disagree on that front, honestly.
This guy wants to speak.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
Oh,
Henry.
Jesus. Henry, you get like a second, bro. What's up? What's up, Henry? You got a point?
I just want the ability to like be able to speak. I'm gonna mute now.
You want the
Oh my God,
ability
dude.
to be able
Put
to
him back
speak.
down.
I'm a bit
Put him back
afraid
down
of that.
immediately.
We'll see if he abuses that ability, but I'd like to give him a
I
second.
believe I muted myself.
A
I
10th
apologize.
chance.
I thought you
Oh, you're
muted
good,
me.
man. No, yeah, I didn't mute you. I did see you were muted. I thought you were just doing something.
Oh yeah, I thought you muted yourself, dude. Sorry.
Oh, my bad. No, what to kind of piggyback off of what he's saying is that, like,
Mhm.
when it comes to finely tuned thing, you need to, in order to say something is finely tuned, you need an example of something that is poorly tuned.
Yeah, but you only need
be able to
imaginary
describe-
examples. You don't need real physical examples because you obviously can't have those for a universe.
Give me an imaginary, poorly tuned universe.
Yeah,
one,
what is that?
one in which matter is not even able to accrete.
No, no, no,
And
no.
what happens there?
I don't know what happened. It's like some messy
go.
soup of. But you can
But
imagine
I think
it.
it's finely tuned.
But why is it not finely tuned? Like just because it can't accrete stuff? Like what does that mean? If finely tuned just means specific. It's
Yeah.
still specific.
The specificity required for the universe that the conversation that we are currently having is so small, the probability of it, of the specificity of us talking right now is so small that it seems completely impossible to get without some
The
outside
probability
force.
that you would win the lottery is so small that someone had to have picked your name out specifically.
Yeah, but we're not talking about
They
if
didn't do it at
anybody.
random.
We're not talking about if anybody wins the lottery. I'm talking about if I specifically win the lottery. Are you saying that that's
I
a
agree
likely
with you.
outcome?
No. I agree with you. That's why I just said it's the equivalent of saying I won the lottery. So someone at the lottery must have wanted me personally to win the lottery and picked out my name and my numbers.
That would be that's exactly what I'm saying. If the lottery was not just a 1 in 300 million chance, but instead a 1 over innumerable chance, then yes, it would
Okay,
be
cool.
more likely to presume that somebody had picked my name than that I actually won it.
Wait. But somebody has to win. That's the question.
Yeah,
Somebody has
but
to.
it doesn't have to
the
be me.
amount of the number. The amount of the number changes nothing about the strangeness of the belief.
Yes,
if
it
I
does.
just say no, because let's say we become intergalactic one day and have one intergalactic lottery, you could probably reach those numbers. And if you win, guess what? Someone had to win.
I'm actually
That
not
doesn't
sure if you
justify them in
could.
saying
I'm not sure if there's there are the probability it's 1 over a
maybe
number
we don't
that
have
is
enough time in the universe to get that far.
you wouldn't
but
have
I-
enough
but
you
if,
wouldn't
let's
have
say
enough
you have that
time
many
and
people,
there aren't even enough atoms in the universe to account for that number.
we don't know how many atoms are in
No.
the universe.
Okay, well, fine. In the observable universe, we know how many atoms there are. So-
Sure, but that's what I'm saying is that like someone has to win the lottery. Just up the people by however many, and that goes from you saying okay it was random to okay someone has to have it in for me even though they don't know me.
Yeah,
See
I
what I
just don't
mean?
see.
Like,
I just
someone
don't see the
has to get
problem.
it for me?
I actually don't see the problem with that. Genuinely, like I'm not trying to be difficult. Like I literally, if there are, again, we have to try to conceptualize this innumerable number in the denominator. But if I put my name in that lottery, there is no universe that I expect to win that lottery except for one where somebody picks my name out for me. Remember, it's not just
Why?
anybody wins. It's not like I'm guessing that somebody will win it.
No,
I'm
I know
guessing
it's
that
you.
I
I know it's you.
personally will win it.
No, I know it's you. I'm saying that you win the lottery, right? That there's never been any dispute about you the one that's winning,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
You win the lottery.
Yeah.
Someone had to.
Yep.
You're that person.
Okay.
From those events, you deduce that someone must have specifically, out of all these names, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
picked out your name.
Yeah, that's what I would have to deduce if the lottery was as big as it is, given the fine tuning.
But somebody had to win.
Yeah,
No, you have to deduce
right.
it because you presuppose the creator.
No. I'm
There's
saying
no-
I'm saying I would have to deduce that, not presupposing a creator. In this weird lottery example, I'm just saying if my odds of winning any lottery were 1 over more atoms than exist in the entire universe, you're saying it's reasonable for you to ever win that lottery?
Someone has to. So
From
yeah,
chance?
it's
Yeah.
reasonable.
Because the
I'm
system of the
someone-
lottery denotes that there has to be a winner of it. There has to be.
Yeah,
And so
I'm
when
not saying
one
that it's
wins-
likely in my lifetime. I'm not saying it's likely at all. However,
Yeah,
someone has
that's
to
all
win
I'm saying.
it.
I'm just saying it's
won it.
unlikely.
No
I'm just
one
saying
else
it's
did.
completely unlikely.
How is it
Okay,
unlikely?
it's unlikely. No,
Yeah.
he's right. It's unlikely that we're here. It's unlikely you were born. It's
Yep.
unlikely all these other things happened.
Yep.
And that's why if you say that you don't believe that any of those things exist, that's weird. But if you also believe that something had to force these unlikely things to happen, even though some unlikely thing had to happen, it's also strange because something had to happen, something did happen, and this is where we live.
Yeah, it's more unlikely that nothing happens than something happens.
Yeah,
right?
and that's my point.
It's more likely than nothing
Wait, it's more
happens than something
unlikely
happens.
than nothing
Oh.
happens than something happens?
Oh, it's more unlikely? Sure, I could agree with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it's more unlikely that nothing happens than something.
Having a cause that doesn't do an effect is, like, by definition, like...
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
obviously,
doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what he means by nothing. If you mean, like, yeah, I don't think nothing exists.
There's
So,
no
yeah.
consequence, no reaction, no.
Well, yeah,
nothing.
yeah, I agree with you, but that's not in question. The question is, does life, does
And
matter?
that's what he's trying to illustrate.
We're
to
talking
you
about a
is that
very narrow range of somethings, basically a 1 over insane denominator. So I'm not talking about
But you
nothing. I don't think
but you don't know- you
nothing could
don't
ever
know
come from something. What's that?
You don't know that though. You like I mean, you.
Well, I don't know anything. I just defer to Roger Penrose and Stephen Hawking and all the people that have done the research to say that it's extremely unlikely for X to happen. Therefore, I'm gonna say, like, and not just extremely unlikely, like.
Wait,
But
did you
this
say
is
something can't come from nothing? I missed that.
This is an incredulous position. Just because you can imagine it doesn't mean that the efficacy of it being unlikely is actually true. Just because you can't imagine it.
No, that's not why, but that is part of the power of the argument is that nobody can imagine it. I mean, you can't either. But right.
I can't imagine all of the world's, like, bankers calculating all the money that exists in the world right now, but it happens.
Yeah, but that you actually kind of can imagine. You can at least have some sort of
can.
like fake imagination of that. You can't imagine every single detail and
What do
all
you
the
mean by
dollars
fake?
and
Well,
not
that's the
fake, but
thing.
like of crude. You can have a shadow of an imagination of that. You can't even have a shadow.
I can have a
of an
shadow imagination of this as well. Like, it's just a literal unobtainable, unfactorial thing that I have no idea how to calculate. Both of them are that. You can't even wrap your head around a million.
This is the crux, though, because it's easier to digest a creator God than it is to actually crunch the numbers and actually figure out the likelihood of this.
But yeah, but people have
around it.
done the Okay, do you want me to pull up the? Please explain.
They haven't done the complete legwork of it. They're just extrapolating. That's all they're doing about it. But the actual reality of it, it's like what Sagan said. There's a difference between the universe and then everything else is referred to as the cosmos. And it's all the things we know and the things we don't know. And there's a lot more that we don't know than we do know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue you know this, so I'm not going to repeat myself for too long, but, like, if we knew everything and we could calculate everything, we would just get what we have.
Yeah.
They say that nothing's impossible, but Reese does nothing every day.
And that's why we got you back, Henry.
As he says, sitting on his couch playing games.
But again, if the prerequisite is that basically life started, like the prerequisite is a universe that can house life. If that's the prerequisite, then to say finely tuning, you need to be able to say, give me an example of a poorly tuned one. Both of them have life, but you're saying this one's finely tuned. Not as, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I mean, there's no poorly tuned universe that has life.
How do you know?
Well, I mean, just by the
Actually,
definition
that's weird.
Well,
you have nothing to contrast it with. You can't land on finally without being able to contrast it with something else. It's like the whole design thing. It comes down to that over and over and over again. You need to be able to contrast it with something else. It's law of identity.
Okay.
So again, it's just a specific universe. I don't know why that. What does that change that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We came because of the reason we are the way we are isn't about fine tuning. It's about selection pressure. Selection pressure is about basically us adapting to the environment that we're in.
Yep.
Because we have biological imperative to survive. So
this is what Penrose did. Okay, I'm not a physicist. This is what Dr. Roger Penrose did. He attempted to quantify how improbable this initial low entropy state was. Do you need me to explain why you need a low entropy state for the formation of atoms?
No.
Okay. He calculated the number of possible phase space configurations, i.e. ways the universe's energy and matter could be arranged. The fraction of those that correspond to a low entropy beginning is astonishingly tiny, 1 over 10 to the 10 to the 123rd power. This is an incomprehensibly small number. if you wrote 1 0 on every proton, neutron, and electron in the universe, you still wouldn't come close to expressing this improbability. So you're saying it's invalid for that. That study is invalid. He could not have done that, is what you're saying.
Well, you know what? I'm not a mathematician, so what I would suggest you do now is you Google that theory and why it, and there, I guarantee there's something on Google that debunks that, and learn that one.
Okay,
And
let
then
me
you-
ask. Has this been debunked? Because I'm in ChatGPT right now, and we can, I understand there's problems with that, but it is good for like just aggregating a bunch of like Google searches into
It's a
one little.
shorthand. Totally fine.
Has this been debunked by any scientists or
I can't wait until it
philosophers?
spits off the lottery fallacy. I
At
can't
some
wait.
point, I've already asked ChatGPT to do the Bible scene where Jesus flips over the tables, but give him a Glock 19. When can I read that aloud to the class?
Never, but I appreciate that.
No, come on. You have to let me.
Maybe at the end.
Be serious. Okay.
We're in the middle of something, so
I'll
at the
just
end,
leave.
maybe. Okay. Okay, so there's an attempted solution, inflation theory. One of the main responses to Penrose's argument comes from cosmic inflation theory, proposed by Alan Guth and others. Inflation posits that the universe underwent a rapid exponential expansion in its early moments, smoothing out irregularities and setting up conditions that explain the observed low entropy. And then the counter-argument by Penrose himself is he's a strong critic of inflation, arguing that inflation does not actually solve the entropy problem, which, again, we probably just have to get into the math and everything about all this. But he points out that the initial conditions required for inflation itself would still be extraordinarily special and thus low entropy, meaning it doesn't avoid the improbability problem, it just pushes it one step back. Then there's the
Wasn't
multiverse
Big Bang thought
hypothesis.
of by a priest?
What's that?
The Big Bang was thought of by a priest, right?
It
No,
was
Christian.
a Christian not a Christian scientist, but
Christian
a
scientist.
scientist who is also a
someone
Christian.
that was a member of like the church high
Yeah.
ranking, though, right? Like they were very much in line with the teachings of the church. I don't think it's
Yeah, I mean,
anti-religious.
Christians have always wanted there to be a beginning of the universe. Some of the church fathers have wrestled with this and struggled with this, and they usually draw on like Greek Platonic arguments for the impossibility of an infinite past. Like, imagine jumping out of a hole that has no bottom. But so yeah, it's been a Christian conviction that there was at some point a beginning of the universe. Obviously, that's Genesis 1.
Yeah, it just happened to be 6,000 years ago.
Well, I don't think they would be beholden to that at all, but yeah, that was the that's the Protestant. That's in Texas. That is
Yeah, I'm
probably
not tagging you with that.
in Texas. That is probably the normal view. Yeah, but even Origin,
crazy.
who is
So
like
let me
literally the
ask,
first church
is
father.
this what convinced you that there was a creator?
No. What convinced me that there was a creator is that I called out to him in my heart and said, "If you're real, show yourself to me." And then he did.
Yeah,
What'd he
this
do?
isn't like
What'd
a
he do? What'd he
convince-
do?
This, oh my god, this isn't like a convince him if he's not a Christian shit. Like he has like a personal experience. There's
Why
no
is that
point
an
in, like, attacking
unreasonable
him.
thing to ask what he did?
No, it's not unreasonable. I can tell you. I made a whole video. I made like a 30-minute video about it, so maybe it's better just to watch that. But I mean, I could explain my journey
the
if you
bullet
want.
Sum up your video in 30 seconds.
Just give me the bullet points.
The bullet points is that I was growing up, I was like you, grew up in this evangelical sort of community, saw a lot of hypocrisy, never had I thought you had to believe in like a young earth creationist view of the Bible. I thought that God was evil in the Bible and all this stuff. And so I went away from it, became an atheist just like you guys. And then that moved me into sort of agnosticism I'm not really sure how I moved from atheism into agnosticism. That'd be an interesting
They're
thing
not
to
mutually exclusive.
examine.
Well,
no, I know
I
they're
would
not.
argue that we're all agnostics. Well, theists and atheists.
Yeah,
are
I
all
know.
agnostic.
You know what I mean though, in the normal sense.
You mean basically fence sitter? Yeah. But
Yeah,
I
a
don't-
fence
yeah, I
sitter,
think that's-
essentially saying, "Oh, I can't know anything. I don't know if anything's true because you can't know anything," which is just a lame view in my opinion. But
Just to kind of like shorthand this a little bit even more, what I'm talking about is like you said, I had an experience of God.
yeah.
Give me the bullet point of that
Answer
experience.
the
It's like,
question.
Yeah,
well,
so
he's giving testimony, and that's
Yeah.
kind of a different. We're talking about being brief. So
okay.
It's a personal experience. What else do you want to give him but testimony?
Yeah, what am I supposed to give other than a testimony?
no, what I want
don't-
to say is like he manifested physically in front of me when he spoke to me. Actual words were being.
no,
Yes,
no,
okay,
that's
all right.
not
If you want
crazy.
just that part of the story, then you're actually going to call me a crazy person, but fine. If you want just that part of the story, I had gone through a lot of trauma a lot of grief and tragedy. I was on a walk. I was in my sober mind. It was early in the morning. I had been talking to my mother on the phone and crying about the problem of evil, essentially. Why is life so burdensome, so heavy, so troubling? I was walking.
I'm gonna ask you about this in person at some point.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
can
you
talk
should do it. You
deeper
should
about
do
it, just so you know.
And I was walking and I stopped and I closed my eyes and I looked up to the Lord, not up to him because I didn't really know if he was there or not, but just up into the sky. I said, Lord, if you're real, just show yourself to me. I can't do it anymore. Just show I need to know. And instantly, within that very second, I felt this like warmth and this light rush up through my body and fill up my entire body. And then I had this mystical experience, which what you're going to say is crazy or hallucination or whatever, but it's a mystical experience of me being connected to these trees as if like the limbs of the tree were my own limb. And I'm looking around, I'm like, whoa, this is trippy. This is cool. And if that were it, then I don't know what that proves. That wouldn't prove anything. And then I heard Jesus. I heard his voice. He said, I'm here, son. This is the answer. And then the answer to the problem of evil is not a logical answer. It's an emotional one. Because the problem of evil is not a logical problem. It's an emotional problem. So then Jesus walked with me in my mind and in my body with this warmth and this lightness and this spirit throughout my whole body for the rest of that walk, which was, I walked around the city for a few hours, and I could call on him throughout the week, for the rest of that week, sort of. And then it sort of started, you get back to your normal life and that feeling sort of fades away. And he was with me. I could call to him. I could say, okay, Lord, what do I do about this? What about this part? What about that part? And I would receive these sort of answers that were higher than what I could have conceptualized, certainly than anything I had conceptualized.
Did you get verbal answers? Or were they emotive ones?
Both, certainly. So verbal, do you mean verbal as in like audio, like I heard them with my ears, or do you mean that they were formulated as sentences in my mind?
They were formulated as words. Sentences,
they were formulated as words.
Mind or through your ears.
They were words in my mind, yeah. But they were also emotion. There was also an emotional element to that. I mean, that's how deep it feels.
So what I'm asking, basically what I'm getting at is, were you interpreting emotions that you were feeling as like this was like a messaging?
Yeah, I don't think there's a significant difference between that, especially if the answers that I got, which they were, are unexpected. If it's something that I would not have thought of or could not have thought of.
Well, I mean,
you have a girlfriend at the time?
Just dissipate.
What's that, Henry?
Did you have a girlfriend at the time?
That was actually right before my girlfriend and I had we broke up after that, I think.
So was that the reason you broke up?
No, that was not the reason we broke up. That was a whole other thing.
That
was sent from God in its own way. But yeah, what's up, Henry?
This was within the year?
Yeah, this was within, yeah, so I started having questions because I was on this. That's why I was trying to tell the whole testimony, because I moved through other religions. I moved through Buddhism. I dabbled with Sikhism for a second. I had landed in this weird, like, New Age. So essentially, no different.
Us?
What's that?
You didn't try us? You didn't try?
No, I did actually. Well, I always felt most attracted to some of the Jewish teachings. I really did.
I feel like I need to clarify something though, real quick with this. Yeah. Earlier, you had said like I'm an atheist, just like you. This is not true at all.
Well, I was. I didn't believe there was any God.
Yeah, but
I believed
that's not
everything
like
was reducible to naturalism and evolution.
I'm telling you right now, I would first of all, I would never call out to God. And
well, yeah, because I wasn't an atheist when I called out to God. I was an agnostic. Remember that.
No, but the difference is that I'm a skeptic and you were not. That's the problem.
No, right? I was skeptical.
I wouldn't go about it.
I was highly skeptical, but my skeptical conclusions led me away from skepticism.
But evidence isn't the determining factor for you. Emotion is.
In this case, yeah, now and in the moments when I led up to being a Christian, absolutely, you're right about that. But I realized that there's evidence is not the end all be all. There is no evidence for certain things in life, and certainly not for God.
How do you know that?
Well, because you know that. You can't see
You have no evidence of that.
Okay, wait, Sean, I want to clarify. I'm going to clarify. I didn't mean evidence. I meant proof. But the evidence that they're asking for is proof. They need empirical proof.
Well,
Okay.
no. I don't need empirical proof. I'm gonna shut that off right now.
Okay,
I
what do you
don't
need?
empirical proof.
Let me know. Let me know what you need.
I
Then,
need
brother.
I need any confounding evidence in like any large matter. I don't need it to be a theory. I don't need it to be a law. I don't need that. I need evidence that would support in a large way, not in a minuscule way like, oh, I just heard this, that God exists. That's what I would need. And all argument, which is the only kind of evidence that it seems to be the case, because there is quote unquote physical evidence for all different kinds of religions. The Muslims will tell you that, the Jews will tell you that, the Christians will tell you that. It doesn't matter. So, any logical evidence fails. Any argument I've ever heard, any evidence I've ever heard, not proof, evidence, just does not work. There's a defeater for all of them. There's no, and it's not even like an incredibly like hard thing to intuit. Like it's just you hear the argument about the defeater and it's done.
Okay, so do you believe
I've
in?
been
So
convinced of these things.
are you are a naturalist? Is that fair?
No.
He means that everything is explainable by science.
Oh no, I don't think everything is explainable by
Okay.
science. No.
Currently, is a qualifier there.
Well, I mean, sure, currently, because I don't know what can't be explained by science later, but
There you
Oh,
go.
but you
That's why
believe
have to use
everything
currently as
will
a
eventually,
qualifier.
everything hypothetically could be explained by science.
well, no, I'm not saying something could be explained by science. I'm just saying I'm not sure if everything can be explained by science.
Oh, okay.
Not sure.
But
Right
the thing
now.
is, well, you have to qualify what cannot be.
No, I
the
don't.
thing. Yeah, you would have to understand what. Okay, if you were to believe that not everything could be explained in science, then you have to explain what is the thing that science couldn't
Oh, so
explain.
I thought you were talking about the
For-
other thing.
This
Okay.
can't be
For you to
explained by
conclude that it
science.
couldn't be, yeah, you'd have to say like, well, okay, these are the things that science could not possibly explain.
No,
That's why.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
No,
why.
I thought you were talking about the other, the antecedent to that. I thought I heard it wrong.
Okay.
So like, yeah, no, I don't need like, I don't need absolute proof that God exists, even though God could show that to me, apparently, like He did to you. But like, the
Skiing
idea.
right now.
Oh. Crazy.
JFK.
JFK. What?
No,
No, no,
AFK.
AFK.
He's literally JFK. He
JFK,
did
it's
love. He
crazy.
does like RFK. He does. He is a fan of him.
Fuck, is that the guy that hugs like this?
Yeah, he talks like this.
Yeah, I fucking don't like that guy.
bombing the car.
Yeah, I don't like that guy.
car.
Yeah, that's why I think a lot of atheists and skeptics kind of go down. I don't know what evidence would convince me of God, but only God would know that according to what you guys claim about.
You sound like a very Matt Dillahunty Hitchens guy.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry,
I mean,
I
I'm a
got wrapped
skeptic.
into my
That's-
bathroom real quick. Hold on. Sorry. So, okay. So you're saying.
But I mean, isn't that true though? I mean, is it like you were just saying earlier? Not what's your name? Infamous, whatever. He was saying the same thing. Like, I don't know what would convince me, but it would have to be substantial evidence of it. But I don't know
it
what
would
that
have to be
evidence
substantial
is.
evidence, not even necessarily proof. Anything that heads in that direction, like.
But
perhaps
whatever
the thing
would
is that like.
be
Science doesn't
sufficient
even
to convince
prove
you.
anything. Yeah, science doesn't even prove anything. Am I
I agree.
completely sold on evolution?
agree.
Absolutely. Like I would need something that would correlate to even a god existing, like a general theistic god or a deistic god, like anything like that. And
Okay.
it sounds like in this, and obviously I don't know your fucking mind, right? I'm not a fucking clairvoyant. Right? I feel like I'd be arguing against myself at that point.
Yeah.
But like, it sounds like in a moment of like emotional turmoil, you called out to something, expecting something, and then
No,
got.
expecting. Well, I'm not sure what I was
You weren't-
expecting, but it wasn't Jesus. I'll
You were
tell you that.
expecting
Well,
something.
you won't ask the question to something you don't think exists.
Yes, but I didn't know what was gonna happen. I was like a new age, like whatever. So I thought I actually was against Christianity at this point.
Right, but you were raised in Christianity.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Who else would
But
respond?
that's why I was against it, because I was raised in it.
Yeah, I feel like
But
if
you
the
literally
Jews.
asked God. You didn't ask something, anything. Like you just asked God.
Yeah, but I didn't know what God
Like, and
meant.
what
at
God
that
are you
point.
referring to?
Well,
And it's
exactly. I
implied
didn't
by
even
the
know.
fact that you took the action that you were expecting a consequence from it. You were expecting
Yeah.
something to happen, and then
Yeah, and
something
I'm not
did.
saying you're fucking crazy or anything, right? I
Yeah.
don't fucking know your mind.
Right. And I think you
obviously
know
there's
from
people
talking to me
with-
that I'm a reasonable, rational person. And by the way, I know it's not represented in my chat because of the way that I set this up, but billions of people are like this, and a lot smarter people than me, and scientists,
Well, okay,
and
so I do
theologians.
want to say
anything.
billions of people are not like
philosophers.
this. Billions of people are not like this.
Okay, fair
No.
enough. You're right. lots.
also
There
the-
are
there are-
lots.
There
there-
are a large contingent of people that believe the Earth is 6,000 years old.
Okay. Yeah, not that. Not as
And at
large
one
as.
point in time, the entirety of the world, if you believe intuition, that the sun revolved around the Earth. Intuition doesn't get you anything, and people, and then how many people believe in something that says nothing about the truth of it.
Yeah. Okay,
So
but
it
you
doesn't
only
The
have an
amount of people that
intuition.
believe what you believe, along with the veracity in which they believe it, does not prove anything.
I'm not saying that that proves anything. I'm just saying that
No, I'm
I
quoting
can't
something.
be
I was just
crazy,
quoting.
or I
But you did bring
could
it
be
up,
crazy.
so-
I could be crazy,
Yeah.
but that is a cop out on your part to say that I'm crazy, and also the thousands or millions or whatever that number is, more than just me, who are smarter than me, who are theologians, philosophers, scientists, the church
But you
fathers
think that about everyone
themselves,
in
the
every other
gospel
religion.
writers, the disciples, the apostles. To say that all those people are simply crazy is
The
reductive, I think.
leading mind.
So
No, 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 no.
here's the
Look,
thing.
look.
No. Here's the thing. If you say they're crazy, that's a different thing. If you say that they are simply not skeptical of the things they want to believe, that's different.
That
If
is very
you,
different. He's right.
Yeah.
You believe in something that
Yeah.
a lot of people believe.
I don't
I'm
think
very
skepticism is a
sure-
virtue. That's another thing.
I mean, sure, whatever. Anyway, like the whole thing with like believing in something that a lot of people believe is that you have a lot of people that believe it for some reason. Are those
Yes.
reasons good? No.
Well, yeah, but a lot of them are good. Most of them, I might.
Why?
You have to ask them. I don't know. I'm just one guy
But
telling you
this is
my
the thing.
testimony.
But that's the thing
Infamous.
right there is that you're saying that a lot of things are good, a lot of them believe in them for good reasons, but then when I ask you what they are, you say you don't know.
Well, no, I do know. I can. Okay, I can think of them. First of all, the personal experience.
Sure.
I'm the power of the fine tuning argument still applies to me. I don't know. I don't really even get your guys' objection to it totally. So maybe we get back into it. But whatever.
It's
There's
the lottery.
all
fallacy.
these arguments. They have power on me. They move me. They give me reason, I think, to confirm the thing that fundamentally I feel the most.
So we're just entrenching you further. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, you guys are never going to shake my faith, because then it wouldn't be real faith, I don't think.
And that's why you'll
I'm
never
not
be a
even.
skeptic.
But that's not
the
what
thing
this is
I'm
about.
even
It's
saying-
not about me converting
Yeah.
you and you converting me. So if you're here to do that, then I'm sorry, this is not the chat for you.
Yeah,
but
I'm not trying to convert you. I'm just talking about the hypothetical here that like you are like me. That's all I'm getting at. I don't think you were like me.
no,
I don't
of
think
course
you were
I
like
was.
me
Of
either.
course I wasn't like you. I had room in my imagination, in my heart for some magic and some. There also is.
Well, I don't necessarily not believe in magic. I just don't believe in God.
Guys, I thought of a really
That's
good bit.
interesting.
It's like Steven Crowder changed my mind, but after hearing like the first argument, he's like,
Well,
"All
let me
right,
ask
you
you
got
something.
me.
All right,
You're
you got
right,
that
dude."
is a funny bit, Henry. Actually, okay, you
Yeah,
got
all
me.
right. All right, I
Yeah.
believe
I love
you.
the thumbnail, dude. He changed my
Like
mind.
Charlie
like-
Kirk's on a college campus, and he's just like, "All right, that's."
He's
fair.
like, all right, good point. I'm a
agree.
liberal now. Yeah.
All right.
Sean said there are things that are moved, things that move only move insofar as they have something else moving them. There are chains of movers, but the chains have them to be finite. Since there's no first mover,
Since if there was no first mover, then there wouldn't be any other mover. And then what we define as God when we talk about it, and this comes directly from Aquinas, but he is the first unmoved mover.
yeah, I just don't believe in this.
Actually,
No,
that
no,
comes from Aristotle. Aquinas borrowed from him.
It's
on
true.
Well,
that's
Aristotle
true.
didn't. Aristotle did have the argument of
Aristotle
He
movement,
didn't
borrowed
but
form it like
from
that though.
he didn't form. Yeah.
Well, it'd be first movers in what the Neo-Mission ethics. I believe that's where you find that somewhere in there, where he's talking about first mover.
Yep.
Basically, the way to avoid the infinite regress. And then Aquinas picked it up, and then more modernly it would be Edward Fesser, who and then Ben Shapiro like held his crotch while they were talking about
but
that.
even-
But it was-
But even like the argument essentially boils down to there is a necessary existence, right? There is something that is necessary
Yes.
to move all the rest of
Yes.
existence, right?
Yes. And then what
That's
would
the universe.
what would
Why
be
does
the-
that have
well,
to go any further?
because the first mover can't be the thing itself.
Well, no. But that's not what I'm saying.
That
Notice
is
how
what
you
you're
took
saying.
a
You're
step.
saying the universe is the
No.
first mover, therefore the universe
No.
is
No. I'm saying, like, let's say for the sake of argument,
Uh-huh.
there's a beginning of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't that just necessary? Why does there need to be this extra step?
Because the beginning of the universe is the
It's just
the
necessary.
action is the first mover.
No, it doesn't need to be an action. It's just necessary. It has to happen.
That's an interesting question. Why is the beginning like?
There
Why can't
cannot
they
be nothing. Be the definition of nothing. Something has to happen. So why does that something have to start with God and end in the universe when there's no evidence of this God and we have evidence of the universe?
Well, if you're talking
What's
about a necessary reality, that is what we're talking about when we talk about God.
Right, but you're stepping forward into God. I'm not going that far. You're taking an extra step based on the evidence.
Okay, so
I'm
what?
not.
God is your extra step, is what he's saying.
What is the
Yeah, I'm just saying that this.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the universe beginning is necessary. You're saying God is necessary to begin the universe. Those are two very different claims. You're adding a step. I'm not.
No, we're just
If
saying.
I were to put on my theist hat, I would say that there's something, even if you're talking about Big Bang, about like a singularity, an incredibly compressed singularity, which then expands to the bang, right?
Yeah.
Of what made this singularity? And I think that's the point.
That is
trying
the
to steal me on
that is the
theist.
point.
That's what
And
they would say. It's
so,
like, what is the point of the singularity? Where did the singularity come from?
Let's even say that the singularity is a thing, because I feel like this even still has a better argument. The singularity exists. Universe happens.
Yeah.
That is a better, more simple explanation than God, because God takes a step further in the causal chain. There's no justification for this step at all. Because you're going to say, why is this singularity here? Yeah. And I'm going to respond with, why is God there? And you're going to say, because he's necessary. I'm going to say, because it was necessary.
Because
you're totally right. You're totally
necessary
right,
implies this like true at all times, regardless of.
No, it just means in absence of nothing.
No, it doesn't just mean like you're not.
What is it? What is there in the absence of nothing? Something.
Yeah.
This is
so something is necessary, right? So
Right,
what
so
do we
this is the
call
something.
what do we call the thing that is necessary?
The thing that is necessary. That's
the catalyst, the first mover.
Sure. Yeah, that's what we're calling it. That's what I'm saying.
You know, but no.
You're tagging on God. I'm not going that extra step further. You're saying God causes singularity, causes Big Bang, causes universe. I'm saying singularity existed. Singularity did what it did. Then the universe existed. That's it. I'm taking one less step than you, which is by definition logically
Okay, so
more simple.
is the singularity finite or infinite?
Not a clue. Don't know anything about it.
Well, no, there's a theory that goes like this. So you go from singularity to Big Bang, and then you end up with an ever-expanding universe, right? But at some point in time, everything kind of like slows down. And one of you guys kind of covered the technical name for this earlier. And then the idea is that it contracts back to a singularity. And so you have one infinite timeline where you have, think of it kind of like a wave.
This is the cyclical universe, yeah.
Right? And so basically ever expanding, ever contracting universe. And then every single time you end up to a complete contraction, you have a reboot, so to speak, of the universe itself. And then it expands again, and then it comes back and over and over again.
If that's just necessary, as in has to happen because nothing cannot exist, you taking a step forward and saying that God needs to begin all this isn't necessary.
Well, I'm not. Forget the God thing. It's like, doesn't something need to begin all that? Doesn't something need to?
Something needs to exist, but begin something. That's only in a causal chain, which breaks down at the start of the Planck time.
Bingo. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if that's totally true. Like, I'm not sure. Like,
all the laws of
you're
physics
just
break down
assuming
at
that. Yeah, physics might break down, but does causality break down at Planck's
causality
time?
is a law of nature, dude. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm saying it doesn't break down. I'm saying causality doesn't break down. You're saying it does.
Causality would break down under a quantum model.
Yeah, because you wouldn't have anything.
I mean, I think anybody that says they understand quantum mechanics doesn't understand it is the famous like little quote about that. So I can't say like causality breaks down. Wouldn't there then be quantum causes? Wouldn't there then be quantum mechanics and causes?
There would need to be either uncaused causes or caused causes, and at that point you actually are dealing with logic because that's just how they work. There's no real substance to them, and then you're dealing with what's necessary and what isn't. Who's to say what's necessary in science other than the lack of nothing, because nothing can't be a thing?
Yeah.
So okay,
I'm not sure how
the thing? If it's arbitrary, why is it God?
Well, it's not arbitrary. You just you do the best you can to figure out what.
How do you determine what something is when it's not arbitrary? Like that's, or when it is arbitrary? Because everything that is can only be described by its emergent properties from its cause.
Yeah.
If something doesn't have a cause, its existence is arbitrary. It doesn't have any features leading from its previous
existence
cause.
is either arbitrary or necessary, right?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. But if
Yeah.
you're necessary, so actually, I don't agree with that. You are arbitrary and necessary. Both of those mean the same thing. You have to be arbitrary if you're necessary, because you don't have any emergent properties from a previous cause.
I don't think that.
So
wait,
your-
wait,
so your
sorry. You
properties
might have to
are-
define arbitrary in a way that makes sense because what do you mean if something? I don't think any. I don't think
Random
you can be
features.
arbitrary
You have
and necessary.
So you have random features.
But then
That's what
necessity
essentially
would
is.
be. But necessity is like a feature, so it's not random. It
No,
has
no,
to
no. Think of the shape of your nose, for example.
Yeah.
So I'm not pointing at you on your own. Why is it the shape way that it is? What is necessary about the shape of your nose?
Well, my nose, the shape of my nose is obviously not necessary.
Right, it's arbitrary. That's all he's saying.
Yeah. So, but he's saying
you
arbitrary
need
and
your nose.
necessary
No,
are
no,
are
no,
the
no,
same.
No. We're using colloquialisms now. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Arbitrary simply means that you're fucking. It's a random choice selection, right? Like
Yeah.
we don't know why it is the way it is, right? Because if you have no cause, the only way that we know anything's properties is by its procedure into its existence.
Yep.
So,
yep.
like, for instance, 1 + 1 = 2. We know that 2 is made of 1 and 1,
Okay.
right? That's how we know that. If you don't have any, like, properties to be broke down because you have no cause, then your existence is arbitrary. 2 is arbitrary if 1 doesn't exist. 2 is arbitrary if it's the only number that exists. It just exists.
Just is, yeah.
It just exists, and we have no reason why it exists. It just is, because it has no reason for its existence.
And if you were to take the first mover outside the natural material world, one of the describing characteristics of that is that God is timeless.
Yeah.
But that's defeated right away, because if you say that God created the world, it is implied that there was a time before creation.
No, it just implies that
So
he
it's like
created time.
Right, but created is a temporal phrase.
Yeah, and it only is
temporal-
relevant in the.
exactly.
So language, my feeling is that language wouldn't be relevant at all in that timeless dimension.
No, you're missing the point. You're missing
Yeah.
the point. If there is a creation point, there has to be a point before the creation. It's infinite minus 1.
No,
So
but he's saying
No.
that he doesn't think language can encapsulate this kind of meta causation.
Yeah, there's no way to encapsulate that using language or time or anything. So it's like you're just saying that there has to be this. You're saying before time there had to be time. I mean, that's a meaningless statement.
He's also. I think you'd also make the argument that in the Bible, when this was written, I don't know how you could explain that to someone. You know.
Yeah. Oh, well, and then there's that, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think an angel. Like imagine an angel coming down to you and being like, "Okay, listen. So there
Okay,
was
so
time
in the fourth
before
dimension, this is how it
time."
works, and in the sixth dimension, this is how it works, and in the eighth dimension, this is how it works, and then you're describing that to an Iron Age, like, Hebrew, like that,
Why don't they come and describe it to us
When
now?
you're on the 112th dimension, he asks you what a dimension is, and you have to start all over.
Yeah,
again.
exactly.
Or what my vibration on the 49th parallel is. Yeah, I mean, you can get like really, really weird about stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, just think of it as like things that would convince you
Mm-hmm.
about like the efficacy of a God prospect. If you're going to evoke first mover, then you're using the language within it, and you're omitting the language that you don't understand about it because you don't believe that language is a factor in it.
Yeah, because
Well,
what
no,
you're
no,
doing
not that
is-
it's not a factor, that it just can't describe it, which means that it's not really a useful point to the debate. And I, before we continue, I would just say, if we're having trouble with the whole arbitrary cause, uncaused cause bullshit,
yeah,
I would suggest just looking it up, because even as ChatGPT, it's a very
Okay.
hard thing to get your head around,
okay.
and it's.
I'm gonna ask as a
is
fair question to
absolutely-
ChatGPT. As a fair question to ChatGPT, is necessity and arbitrariness? Well, what's the question? What's the question? How would you frame this question to ChatGPT? Is a necessary being arbitrary by definition?
Sure, is necessary existence arbitrary, or something
Is
like
necessary existence arbitrary?
While you're
that.
typing
Or is
that
an,
in, Reese, did you see El
uncaused
Toro
cause
Loco?
arbitrary, I guess.
Okay, is an uncaused cause?
Reese, did you see El Toro Loco?
I did, dude. That was a sick video.
Damn, bro, that's lit.
Necessary is an uncaused cause. Sorry, arbitrary.
Did you see him live? Did you see him when you went to the stadium?
I did. Yeah, he was awesome.
That's, bro, Toro Loco.
He was one of the best ones. An uncaused cause is not necessarily arbitrary, but whether it is depends on the framework you use to analyze causality and necessity. Let's break it down. What is an uncaused cause? Something that exists or occurs without being caused by anything else. We know that. When would it be arbitrary? An uncaused cause would be arbitrary if it had no reason or explanation for its existence, If something just happens for no reason at all, it might seem random or arbitrary. Or there's no principle making it necessary rather than contingent. If the uncaused cause could have just as easily not existed, then its existence might be arbitrary, but then it would not be necessary. I mean, it didn't say that. I just added that little last part in. When would it not be arbitrary?
But there is no law that it's instantiating its existence. Otherwise, it would not be the first cause. That's the whole thing. It wouldn't be the first cause.
Okay, when would it not be arbitrary? An uncaused cause would not be arbitrary if it exists necessarily. Some philosophers like Aquinas and Leibniz argue that the uncaused cause must be a necessary being, meaning it must exist rather than could exist. Example, if God exists necessarily, then God's existence isn't arbitrary. It follows from the nature of necessity itself. Another example of when an uncaused cause would not be arbitrary is if it is a fundamental brute fact. Some philosophers like Bertrand Russell argue that the universe just exists as a brute fact, meaning it doesn't need an explanation beyond itself.
Okay. So my understanding of this... Oh, I see where I went wrong. Okay, so... I'm a determinist.
Yes, I do. I do know that.
So in the antecedent to determinism, which is randomness, implies arbitrariness, and I kind of tack that onto your belief, even though you're technically not a...
I'm not.
You don't believe in random beliefs.
Yeah.
No, I didn't tag determinism onto you. I tagged the opposite onto you, which was random events.
Right.
So okay. I mean,
if something is fundamental, it might not need a cause, and it wouldn't be arbitrary. It'd simply be the basis of all explanation, which is how I see God, as the basis of all explanation.
But that's how I see the universe, because it is all that is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it has to necessarily contain all the information it contains.
Yeah, and like taking even a more simplistic explanation was just simply being energy, which we know is a thing. And then you would say, okay, well, what created energy? That same argument could be, well, what created God? And then we haven't determined that energy could exist outside of a natural or material realm. We haven't determined that at all. We don't know. We know that it exists here, just like through your testimony that you were trying to express to me that God exists here on Earth, because he came and he talked and he communicated to me.
Right.
So, but there's nothing to say that these two, that energy or / God, could not exist outside of this. There's nothing to say that. So basically saying that energy is the creator of it all with no conscious or agency or anything like that. And then basically everything that sprung forth from that is merely a result not of randomness, but of selection pressure, of things colliding into each other, doing these kinds of things, interacting, mixing, right?
I mean, that's my belief because I'm a determinist, but yeah.
So but I'm just kind of trying to piggyback off of that.
So what is what is necessary for your belief? Just existence?
Yeah, existence is necessary because the lack of existence by definition doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well said.
Something must exist.
I mean, I agree with that. I don't think we disagree on that front at all.
Right, but we disagree for different reasons. You take an extra step than I do. I don't think that it must exist because of some external.
No, I think something must. I think something must exist. Yeah, you say I take an extra step. I just think you stop at materiality or naturalism or something like that. But I don't know why exactly.
You stop where you can no longer tread.
Right, and obviously we can tread into the realm of the divine because Aquinas writes a 10,000 page
It doesn't matter what
I don't care what Aquinas said.
I know you don't. I know you don't. But I do, and so you just choose not to. Why?
But why would you care what Aquinas writes?
Yeah. Any more than if he's wrong. If he's right, I don't care what he. I don't believe what he said if he said something right.
But in order to believe what he says, or in order to care what he says, every single claim that he has to be met with some kind of falsifiability.
Yeah, and that's what he does. That's what he spends. That's in the science. That's what he spends the entire book doing. I mean, he starts with the very beginning. Whether besides philosophy, any further doctrine is required. Whether sacred doctrine is a science. Whether sacred doctrine is one science. Whether it's practical. Then he goes to the exist. He starts before the existence.
We don't even need to go this far. It doesn't have to be unfalsifiable. We're talking about logic.
Right. Well,
it's not science.
Right. And
logic
I think that's
has to be falsifiable.
Why?
Because if the axiom is law of identity, you need to understand
falsify the law of identity.
Yeah. How do you do that?
An apple is an apple. An apple is not an orange.
Prove that.
Because it's an apple, we identify it that way.
Why can't it be an orange?
It just is because it is. That's the
See, yeah,
definition
see, this is
of
what I mean.
unfalsifiability.
Yeah. See, this is what I'm saying is that we're just using logic to prove logic. That's literally a circular argument.
Yeah, and so for
Yeah, but
for
you
things that are
can't-
pre-logic, you have to incorporate some circularity. But Gödel's incompleteness
What is
theorem shows us that
pre-logic?
you have, but because you have to do that doesn't make it incorrect to do so.
What every single thought that you have in your brain is derived from some form of logic.
Yeah,
That's
You would
not
have
true.
absolutely no cohesion whatsoever without logic.
I agree.
There's no cohesion whatsoever.
Okay, I just thought of the
I
words
agree.
square circle.
Uh-huh.
Does that mean
There's
anything?
a reason you did that. I might not be able to identify that, but there's
Right, but does that mean anything? That thing, does that mean anything?
I don't know.
Square circle does not mean anything because it can't exist. It can't.
Oh, you're talking about a square circle. I thought you were saying
Yeah.
square, comma, circle. I'm like, I don't fucking know what that
No,
means.
no, like, yeah,
that's some
square
code or
No,
circle.
no,
something.
a circle that is also
Yeah.
a square.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
that
yeah.
would be illogical.
Yeah.
Because there's no such
Exactly,
thing.
yeah.
It's an
And I just
unmarried
thought of it.
bachelor. Yeah. No,
Right.
because you're what you're doing is you're conflating your ability to abstract with logic, which maps onto reality. That's
Right,
what
but you're saying that logic is the only way I think anything, but I just thought of something that was completely illogical.
using logic. You said something illogical, but you had to use logic to
Wait, so
understand
I
the
can
difference
use
between-
logic to say something illogical?
Of course you did. Yeah.
Okay, use logic to say something illogical. And if, by the way, if you do this, logic is not a trustworthy path to truth.
What else would be a trustworthy path of truth aside
It's
from
not.
law?
It's not what else can be. Is that if you can think of something that is unreasonable using logic, that means that just like faith, which can get you a right answer and a wrong answer, it can get you a right answer and a wrong answer,
Yeah.
meaning it's an unreliable path to truth.
This is
No,
actually
because I don't think you can have something that is two things in contradiction that are both valid and sound.
okay.
Yes,
This is actually a
correct.
very good point to interject. I was curious about how you guys. Ignore that. Ignore the League of Legends content. I'm curious how you guys would
This
respond.
explains why you went to God. You needed it.
I needed him, dude. League of Legends was killing me. It still is. Okay. Have you guys heard of Alvin Plantinga?
No.
He's one of these people that is much, much smarter than I. Wait, what is going on here? All right, let me just look up.
Not gay church.
I know. I don't know why. I actually don't agree with Michael Knowles on vast majority of things, so I was probably watching that just to see what I don't agree with. But Alvin Plantinga. I saved that video, but I don't know. This is the long form of it, but there was a really succinct. No, it
Oh,
didn't. But
there
my
you were.
OBS. No, it
Oh,
didn't. But
there
my
you were.
OBS studio disconnected. Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Here we go. Okay. Let's see how you guys respond to this, and we can pause it as many times as you want and evaluate each claim on the basis of itself. So let me know if you can hear it
Alvin,
and everything.
You've taken a fascinating approach to the concept
can't
of
hear it.
naturalism.
You can't hear this?
No, are you streaming your screen rather than your YouTube?
Maybe.
Because you only hear sound when you stream your YouTube.
Stream YouTube specifically. Okay, how about this now? And I'll play it.
Oh wait, I have you
Substance of
streaming.
reality is only
you have-
physical, and you use an evolutionary argument. How does that work?
Well, first, I would say naturalism is the idea that there isn't any such person as God or anything like God. So naturalism is stronger than
That's
atheism.
not what that is.
You
No,
could
I
be
would
an
disagree.
atheist.
Okay. What would
Yeah.
you say naturalism is then?
Naturalism does not state that there is no God. In fact, one of the greatest analogies ever is that a significantly scientifically advanced society would be indistinguishable from God from our perspective. So nothing under materialism said there can't be anything like a God.
Yeah.
So it definitely, by definition, does not exclude God.
Okay, but do you believe there is no God or nothing like God?
I don't believe there is no God or nothing like God. I have no
Yeah.
like.
So you're
I have
totally
no belief judgment on God.
Yeah.
I think
It's
there are
just-
some gods we can rule out, but if we're just talking about a general theistic God, I have no idea whether or not he could exist.
Exactly.
Okay.
And right now, just the claims are
But then-
the evidence or the proofs that that supposedly support the claims of him being there are I consider to be insufficient.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but you guys are arguing as if there is no God. So I don't. Why are you doing that?
That's not that's not at all what we said though.
No,
You're presenting arguments for God existing. And then
we're
we're
challenging
going, this isn't true, this isn't true,
Okay.
this isn't true, and this isn't true.
Okay, but if you're just being like, what is your like assumption or what is your intuition? I mean, do you believe there is one or you don't even presume?
I don't pretend to know what happened before the Planck time of the universe.
Okay. Well, I'm still interested in seeing how you respond to the rest of this, but you can imagine a naturalist, like you know what that looks like.
I mean, I don't think any of those people really have any weight to stand on. Like they just kind of have the same position except in the opposite direction. Like there's no real way to prove that only the material exists.
Okay, interesting.
It's just like it's not that I don't believe in the supernatural. I just have no reason to believe it exists.
It's pragmatic materialism. That's what it is.
Yeah, I have no reason. Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's just how you would view like a leprechaun or Bigfoot. You have no reason to believe these exist, and they're perfectly explained by folklore. And all we're doing is upping the magnitude and the scope of your belief system. And what we're saying is, like, basically, we can stop. I'm in agreement with it. We stop at Planck time.
So then you do admit that naturalism and like evolutionary theory are self-referentially incoherent.
What do you mean self-referentially incoherent?
So you can't coherently hold the view of naturalism and believe in evolution.
You can't hold the belief of naturalism and evolution.
Yeah, that's what Alvin Plantinga is going to argue. If you're interested in the argument, we can play the video. But if you don't even
I mean, let's play the. I don't believe that on face value because I think that naturalism necessitates evolution given the facts we know about the world. But like, I don't know how we could even separate those two.
They seem inextricably linked to one another. But okay. Yeah.
Let's see.
Without rising to the full heights or descending to the full depths of being a naturalist. So if you didn't think there was any such person as God, but you thought there was something like Plato's idea of the good, let's say, then you would be an atheist, but not a naturalist. And my argument is against naturalism, really. Now, when I speak of evolution, I just mean what everybody else means by this, the idea that we human beings have come to be by some process of descent with modification where the driving force behind the process, you might say, would be natural selection working on or winnowing some source of genetic variation. Random genetic mutation is the
whatever,
usual.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Let's hear it. How do you guys respond to his definition of evolution? Is that a fair definition?
Well, he says the driving force of evolution is natural selection, but it's also sexual selection, environmental selection, random mutation. Like there's a bunch of pressures that apply to you.
I think I think he's including those in that.
One of the bigger features is the sun itself. So
Sorry?
the sun
It's an environmental selection. Yeah,
exactly.
If you're born in a cave, you'll probably die. Like,
right.
Or you adapt otherwise. But there's adaptation, selection, pressure. There's a whole host of things that go on.
Yeah. No, and I think he's going to totally agree with you. And
sure.
And sort of,
if you would like go back a little bit, did he say something about like the naturalists don't have an explanation for good or something like that? Is that
no. He was just defining. He was just defining naturalism. He's just saying
he says if you believe in it because of metaphysical reasons, then you're not a complete naturalist, which is just true. Yeah. If you believe, like, he's not saying that naturalists can't believe in good. I don't think he said that.
Yeah, no, he's not saying that. He's just saying he's just defining a naturalist as not an atheist, but simply someone who doesn't believe in sort of any I guess metaphysical, like the Platonic ideals or anything like that.
Which isn't what any of us believe. Like, we do think that there are things that necessarily can't be proved by science.
Okay, good. But it's still an interesting argument if you're interested in that.
Like, I can't empirically prove that you have consciousness, for instance.
No, of course not. Yeah. And so as long as we're willing to admit that, then that's good for me. I mean, I like that. But
are you saying that you can't empirically prove consciousness in kind of like a solipsistic way? Is that why you say that?
A solipsistic way, which is the absolute way, which is all I really care about. Like, I can't prove that you have consciousness. I can prove I have consciousness without even using science. I can prove it at the most foundational level, which is I think.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to even consider the question, I have to engage in the solution. Like,
yeah. Okay, I see what you're getting at. Yeah, solipsism really throws a wrench in it, but the thing is there's, I mean, it depends on what the hard, soft, solipsistic kind of positions. It really kind of throws a thing in, but there's not really any reason to believe that it's not that, especially when it comes to like.
Yeah, solipsism is kind of an all-defeater because it's like the unanswerable question.
Yeah.
But in the same way that solipsism might defeat kind of like more like a naturalistic material approach, solipsism also defeats the.
It would defeat every position, yeah.
Yeah, it's the all-around defeater. So
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
all everything. Nothing but because, and the main takeaway here is because it can't be proven. That's the thing. So, like,
Yep.
you know.
Totally.
So,
I just mean
continue
what
the
everybody
video.
else means by this, the idea that we human beings have come to be by some process of descent with modification, where the driving force behind the process, you might say, would be natural selection working on or winnowing some source of genetic variation. Random genetic mutation is the usual suspect, you might say. And what I think is the case is...
Okay.
It is not the usual suspect. In fact, it is actually destructive and what's it called? It is both destructive and creative.
No, but but that's what he said. He said winnowing from random genetic mutation.
Right, but he
via
said it is
natural
the usual
selection.
suspect. In fact, most mutations are harmful.
Yeah, he's agreeing with you. He's saying natural selection winnows, so like mutations that are harmful lead to death, lead to not passing on your genes. So natural selection is what winnows species into something that they are now.
Yeah. But
From
it's not random.
the field of no, he's not saying natural selection is random. He's not saying evolution is random. He's saying from the field of random genetic mutation. So do you agree that genetic mutation is random or no?
I mean, I by definition don't agree with that. But
okay,
let's say it's true. I don't. Are you saying that it only causes destruction in the gene pool?
No.
Okay, then that's fine. I misunderstood. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, he's not
Just
saying
for
that.
the record,
I'm not saying
there are some people that do posit that.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking guys at the Discovery Institute saying that that fucking random mutation always destroys information. Like,
and basically, that's why we're not living to be 950 years like the Methuselah and all that, is because mutations have weakened us and weakened us and weakened us over time.
Okay.
So evolution is and therefore cannot be biblically sound.
If I can impart anything upon you ever, Streets, fuck the Discovery Institute.
Okay, I don't even know who that is. I've never heard of that.
It's a huge institute trying to include like theocracy into the United States. It's fucked.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
like, they have people like fucking
Wait, isn't
Michael
that guy
Behe
Penrose
and shit.
part too? I think Penrose is part of that.
No, I don't think he's part of the Discovery Institute. He's like adjacent. He's met with people in the.
Yeah, I'm
kind
sure
of like
they.
the guy that PragerU or something like that. Is that?
Yeah, it's like PragerU.
Oh, Prager. Okay.
I don't know how bad this guy is. I have no idea. I have zero idea.
Okay. Well, let's
I
keep
don't
going.
think you can sensibly believe these two things together. I mean, it often seems like people think of evolution as a pillar in the temple of naturalism, but I think they conflict with each other.
That's fascinating thought. So let's understand it, because most people would say just the opposite, that if evolution is one of the cardinal proofs of naturalism and that the world is only physical.
No one says that.
Yeah, the interviewer is a little bit of a simpleton, but that sometimes makes for a good interviewer because it makes a smart guy have to explain his theories simply. So
sure.
Tend to think.
Yeah, that's what some people think, and I think those people are wrong. I think, as I say, you can't sensibly believe in both naturalism and evolution. This argument has to do with the reliability of your cognitive faculties, like memory and perception, a priori intuition, or mathematical and logical intuition. Maybe there are others, induction, let's say, whereby you know something about the future by virtue of knowing about the past, etc. These cognitive faculties, I think if you accept naturalism and evolution, you can't think of your cognitive faculties as being reliable, as giving you the actual truth about the world. And
wait,
the
is he
argument
just
goes
saying
like
solipsism is an issue?
Well, and also he's completely denying other. He's basically saying that our cognitive ability to interact with the world, since that's a non-reliable, that makes it like nonsensical, and and he refers.
Is the solution God?
No.
Yeah. So, but
that's not what he said. He's not making any positive claim about God in this video, and he won't.
Sure. No. Well, I mean, then I disagree with his positive claim that like this isn't like, okay, so he's saying that this is a problem for the worldview he posits. I agree with that.
Yeah.
In as far as it is a problem with every worldview that has ever existed.
Well, okay, but let's see how he fleshes this out, because I don't think it is a
But-
problem
but-
with theism.
Well, here's the problem,
Really?
though.
I mean,
No.
you're a person, no.
Well, no, it is a problem more for theism than it would be for naturalism.
No, it's a problem for every argument equally. Solipsism is fucked. It destroys everything that it touches.
I don't think he's talking about solipsism necessarily.
Yeah.
He's talking about basically the inferiority of cognitive function, but I don't think he's saying solipsism about that. He's just saying that your ability, your sense, the reliability of your senses are faulty.
Yes.
So therefore,
Right, in comparison to your consciousness, that's solipsism. Like, like for instance, true solipsists would believe that the only thing that exists is their consciousness because they cannot trust their senses.
are you saying that cognition and consciousness are the same thing?
I would generally think people assume that, yeah.
Yeah, that's something that he's gonna have a problem with, but let's play it and see what.
Sure.
Cognition,
Okay.
I mean, I could be totally dead wrong about this, but cognition seems my ability to interact with the world is your cognition. The consciousness is basically the interpreter of the cognition. That's
I
kind
wouldn't
of
know I wouldn't know the definitions of them, so I guess we can go on with.
Yeah, let's
and
go
then
on
discuss
and
it.
see what he says, because he's a
Well,
lot
hold on,
smarter than I
real
am.
quick though,
Yep.
on that part though, is
Mhm.
in much the same way, we do have things called record keeping and like the fossil record and all these kinds of things.
Mhm.
Evidence of a timeline and evidence of evolution permeate our universe.
Yeah.
We have tons of evidence of it, so it doesn't matter. Like at whatever point in time you're at, you are able to refer back to these things.
Yeah, but he
It's like the
he
argument
believes
about-
he believes in evolution, but that you have to trust your cognitive faculties to even believe in evolution or believe in anything.
Yeah,
Okay.
So
I think that's true of every belief system
Yep.
ever.
that defeats theism too.
no, it doesn't
Yeah.
defeat theism, but it definitely defeats naturalism.
No,
Well-
it definitely defeats theism because the only reason that you have any experience of God is through your cognitive faculties.
Right, but he's saying we can trust our cognitive faculties because God created us in His image. That's what he's
Okay,
gonna.
the because section relies on your cognitive faculties. The things you said after
Yes.
because
Yeah.
are only provable because of your cognitive faculties.
Yeah, and he trusts his cognitive faculties, just like I think you probably do.
Right, which is just as a problem for solipsism for me as it is
Yeah.
for you. It's
Again, this
circular
isn't
argument
really
when
a
it comes to
solipsism. This isn't really about solipsism. It's sort of a argument against naturalism.
Right, but it's an argument against every belief system that has its cognitive faculties as evidence,
Like your ability to
including yours.
Yeah, your ability to interact with the Bible, your church, your community, your ability to understand God or anything like that is
With
limited by
sin, God in that fucking story that you told us. You
And
know,
I
like
can only trust.
everything.
I can only trust those if I trust my cognitive faculties.
You have
And the
no choice
only
but to
reason to trust my cognitive faculties would be if somebody created me for them to be trustworthy.
No,
that's a complete assumption. What do you mean? And even,
Well,
and even
do you
if
want to
that
watch
was
the
case,
video or
only-
not? I mean, what do you want me to do?
Oh, I mean, I thought you just outlawed the rest of it, but sure, go on.
No, I didn't outline the rest of it.
If you're a naturalist, you'll probably also be a materialist about human beings. You'll think
Those are the
that
same
human
thing.
beings are material objects. They're not souls, immaterial
Sure.
souls that have a body or own a body or work in a body or whatever. They are material objects.
The only thing that exists are material, physical objects, and
Yeah.
nothing else exists.
Right. So if that's the case, then then you'll be a materialist.
between man
And
man.
if
Very
you're
important.
now, suppose we think about not ourselves, but about creatures on some alien planet that are a lot like us, maybe a planet revolving around Arcturus. So these creatures, let's suppose that for them naturalism holds. As things stand for them, naturalism is true, and also that evolution holds, and also these people then are material objects. These beings, creatures, are material objects. So what is it that causes their behavior? Well, what causes their behavior in a sort of proximate sense will be their neurology, the states in which their brains are. So a bunch of neurons send a signal down a nerve, let's say, to a muscle, causing it to contract, and my arm goes up. That's how.
Do you guys agree with that? Basically, that's how your behavior comes about as a function of your neurology?
I think, like, sure, I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Behavior
Sort
gets
of.
there.
I mean,
right?
it's not excluding biological imperative, but yeah.
I mean, I think that if we're to exclude all philosophy, sure, that's how minds work. Like,
Yeah.
if you come across anything that's like external to like just your biological intent, like, you know, if these people wanted reason or anything like that, even that's kind of like evolutionarily beneficial. So like, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
So
we'll continue.
behavior is caused by their neurology, and and also their beliefs, what they believe, and the content of their beliefs. That's also caused by their neurology.
That's a part of their neurology, but sure.
Now,
Yeah,
given
that's what he's saying. That their beliefs are also informed by the neurology.
Yeah.
Okay.
that, given that evolution is true, that these creatures have come to be by virtue of natural selection, winnowing some form of genetic variation, we can take it for granted that their behavior is adaptive. It enhances their fitness. It leads to survival and reproduction.
Is that fair?
I'd say so.
Yep.
That evolution is to their advantage.
That
I
their
mean, not
that their
at all
behavior
times.
is adaptive.
Their behavior is adaptive? What do you mean?
I'm sorry. No, that evolution. Wait. Actually, let's rewind it a couple seconds.
He did say that. He did say
We
behavior
can
is adaptive.
take it for granted that their behavior is adaptive.
Okay.
It enhances their fitness. It leads to survival and reproduction.
Their behavior is
if
adaptive,
that's-
enhances their fitness.
Well, it's
I don't
adapting.
know-
What is
I
it
don't know if
adapting
that's-
to?
Yeah, it depends on the pressure they're adapting to. Like as I said, there's multiple. Like if it's sexual pressures, it might for that moment be advantageous to become more physically fit, or it might become more advantageous to become a slob.
Yep.
It depends on the sexual
No,
behavior
I think-
of
I
the
think-
thing, and that might be worse in other sections of pressures.
I think he's gonna agree with you on that.
Sure.
Okay.
True, then the same thing will go for what causes their behavior, namely their neurology. We can think of that too as being adaptive, causing the right kind of behavior, therefore being such as to promote survival and reproduction.
Not
Now,
necessarily.
the neurology that causes their beliefs.
What else would it adapt to other than?
Well, it's not that it wouldn't adapt to it. It's saying that it's going to result in those things, which isn't true, right? You don't make all optimal choices.
No.
Yeah, because some things evolve out of existence. Well, you know what I'm saying, like into
Right.
extinction.
But then they
That's the way-
simply
Well, it's
then
not-
they
it's
simply
not just
don't.
that.
Then they simply don't exist.
Right, but there's a difference between thriving in and dying, right? Like this is the thing is that like we don't live in perfect adaptation to our environment. For instance, human beings evolved to live in the desert,
Right.
right? A tundra, right?
Yeah.
We didn't evolve to live in Europe. Do we thrive in Europe? Yeah. Do
Yeah,
we
sure
thrive
do.
in other places? Yeah. But we didn't evolve to do that.
Right.
Well, some did. Some branched off.
Well,
to do
some
that.
have, but at the time they didn't.
Yeah.
Like
no.
it all depends at the time you find yourself in, where you find yourself, the current sociological nature of sexuality in your society. Like it depends on a fuck ton of factors. So him saying that, like, obviously, like I'm just nitpicking where I can because like I don't know what he's going to say, so I want to be very clear with what I agree with and what I disagree with.
Okay.
But like him saying that them having adaptive behaviors means that they're always going to have beneficial behaviors in these areas.
No, I
is
don't.
not true.
He's not gonna. He's
some of
never
these
gonna say that.
disagree with each other.
Yeah. He's never gonna say that.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, that causes their behavior, also causes their beliefs.
So he said the neurology that causes their behavior also causes their beliefs. Is
I
that?
have a strange suspicion he's going to say that their beliefs are determined.
Maybe we'll see.
Now the question is, okay, suppose their behavior and their neurology is in fact adaptive. What about their beliefs? What about the truth of these beliefs? Well, I think you can see that it doesn't matter about the truth of these beliefs. If the neurology causes the right behavior, the adaptive behavior, what they believe makes no difference. The belief, you might say, floats along as an extra. There it is. They hold these beliefs. That's caused by the neurology. The neurology is
I
adaptive.
feel like he's misplacing a step.
Okay. Where do you think he's misplacing a step?
Well, so you have you, then you have the world, and like let's say before you have beliefs, which I don't know if that time exists yet, but there's a stage into which you interact with the world and then come to have beliefs about the world. If then those beliefs inform how you interact with the world. You don't get to directly interact with that world. That's just not how that works. You have beliefs about the world.
Yeah.
And so those inform your actions, not the world.
Right. But if the belief informs your actions to be maladaptive, then you will not be you will not succeed as a species or whatever.
Not necessarily true. It depends on how it's maladaptive.
Well,
Like, as you
maladaptive
said,
in
there's
terms
multiple
of
selective pressures.
maladaptive to the selective maladaptive.
You can't be maladaptive to all of them.
So
Well,
let
no,
me
but-
give you an example of what he's talking about, okay? About being maladaptive can actually lead to more survival. So, for example, I think atheists largely hold that one of the downfalls of being an atheist is a lack of like a kind of a community within it. Whereas theism usually, especially in the United States, promotes a community. And community, largely like strength in numbers kinds of things, promotes survival of the species. But it doesn't mean anything about whether or not their beliefs are right and still have the positive outcome of ensuring survival.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. So they can have a malformed belief, but still evolution.
survive
That's exactly what that is. You got it exactly. I don't know if you're trying to argue against him, but that is exactly the example he would give.
Well, he's going to say that the beliefs are arbitrary, yeah.
Yeah, the belief, I think you think the beliefs are arbitrary too, because if you believe this thing that is false, like
Well,
say,
I do think
theism,
they're arbitrary because I'm a determinist. I don't care what you think. I care what
But
it is.
the thing is, but the problem becomes in this is what's like kind of like important to you is like if you care about truth or not, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
like,
I feel like he's just going to make an argument about whether or not
to be ignorant.
you can either know your beliefs are true or that your beliefs don't matter, and in either case, so what?
kind of like a nihilistic kind of approach to it.
well, then in that
which,
case,
I mean, we've established
It's a
before
weird
I'm
way
not
to
a
get to
nihilist.
God.
So.
Yeah.
yeah,
all of
exactly.
it, all of it,
So
none of it
he's just
matters.
pointing out the inconsistency of holding that that we can know any belief to be true. When
Why can't we know beliefs to be true if we're not positing solipsism?
Let's see it.
But the beliefs don't have to be true for the neurology to be adaptive if the neurology causes
And that's what you just said. Like, you don't have to believe true things to have an adaptive sort of something that contributes to
Sure, in his worldview,
flourishing.
he'd agree too.
Well, remember, this isn't okay.
beliefs but causes the right behavior, makes no difference whatever. So if you take a given belief, say any particular belief on the part of one of these creatures, and ask, what's the probability, given that naturalism and evolution and materialism, that the belief is true, it's got to be fairly close to 50-50. It'll be as likely to be true as false, but as likely to be false as true.
Oh my God, he's confused probability and possibility.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
He's saying it can either be true or false, so it's 50-50.
Wrong.
I would love to watch you guys debate Alvin Plantinga. He's saying they're not like the belief does not matter for the
Saying
behavior.
they're not reliable is crazy just because they can be wrong.
Yeah.
Like, okay, listen, for instance, could you be wrong about any belief you currently hold?
Yes, I could.
How likely do you think that is?
Certainly not 50-50.
There you go.
Yeah, but he's not saying that. He's just saying it's some probability, but it could either be true, it could be true, it could not be true. But it's not relevant to the adaptability of the behavior.
No, but again, it's possibility and probability. It is possible that it is either true or false. Therefore, it's 50-50.
No. He's saying that you could hold a false belief, and if it led to adaptive behavior, then yeah, it doesn't matter if it's true or false.
I agree with you, and you know what that false belief was for a long time?
What's
Christianity, because it was amazing for society.
Right, so you agree with Alvin Plantinga, given naturalism.
If you think about it, and based down, like real simplistic view, this is like a real bastardized version of Pascal's wager.
Okay.
That's what
yeah, kind of, I guess.
No, he's not gonna go there, but fair enough. I think Pascal's wager is an interesting thing to think about, but it's not really convincing to
it's
anybody.
like, you know what? If I holding these beliefs put me in a community that would ensure my survival, so I'm going to hold a belief that's wrong simply to ensure survival because it's better to survive than the truth.
Yeah,
that's effectively Pascal's wager.
That's exactly the problem with naturalism and evolution holding those together, is that there's absolutely nothing to ensure that the beliefs are true.
There's nothing about evolutionary pressures that it holds that they're true, but they can be true.
They can be true.
That is an independent fact.
They
from
can.
that.
No, but he agrees. They can be true, but they also could not be true. It actually doesn't matter as long as the behavior
Right,
is
but just
adaptive.
because they don't interact with the pressures means nothing. So it doesn't matter.
Okay.
And in presently speaking, though, the efficacy of evolution, the fact of the matter is, if your biological imperative of like life wants to survive, the fact that we're surviving right now is proof of the efficacy of that. Now, I mean, I don't know the timeline if, like, you know, humans reach an extinction point or things like that, but as it stands right now, the efficacy of evolution being that it propagates survival is true, right?
The efficacy of evolution being that it propagates survival is true.
Yeah, because our selection pressures, we exist.
But that doesn't say anything about being true. It just says that we are adapted to survive.
But we've
Right, but
evolved.
is that true?
I mean, I think it is, but he's saying you can't even trust that, your cognitive faculties to begin with.
No.
So.
You saying that it's not okay? So first of all, the idea that evolution would push any kind of behavior that doesn't correspond to the reality you exist in, which can kill you, is insane to me. And second of all, it would necessarily have to be true that if I believe in something that is false and I don't have some sort of external pressure to benefit me, such as a sexual pressure, like let's say I believe something false that's just really hot to women, right?
Okay.
That I don't propagate, right? Unless there's something like that, there's no way believing something false, like when you're a caveman, would be good. There's no way it would either be neutral or you die from it.
It'd either be true, false, or neutral, basically.
Well, no. So we're talking about usefulness to the system. It would either be true or false. Well, it would either be true or not true. That's like the true dichotomy.
Okay, so it'd be true or not true. Okay.
Yeah, but like whether or not it's useful to the system, it doesn't.
It doesn't matter if it's like true or not true, right?
Well, no. It does matter whether it depends on the time period. So, for instance, you could believe something false nowadays, and because you are the selective pressures, environmentally, sexually, etc., etc. Well, I mean, sexually different, but like etc., aren't that big a deal. You'll probably survive unless you believe something fucking radical, right? Could we agree with that?
Yeah. I think
Right,
Alvin.
okay,
I think
so the
Clancy would
selective-
agree with that.
Right. So the selective pressure against something being wrong that you believe is kind of negligible right now. In the past, that was absolutely not the case, and I would argue it still holds true for some beliefs nowadays. For instance, women are worse than men. Like women are just worse than men.
Okay.
That's a belief that nowadays will probably fuck you up. Like you will have society will fucking hate you for that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's a false belief that will
that
negatively affect you.
Uh-huh.
And so as long as we can establish that there are false beliefs that can negatively affect you, there is not a 50-50 chance that they are either true or not true. It's confusing probability with possibility.
I don't think the point is the 50-50. Like, I don't think he pretends to know what the actual probability of any individual belief being true or not true is. I think the point is that
under my worldview, you know what I mean? Well, I mean, it's not mine, but
under the naturalist worldview, he's saying that, okay, so if you are a caveman and you run into a tiger and you run away from the tiger because you think it's going to kill you, that would be a true belief that leads to an adaptive behavior that gets you away from that tiger. But if you believe that you should win every race with a tiger, you will also run away from the tiger, and you will have adaptive behavior that allows you to survive and propagate species, but have a completely untrue belief that for some reason you need to
that's
win
an absolutely
races
true
against.
belief. You should win those races.
But okay, you know what I mean.
should
Like
absolutely win those.
that there is a well, yeah, you absolutely should because of the effect of it killing you or whatever. But the belief is untrue. There's no race. You don't have to race the tiger. You just have to get away from it.
You do. The race is either you die if you lose or you win
But
and
that's
you survive.
that's behavioral. The running away is the behavior. The belief part is not true. There is no race.
Right, but yeah, no, I agree that there's the instinct and then the belief about the interpreted world. That's how things exist.
And he's saying
That's
you cannot
just how
trust
things work.
any belief.
But the thing to keep in mind too is also
but why not? Because like here's the thing: is that if I believe necessarily that gravity exists because an apple fell on my head. That's both a right thing and a belief.
Yes. Sometimes
Both
you're gonna
things
have
are true.
sometimes you're gonna have the right belief and the right behavior, but sometimes you're gonna have the
Right.
wrong belief and the right behavior. And according to naturalism, it doesn't matter which one it is.
Right, but he's saying that comes out to 50-50. That is absolutely not true.
well,
There's
forget
a lot of, there's a lot more wrong things. There's a lot more. Well, it's something he said that I disagree with. What do you want me to do?
Okay. All right. So if there are
Like,
wrong,
it's something. There's a lot more wrong things that you could do than right things there is to survive, especially in like an area where you are a human being.
But he's not
being
saying
chased by tigers.
he's not
Like,
saying wrong behavior. Wrong behavior is not adaptive. It doesn't work. Beliefs are just
No, I'm saying that
not.
I'm saying the beliefs lead to behaviors. Would you agree with that beliefs lead to behaviors?
I believe that beliefs can lead to behaviors.
Can lead to sure. Sure, fine. Would you agree that even in the things where they are partially leading behaviors, like for instance, your instinct tells you one thing, your beliefs tell you another thing, it would be influenced in when you do the thing?
If your
Like
if your
when
beliefs,
people freeze up, right?
sorry, if people freeze up.
Yeah, because like usually people freeze up because of a belief that's usually shattered. Actually, that's a really interesting psychological thing. Is that when people freeze up in the fight or flight response, it's usually because a belief that they had is shattered.
Okay.
It's like fight, or freeze. Fight,
Yeah.
flight, freeze. Yeah.
Yeah,
Flight,
so
fight, or
usually it's
freeze.
because like their safety, their perceived belief in their safety has been fucking destroyed, so they
Right.
freeze.
Right.
It happens a lot in trauma victims, especially ones with parental
Oh yeah,
abuse.
yep, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, so beliefs, whenever they are created, necessarily have an impact on our behaviors.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, I agree
They
with that.
have
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Total.
so over time, right, depending on the situation, because obviously, you know, a modern dude starts being chased by a tiger, I don't think any of the beliefs of his ancestors are going to fucking help him.
Right.
His beliefs are going to be based on what tigers do to people like him, and he's going to be very correct. Now, is he going to believe this whole, like, oh, I need to win a race with the tiger? Probably not. There's an amount of instinct in there from his genetics, right? Like, oh, fucking thing chasing me, thing moving fast, I'm going to run the fuck away. People just have that.
Yeah.
But as instinct, which is the essential behavior you're talking about here, because beliefs can either be right or wrong in his like analogy.
Yeah.
Instinct is either correct when it comes to you living or incorrect when it comes to you dying. That's not a 50-50. A lot more people have died in humanity than survived.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more wrong things to do than right things to do. So if you believe something that is true,
behaviorally,
it usually
there are.
aids you.
Behaviorally, there are a lot more right things to do than wrong things. But belief-wise, that's not necessarily
right
true.
things to believe. That's why I'm talking about belief.
No, it's completely contingent upon like what the purpose is. You know,
Well, no, it's contingent upon what the outcome is specifically.
outcome
Because if you believe a wrong thing, well, yeah, because if you believe a wrong thing but you get the right outcome, then it doesn't matter, right?
Exactly. That's
But
exactly
there's
what
a
he's saying.
lot-
That's exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, but there's a lot less of those than there is of the right one, and you have like because they don't have to be completely right; they just have to correlate to reality in a reasonable way, right?
Right.
For instance, if I think the tiger is going to molest me, not eat me,
Right.
then that's wrong. But it promotes
does
a good behavior because I don't want to be molested.
Exactly.
However, not wanting to be molested is a very good belief.
Yes, agreed. But that doesn't mean it's true
Yeah, so
that you
there's-
would ever be molested by a tiger.
Yeah, no, it might not be true. That's
Yeah,
correct. And
exactly.
just because that's the case does not mean that there's a lot more of those and equals to 50-50.
Okay, so say it's what? So what would it be, like 90-10 maybe, something like that?
I have no idea what it would be, so that's why I think the argument kind of falls and crumbles. Like,
Well,
I
because
think
it
if that's
doesn't
the whole
rely because
argument-
the argument comes to the fact that we have thousands and thousands of beliefs. So you just multiply
Correct,
it.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
if
but
it's
here's the thing is that,
90-10,
like if you
then
right, but if you have, for instance, a belief about the tiger, the one that correlates the most with reality is the one that's going to help you the most. So the people who believe the things that are most correlated to reality and that don't have the most destruction to society, because obviously the selective pressures get changed as you go up the ladder, right? Like let's say what we could believe in Mesopotamia isn't the same as what you can believe in ancient Rome, right? Because they're two different societies. You have societal pressure, right? The society is always going to shape what we believe, but there's always going to be a base amount of things for our existence that must correlate to what is reality. Like there's an amount of things that need to, and from those things we can derive true beliefs. For instance, the axioms.
Okay.
Those have to be the case, whether or not we can identify them or not. For instance, lion. A lion is identified. It's not a lion. Excluded middle. It's all those things. So from those we can derive true beliefs. And so whether or not evolutionarily wise we're not like, you know, decided to be computers and just are these like processes of like right and wrong and perfect and not perfect like choices doesn't matter, because at the end of the day we have some contingent of true belief that can be extrapolated upon to become true. Or not become true, but to reach the truth of a situation. There's always going to be that subset of necessary belief.
Okay. All right, cool. Let's continue with the video and see.
And also some beliefs are also stratified, that needs to be said too, and not necessarily contingent upon evolution. Like
Sorry,
societal pressures, stratified
Well, I
behavior.
mean, the societal pressure would be an evolutionary pressure.
That's what they would say. That's what the naturalists would say. That
Well, I think
societal
even-
pressure
even-
comes down to evolutionary pressure. The only reason
Well,
you
I
have
mean, I think that
societal
all of
pressure is
them-
for the adaptive behavior of evolution, for the adaptability of your like survival and the passing down of genes.
Well, but that's what evolution is. Like,
Yeah,
that
I think-
societal
exactly.
pressure
I think there
is an evolutionary pressure. It's not.
Yeah,
it's
that-
not like a thing that naturalists say.
Okay,
There's
yeah,
some things
sure.
that definitely overlap, but they're not like, you see what I'm saying? Like there are definitely like societal pressures that would like cause like an overlap with like evolutionary pressure, but some of them are different. It's just like, do I believe Africa exists? Yeah, I do, but it has nothing to do with evolution. You know what I mean? Just like kind of more simple, like a more benign.
Well, no, it would have something to do
No,
with evolution. It would just
yeah.
be a lesser consequence of it. Like, for instance, the evolution in this case would be, we have a society that values truth. I think we can agree that we value truth.
I do. Yeah.
Therefore, also that defeats his whole premise, which is we value truth. So,
But he's saying you don't know that you value. You don't know what truth even is given naturalism.
but then we all just get back to the axioms, and from the axioms we can all determine that.
Yeah, and basically we just agree.
Well, you don't
talk
even
about
know
the
if your
difference.
brain is like. I mean, it's kind of like. I guess it is a solipsism thing, but
It's a solipsism argument.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I mean, and no one can defeat
'cause-
that. Even if you believe in God, you could be a brain in the vat imagining God. Like,
Yeah.
but you at
that's
least
like-
have a reason. If God created the brain in the vat or whatever, you at least have a reason to think that the brain is rational, especially if God told you.
well,
that
the brain in the vat is an unnecessary step. I'm just making a joke. Like,
Yeah.
you're just an experiencer.
Yeah.
There's no proof of God in that.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's continue.
Then the probability that their cognitive faculties are reliable, I mean, produce the substantial proportion of true beliefs over false beliefs that reliability requires, the probability that their faculties will be reliable, that'll be very low. All right? So there's the
It
first
was
step
very
in the
low for a
argument.
long time.
The probability for these other creatures, the probability of reliability on naturalism and evolution, that's low. Okay, so far?
Okay.
For a long time it was, but now we
wouldn't one
value
think
societally
that
truth.
the
So, you know.
Okay.
beliefs would be
So the
closer
societal
to
pressure,
true
yeah.
than not?
Because we value truth
Wait,
has
he's-
led to better consequences. But like having truth being our focus point leads to better outcomes.
Yeah,
Totally
for instance, like drills, right? Like wireless drills. Those were invented because we wanted to know what space was like. We had to invent that.
Okay. Sure.
Pencils, Velcro, all sorts of stuff. Yep.
You can just say yes to his message on the right hand side.
Yeah, I got him. Okay. Let's continue because the interviewer is going to raise the same question you had about why we would ever assume that it would be 50-50 as opposed to some much higher proportion.
Believe that their faculties
Chrome
will be
donut.
reliable, that'll be
Simon
very low.
says donut.
All right? So there's the first step in the argument. The probability for these other creatures, the probability of reliability on naturalism and evolution, that's low. Okay, so far?
Okay, but wouldn't one think that the beliefs would be closer to true than not if the behaviors are adaptive?
That's the question. Why should that be true? When the behaviors are adaptive, the neurology that produces the behavior is also adaptive. That neurology also produces these beliefs. But as long as the behavior and neurology are adaptive, what does it matter whether the beliefs are true or false? It makes no difference to the adaptiveness. Natural selection is interested in adaptive behavior, and an adaptive causes of behavior, say neurology. It doesn't give a hoot about whether your beliefs are true or false. You can believe
No,
whatever
I
you want
disagree
as
with
far as
that.
natural
Totally
selection
disagree.
goes, as long as you behave in the right way.
Okay, so if I give you that, where are you taking me?
Well, that's the first step. Now, next, if that holds for these creatures,
Infamous,
then it's gotta
do you
hold
know
for
why I
us
might
as
not
well.
be able to hear Reese's
right?
thing? Oh, watch stream.
Muted.
Hold on.
Yeah, you have to
Brother.
watch the stream. Yep.
Got it.
All right.
If that's the way things stand with them, then for us too, it's true that if we're produced by evolution and if naturalism is true, then the probability that our beliefs, that our cognitive faculties are reliable, that probability will be low. Now, if you understand and see that if you believe naturalism and evolution and see that the probability of your beliefs of your faculties being reliable, given naturalism and evolution is low, then you have a defeater for the proposition, for your natural instinctive belief that your cognitive faculties are reliable. We all assume that our faculties are reliable, and I would say quite properly so.
Yeah, this is a weird
But
view
you get
of
a defeater for it,
solipsism.
a reason not to
I
hold
feel like you
that
took a
belief,
huge
a reason
unnecessary
to-
step.
Okay, what is that unnecessary step?
I mean, you don't even need evolution to like quote unquote defeat it. Like this is a whole like this is just solipsism. Like what he's saying is the same in his worldview as it is mine. Like he's just saying that I can get revelation from God, but like he believes that.
Yeah.
And he was definitely a product of evolution. He would say that himself.
Yep.
Yeah, so him saying that he believes in God that somehow solves the argument, no.
Well, no,
it
it
doesn't.
just it removes the defeating quality of the argument.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it
You
does.
were a product of evolution. It's still
If
like
you
quote,
genuinely
unquote,
believe in
50-50.
if you genuinely believe in God, then you have a reason to believe that your cognitive faculties are reliable. If you don't, then what's the reason?
Okay. I believe my cognitive faculties are reliable based on their continued production of results.
What is result? I mean, how do you even
Money.
qualify results or whatever?
Yeah, I would imagine that I would have a good worldview if it was cohesive with all of it. Or
Right.
and the
And he's saying that-
experiences I define.
And I know you're not a naturalist, so that's why he's not really arguing against you specifically. But for the naturalists, they have absolutely no good reason to think that their
Well, no,
beliefs
I'll
are
argue
true.
from a naturalist view. I'll
Okay.
argue from a naturalist view. That's fine. Yeah, they continue to grant results in the way that, for instance, if I care about truth, I can come across things and reason things that are always true every time I test them. If they are always true every time I test them, they're more likely to be true than false, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If that's the case for every single belief that I hold, I would think that that would apply across the board, right?
If it's true, yeah, if your beliefs are more likely to be true if every individual belief that you have is more
It's
likely to be
cohesive with
true.
themselves and the experiences that I experience, then they're more likely to be true, right? As long as we're not talking about solipsism.
Well, I think are they more likely to be true as long as your behavior, if you're a naturalist, as long as your behavior is adaptive. I still don't see why you would expect the beliefs to correlate to that, to be true.
Well, because for instance, right, the societal pressure to care about truth, for instance, that definitely exists, right? You don't want to be caught out in being wrong or even a lie, right? Like some girls might be turned off by you being wrong constantly, or like shit like that, right? Small, tiny shit like that gives you bonuses. So if we care about the truth of a situation, right, or even the idea that like it's true that people care when I lie to them, right?
Yeah.
Those behaviors would be selected for in society, and therefore correlate to reality.
But
more
only
evenly.
the behaviors are. No, it doesn't correlate to reality. It only correlates to the behaviors being
But the behaviors inform the
being
beliefs.
adaptive.
So but the behaviors inform the beliefs. The beliefs inform the behaviors, and behaviors inform the beliefs. It's how the causation works. They
well, no,
circulate each other.
the causation works that the neurology informs the behavior importantly,
What
but
is
that
your
also happens
neurology?
to.
Do you just mean instinct?
No, I mean the electrical signals in your brain lead to a certain behavior. So they send an electrical signal
those are
down
just
your nervous
beliefs.
system, which no, that's not a belief. Belief is like a claim you make about reality.
Right, but then what is this process that you're describing about the synapses and like the nervous system? Like, what am I doing in that? Like, am I just existing? Like, like I have to be believing something.
Yes, you do. So he's going to say, or he already did say that's sort of like a product of this neurology into behavior. It's just like it's sort of a free floating thing. Like maybe it has to come about because that's how neurology works. But there's nothing to say that those beliefs would be true, as long as they lead to adaptive behavior.
But you're saying this neurological. I'm not disagreeing that it leads about like what's beneficial is it's 100% the behavior.
Yes.
Right? I don't disagree with you with that. If we care about truth subjectively on a large scale, my behaviors necessarily depend on whether or not my beliefs correlate to reality reliably. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not agree with that. Your behaviors.
Okay, so the selective pressures necessarily inform my beliefs and behaviors.
They inform your neurology, which then informs your behavior, and as a byproduct, creates beliefs.
No, that's not how that works.
That is how that works.
No, your neurology is just a word you're using, but neurology produces something. It is something. What am I doing? Like when I think of a pink elephant, the same synapses aren't firing that I'm thinking of a red snake. So like, what are we talking about as this initial state? It's not just someone being born.
Yeah, you lost me. I don't know where you went.
So this psychological state, right? It's necessarily moment to moment producing beliefs, right? Do you agree that I'm producing beliefs quicker than I'm producing results?
Probably, yeah.
So then it has to take precedent.
No.
Okay. You're producing ideas.
Listen. If you didn't have
Bezos produces results,
I don't know if you produce a belief. I think a belief is a result.
Amaranth.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like I think like belief is like a result of something. But I think like you're producing ideas continually. But
so if you had no psychology, could you have adaptive behavior?
Oh, absolutely not. You'd be brain dead. We have examples of those people, but I just don't know
what this animals don't. Is. So animals don't have adaptive behavior?
What?
Do animals have psychology?
I feel like you missed what I said. I said if you don't have psychology, you're brain dead.
So you believe psychology is the synapses firing or something like that?
Well, I mean that's by definition your psychology. Yeah. Yeah. It's the pattern of your brain.
Like a rock doesn't have
It's your brain's
psychology.
fingerprint.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, rock, inanimate objects don't have psychology. They don't have they don't have consciousness. They don't have those things.
Certain features don't have psychology.
Right. So psychology is relevant to your consciousness.
Pro-choice. Reese is not.
We can get into that a different day.
Yeah, we'll do that on a different day, maybe. Okay, so I just don't see why your beliefs would ever have to be true or false in order for your behavior to be adaptive.
Because your beliefs inform your what's it called? Your fucking like for instance, if you don't believe you're gonna die when you encounter the lion, then your behavior doesn't fucking matter. You're just gonna die.
So does the lion have beliefs? It needs to have beliefs to have adaptive behavior?
Yeah, but you have to have it. Yeah. 100%.
So you're saying a lion has beliefs?
Not in the same way.
I think they necessarily, not in the same way because they're different creatures. However, they necessarily have to have beliefs if they have a psychological state. Yeah.
So you just want to define, you just want to define beliefs as like a physical, a network of synapses or something like that, or how do you want to define
psychological states? Sure, yeah, sure.
No, it's interacting. Yeah, it's to that, but it's like basically interacting with reality as you perceive it.
Well,
right?
No, that's not what psychology is. Psychology can be like, for instance, what psychology does a baby have before it's like created? Like they have no psychology, but when do they gain it? Right? It's not about their interaction with the world. They just get it. It is developed.
Okay.
Yeah, but like the object permanence, hunger, comfort, safety, things like that. They're very basic kind of belief systems. But the baby cries because it believes it is hungry. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I mean by
cries because it believes it's hungry.
I don't know about now. I think it's an instinct to cry if you're hungry at this point because like they're babies, right? But like, so here's my thing.
Yeah, I would guess that a baby really doesn't have psychology in the meaningful sense, but I guess in this weird naturalistic way that you want to describe psychology, which I think is kind of radical.
Well, I mean, I think psychology is naturalist. So okay, science works on methodological naturalism, right? That's what it is.
Yep.
The only method by which we can investigate reality is naturalism. Naturalism is materialism, right? It just is, right?
Yes.
So psychology being a science means it is methodologically naturalist.
Okay, I agree.
So we could so we could move out of the whole like you think that it's.
Well, I
this,
guess
it-
the
it
question is psychology a science? I mean, that is an interesting question.
It is.
It's kind of like a pseudoscience, but
Well, it
Have you
is.
studied
No, no,
Dianetics?
It's
no.
absolutely science.
oh, so
No,
what?
Study
it
Dianetics
might
and
be
you'll
a
get it,
soft
Reese.
science, but it's not a pseudoscience. It might
It's
be a
not
soft.
neuroscience, but it is science.
Yeah, it might be a soft science, but it's not a pseudo.
Psychology is so like Freud, like he was just doing pure, like he was doing science, like he was testing.
Now, what that dude said about his mother is not scientific at all.
Yeah.
Okay, do you know the difference between astronomy and astrology?
Yeah, the difference. That's a good. That's kind of a good example. Yeah. So I guess so. You would
Well,
say like
astrological studies.
So you would
are
say
related to
astrology is
astronomy,
also
you
a
know,
science because you're just like. Is that
But
what you're
there's
saying?
a science like tarot card reading. There's a science.
Astrology is a
Yeah, but
science.
that's
no.
but astrological studies and things like that. As like
That's
astrology isn't
astronomy.
inherently like zodiac science. I think that's
No,
just
no, no,
how,
no.
like
Astrology is the same way Scientology isn't science, right? The words
Right.
don't have necessary meanings.
Let me
Yeah,
check.
but you can study them, and in that way, there's a science to it. But it's considered that's like a pseudoscience.
Right.
When we're talking about the soft science, when it comes to psychology,
Have you typed up that shit into ChatGPT?
No,
Yeah.
I'm finding the definition.
No, not
I'm
you. I'm talking
No,
about
me,
streets.
yeah.
Yes, my bad.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just getting
So,
a
astrology
just getting a view here.
dictionary from Oxford is the study of movements and relative positions of celestial bodies, interpreted as having an influence on human affairs in the natural world. So,
Yeah,
okay.
that's a pseudoscience. Why
that's
psychology is sometimes
well, not
questioned.
necessarily, because astrology, like the moon, affects our natural world.
oh, he's talking about
Yeah, but it
celestial
doesn't
bodies.
affect the behaviors of the entities on our world.
Yes.
No, no,
yeah,
no.
it's a
The
good
moon
point.
does not affect us. The gravity from the moon affects.
Well, actually, yeah. I mean, no, he's right. The moon does affect us biologically. It affects the liquid in our
Mm-hmm.
in our body.
We have
Gravity.
selenium in our body.
The
No,
liquid
no,
in
no.
our body.
You guys are screwing that up. It's not the moon that does it. It's the gravity of the moon. It's the gravity that does it.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
but
the
if the
moon
moon
is-
wasn't there, then
The
that gravity
moon's
wouldn't
gravity.
exist.
I mean, that's the only way the moon
Yeah,
could.
if you said that I punched you and I said no, my fist
My
interacted
fist
with
punched you.
know,
Actually,
yeah.
gravity pulling my fist towards your face is what punched you. I mean, yeah, you could just
Actually,
like
God
break apart
caused me
any
to punch
claim.
you. I made it his fucking image.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
important, right?
God
But
punched you.
it's like the consequence of falling. Falling doesn't kill you. The land does, right? So that's what you need to like look at. Falling doesn't kill you.
Right,
Land
but you
does.
did die from falling.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Flying
the
is
thing
just
is
getting into the
falling-
habit of aiming yourself at the ground and missing.
Yeah, imagine
Indeed.
aiming yourself at the ground and missing. Also, yeah, I saw what you looked up at ChatGPT there. Psychology is a science.
Yeah, it's sort of like different. So cognitive psychology, highly scientific, right? Neuroscience, obviously, that's a science. Behaviorism, psychometrics, and then the partially or the less scientific would be like psychoanalysis or like
But yeah, because those have no truth claims other than the person they're being put upon.
right.
Yeah.
Right. So I was thinking more like when you're sitting across from a psychologist and they're quote unquote doing psychology. That doesn't seem to me like science at all. But
Well, that's a
makes sense.
therapist, I think.
Apparently, chiropractic
Sure.
is like pseudoscience.
Yeah, chiropractic
actually
I've heard
is.
is also a problem. Yeah. Okay, let's
they-
continue with
they do
Plantica,
too
and then
much.
I'm
Give it
gonna log
Now,
off
you get a
after we-
defeater for that belief in
I have
your
a video to
belief
show you before that, but
you're
yes.
seeing.
Also,
in
we
your
should do
belief
like a
that-
fun thing.
later. We'll do a fun thing later.
Okay.
that naturalism and evolution are true, and then you're
Like playing
seeing that the
Fortnite.
probability of your faculties being reliable, given naturalism and evolution, is low. So that's the
How is he
second step.
determining these probabilities?
Anybody who sees this
guy
as a
Jewish? He looks
defeater
Jewish.
for R, the
That's a
proposition that his faculties are reliable.
Well, he looks Jewish.
And then the next step is, if you have a defeater for R, you have a defeater for any belief that you take to be produced by your cognitive faculties. I mean, just as if you have a defeater for your initial impression that this thermometer is reliable, then you also have a defeater for any particular belief you've formed on the basis of what it says. Okay, so then you've got but of course that's all of your beliefs. All of your beliefs are produced by your cognitive faculties, right? So you've got a defeater for all of your beliefs then, in which case you also, of course, have a defeater for naturalism and evolution, that combination itself.
So what you're saying is that it becomes self-referentially destructive.
Yeah, it's like shooting yourself in the
Yeah,
foot.
it's just a long form of solipsism.
Or do we have like total skepticism? Now I just don't know anything.
I think that's what what I think a naturalist should really conclude, that he doesn't know anything.
You're in the same problem,
He could be right, he could be wrong.
What's your takeaway?
He has
from
to
this? Like,
adopt
what
a
is your
position of.
takeaway? What is your takeaway from this? Like, what is the point of you showing us this?
I just saw
Like,
this video. I thought it would be interesting to show on stream because I found it to be a powerful defeater of holding naturalism and evolution to be true. But what I take away from this is nothing about evolution, as it's commonly understood, selects for truth claims. It selects for behavior. So there's nothing to say that truth claims are true based off of evolution. You just know the behavior.
Do you think that evolution is true?
Yes,
But I don't think evolution. I don't think evolution is the thing that denotes truth.
No, I don't either.
No, he would
but the
agree,
naturalist
and that's why
does.
he's saying it's wrong.
But the naturalist does
Well, no.
think that evolution selects for truth. That's what you think.
That's not
No, I don't-
necessarily true. However,
No, it doesn't.
Well, you've been making that argument this whole time that
that's
your
why I said
beliefs
it's not necessarily
your
true.
beliefs are more
think
likely to
his
be true because they select for or because your behavior should line up with truth in order to create good behavior. But that doesn't even follow for me. As long as
Why
the
should it?
behavior
Why
is
should it?
adaptive, then
Well,
evolution
I'm
is
gonna put it
valid.
to you like this.
I mean, yeah.
I'm going to put it to you like this in the consequent.
Okay.
Right? How the fuck does he escape this? Let's say it's true. Let's just give it that it's
He
true.
says that man
How
is
does he
made
escape this?
man is made in the image of God, and God
What
is
does that mean that escapes this?
well, because if man is made in the image of God, then we have an expectation that God will create us to be
How
reasonable,
does he
like
know
he is.
that?
No.
Well, he doesn't know. He doesn't.
No. Let's just say that it works. Let's just say it works. How does it defeat it if he has to know that through his cognitive faculties?
Because he's not saying that like your cognitive faculties are unreliable. He says they are reliable.
But how is he able to say that when he thinks we went through the exact same process to become here? He believes in evolution.
He doesn't think we went through the exact same process. He believes that evolution was created by God or guided by God to create rational beings in God's image. So
so he thinks that evolution was guided so that truth claims could be evaluated. Is that
Yes.
correct to say?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so he thinks that the solution to his own problem is magic.
Yes.
Okay, so the problem raised isn't solved by his worldview.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, because he believes things that
It's
are
not
unfalsifiable.
defeated. Yeah, but
which
it's
I don't
not
care about.
defeated by. It's not defeated. That's the important point. If
There's
naturalism
this
is true,
magical materialism
if naturalism
thing
is
that I believe
true,
in that solves it.
if materialism and naturalism is true, then this is defeated. Agree or disagree?
I disagree because I believe in this materialistic magical thing. It's materialistic and magical, by the way, that defeats it.
Wait, sorry, but I didn't understand what you said.
I said I believe in this material magical thing that defeats the argument. It guides me.
A material magic. So you're not a naturalist.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's using
No,
your
So I agree.
Natural
So
thing.
you can't be a naturalist and
You didn't. No. I literally just said material, naturalistic, magical thing.
a material naturalistic magical thing. I think that's just
Yes.
kind of ludicrous, but okay.
Why?
But you don't know what's wrong.
Well, because
You don't know what's wrong.
Is it an unfalsifiable thing?
naturalism by definition excludes magic. So what are you saying?
but not this one. But not this one.
Okay, then
Not this one.
then I agree with you. Yeah,
No, not this one. It's still materialistic. It's still materialistic.
but it's also magic.
Yeah, because of its properties. Yeah.
Okay, so you're speaking nonsense. You're canceling out the word natural. You're just changing the word naturalist to mean
you don't understand. It's
accepting
both,
of magic.
You just don't
Magic
understand.
magic doesn't have to be non-physical.
I see you, by the way.
I agree.
I see what you're.
You see what?
If magic doesn't have to be non-physical, then that means that I have this magic MacGuffin that solves this too.
I'm definitely a little bit naturalist. Like, I definitely feel like America is like, it's not like the best, but like, I don't know. I fuck with it, you know. Like,
He's
I
a
respect it.
capitalism?
nationalist.
Oh, nationalist. But like, you see what I mean? Like, you can just insert any unfalsifiable thing you want that is magic, and define it however you want.
As long as
and
you're
now
willing,
it solves
as
the
long as
issue.
you're willing to invoke magic, the issue is solved. I agree.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be non-materialistic, which means that you could still be a materialist and agree.
Magic doesn't have to be materialistic. Doesn't that doesn't cancel each other out?
No, because it's magic.
It's magic. If it exists within the natural world, then it's part of the natural world.
Yeah,
it's specifically natural. It's specifically magic that we can observe, test, and quantify. So it's part of the natural world now.
Okay, yeah, if you want to accept that, that's fine with me. That would undefeat the problem of naturalism and evolution.
It would I don't know what you just said. It would either defeat the argument, or it would necessarily prove that you have to accept an unfalsifiable imaginary thing in order to accept that you can trust your faculties in the way that he demands.
Yeah, I believe that is true. You do have to accept some sort of...
That's ridiculous.
Well, then, okay, so then...
Well, show me how that's not true then. I mean, I
don't think it's true because you can trust your cognitive faculties in the same way. This is just a long,
Okay, why can you accept your cognitive faculties under your worldview?
Under a materialistic worldview, all I think I have to do is see which correlates in response to reality, because all the pressures don't necessarily affect me on an individual scale.
How do you
they just affect my gene pool?
How do you ascertain reality, given your worldview?
Through my senses.
Okay, and how do you trust those?
I trust those on their continual reliability.
Okay.
For instance, when I pick up a pen, the same thing happens every time I pick up a pen.
Okay. So that's the only way that you can trust sort of like your beliefs and
the repeatability, the testability, everything. The scientific method.
Okay.
All of my actions go through that. Therefore, all of them correlate to reality. If you're talking about some sort of objective reality, again, we both fall into the solipsistic argument in which no one can escape from.
Yeah, so there's the
every time I pick up a pen, the same thing happens, so I can hold that to be true reasonably.
Yeah. Because what you're trying to find is capital T truth, in which we don't hold to be possible.
Well, I don't think he's trying to find that unless he wants to, but then we're in a different hole.
He's implying or suggesting that God provides capital T objective truth. And that's the way that we can trust our senses, but I don't think that's the case either. That's the implication there.
If God
exists, can't rely on this, you can't rely on reality, but only through God can you trust anything.
Yeah. If God exists, then that would be the objective standard of truth. But yeah.
But you also
I mean, I think that's a different topic. I don't agree. But
what's solipsism?
Solipsism is just basically saying I think, therefore I am, and nothing else can be proven.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like brain in a vat.
Yeah.
You can't prove you're not in the Matrix type shit.
Yeah, and I obviously don't think that's powerful.
Nobody thinks this except true solipsists, which are like, oh my god, everything's not provable. Fuck. And I'm like, okay, dude, you're Neo. Like.
And also like what scientists say about stuff like those beliefs that we hold, it would be absurd not to hold those beliefs.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that science has failed to disprove any of these things that we hold to be true. Like no matter what kind of test or anything like that, we cannot disprove certain things. It's not proving them; it's failing to disprove them.
Also, just before you head, I do have a video to send you.
Okay,
it's a fun thing.
Let's do that. Let's end on a fun video, and we'll meet again on Wednesday. For Sean here, I meet on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and we do basically the same thing. And we kind of go through different topics. Talk about free will.
We should set that up in a channel, maybe in announcements.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
What? Oh, you said you do this. Wait, what days again?
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, typically. Yeah.
What times?
Usually start around noon PST, which I guess is like 2 p.m. or something your time, and then usually runs for a while. Today we've been running for 4.5 hours. 5 hours. So, yeah.
Do you have any idea what your topic is going to be for the next go round?
I haven't thought about it exactly yet. We might get back into because somehow we got right back into deconstructing my worldview when I wanted to learn what your guys' worldviews are, but that's just kind of how it goes. So we might go back into, I have like a list of questions that I was asking people, like, what is a human being? What is the purpose of life? How do you derive purpose? Like things that are just something you can build on and talk about and explain to me. Like, what's another example of one of those questions just that I had? How do we know what we know? We were just kind of talking about how do we trust our senses / authorities? Where is morality objective? Is it relative? How do you discern morality? And then obviously one of the ultimate ones is, does God exist? But I know your answer to that, so we don't even have to get into that.
I like
but,
your
what's that?
What is, just curious. What do you think my answer is? Does God exist? What do you think my answer is?
I think your answer is I don't know and I can't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you would say I can't know, but I don't know.
I don't know about can't, but I don't.
You don't. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Okay. No, that's an accurate statement. Okay. I just didn't want you to think that I was like, oh, it does not exist. And that's
No, I know, because of course that's also unfalsifiable, or it's a absolute truth claim, which is weird to make. But yeah. Okay. So where'd you send
you guys up a morality debate though, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, the morality is interesting too. I think it sort of falls into this.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No.
I was fucking in the stage. I sent you the video.
Where did you send it? In general?
In your DMs.
Oh, my DMs. Got you.
Let he who is without sin
Can you see
cast
it?
the first stone.
Oh no! It's Sinless Steve! Jesus can't believe it!
It's Sinless Steve.
Tell me this doesn't actually sound like some Old Testament shit that would
Yeah.
happen.
Sinless Steve. That is so funny.
Dude,
I like that.
Actually,
I like
sounds
that.
like actual Old Testament shit right there.
Yeah, that's good. I appreciate that.
Let he who's without sin cast the first stone. It's Sinless Steve!
It's Sinless Steve!
Jesus can't believe it.
Maybe we'll even get into Henry's radical claim that I just read in the general chat that Islam is Abrahamic and more similar to Judaism than Christianity. It could be an interesting thing to get into.
Despite him, I think that I could agree with him because, even though they include Jesus, they don't say he's the Son of God, which is the whole point of the New Testament. But
yeah,
they I think it would be cool to next time if we want to discuss. I think we should. If you want to be on less of the fence, not less of the fence. If you want to be on the attack, let's say, I'll try and defend why God does not exist.
Sure, that'd be interesting. Yeah,
I could do that.
That could be an interesting thing. Yeah, and really, it's an open thing. If anyone wants to, bring up any topics in particular, or you think of something in the next couple of days, and you're like, I wonder how we get into that with a theist and atheist and all
In
this
fact,
stuff.
I could throw up a poll in announcements if you really need me to, along with the schedule you have.
Sure, yeah, that could be good.
Well, it's nice meeting you guys.
Yeah, nice to meet you, brother. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you.
What's that? Oh, yeah.
I said I appreciate it. Talk to you in a bit.
No problem. Okay, and I will. I'll look for you on. What is it? This coming Wednesday. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If you hit that notification bell, it should just give you a little notification when I'm streaming. But yeah, appreciate you.
All right. Y'all have a good one now.
All right, you too, brother. You too. All right, I'm